Alois by R. A. Lafferty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Addison. Alois by R. A. Lafferty. He appeared in glory and sank without a trace. Why? How? For the first time anywhere. Here is the startling inside story. He had flared up more brightly than anyone in memory, and then he was gone. Yet there was ironic laughter where he had been, and his ghost still walked. That was the oddest thing, to encounter his ghost. It was like coming suddenly on Halley's Comet, drinking beer at the Plugged Nickel Bar, and having it deny that it was a celestial phenomenon at all, that it had ever been beyond the sun. For he could have been the man of the century, and now it was not even known if he was alive. And if he were alive, it would be very odd if he should be hanging around places like the Plugged Nickel Bar. This all begins with the award, but before that, it begins with the man. Professor Alois Foucault Oeg was acutely embarrassed and in a state of dread. "These I have to speak to all these great men. Is even glory worth the price when it must be paid in such coin?" Alois did not have the amenities, the polish, the tact. A child of penury, he had all his life eaten bread that was part sawdust, and worn shoes that were part cardboard. He had an overcoat that had been his father's, and before that his grandfather's. This coat was no longer handsome, its holes being stuffed and quilted with ancient rags. It was long past its years of greatness, and even when Alois had inherited it as a young man, it was in the afternoon of its life. And yet it was worth more than anything else he owned in the world. Professor Alois had become great in spite of, or because of, his poverty. He had worked out his finest theory, a series of 19 interlocked equations of cosmic shapeliness and simplicity. He had worked it out on a great piece of butcher's paper soaked with lamb's blood, and had so given it to the world. And once it was given, it was almost as though nothing else could be added on any subject whatsoever. Any further detailing would be only footnotes to it, and all the sciences no more than commentaries. Naturally, this made him famous, but the beauty of it was that it made him famous, not to the commonalty of mankind. This would have been a burden to his sensitively tuned soul, but to a small and scattered class of extremely erudite men, about a score of them in the world. Their recognition brought him almost, if not quite, complete satisfaction. But he was not famous in his own street or his own quarter of town, and it was in this stark conglomerate of dark-souled alleys and roofs that Professor Alois had lived all his life till just 37 days ago. When he received the announcement, award, and invitation, he quickly calculated the time. It was not very long to allow travel halfway around the world. Being locked out of his rooms, as he often was, he was unencumbered by baggage or furniture, and he left for the ceremony at once. With the announcement, award, and invitation there had also been a cheque, but as he was not overly familiar with the world of finance or with the English language in which it was written, he did not recognize it for what it was. Having used the back of it to write down a formula that had crept into his mind, he shoved the cheque, forgotten, into one of the pockets of his greatcoat. For 3 days he rowed a river boat to the port city, hidden and hungry. There he concealed himself on an ocean tramp. That he did not starve on this was due to the caprice of the low-lifers who discovered him, for they made him stay hidden in a terrible bunker and every day or two they passed in a bucket to him. Then, several ports and many days later, he left the ship like a crippled, dirty animal, and it was in that city and on that day, for the award was to be that evening. "These I have to speak to, all these wonderful men who are higher than the grocers, higher than the butchers even. These men get more respect than a policeman, than a canal boat captain. They are wiser than a mayor, and more honored than a merchant. They know arts more intricate than a clockmaker's, and are virtuous beyond the politicians. More perspicacious than editors, more talented than actors. These are the great men of the world. And I am only Alyosha, and now I am too ragged and dirty even to be Alyosha any more. I no longer am a man with a name." For he was very humble as he walked the great town, where even the shop girls were dressed like princesses, and all the restaurants were so fine that only the rich people would have dared to go in them at all. Had there been poor people, and there were none, there would have been no place for them to eat. "But it is to me they have given the prize, not to Schellendor, and not to Ottelbaum, not to Franks, nor to Miryasov, not even to Petir and Koss, the latchet of whose shoe I am not. But why do I say that? He was not, after all, very bright. All of them are inadequate in some way. The only one who was ever able to get to the heart of these great things was Alyosha Foucault Oeg, who happens to be myself. It is a strange thing that they should honor me, and yet I believe they could not have made a better choice." So pride and fear warred in him, but it was always the pride that lost, for he had only a little bit of pride, undernourished and on quaking ground, and against it was a whole legion of fears, apprehensions, shames, dreads, embarrassments, and nightmarish bashfulnesses. He begged a little bit when he had found a poor part of town, but even here the people were of the rich poor, not the poor as he had known them. When he had money in his pocket, he had a meal. Then he went to Jiffy Quick While You Wait Cleaners Open Day and Night to have his clothes cleaned. He wrapped himself in dignity and a blanket while he waited, and as the daylight was coming to an end they brought his clothes back to him. "We have done all we could. If we had a week or a month we might do a little more, but not much." Then he went out into the town, cleaner than he had been in many years, and he walked to the hall of the Commendation and Award. Here he watched all the great men arrive in private cars and taxis: Ergodic Eimer, August Angstrom, Vladimir Foer. He watched them and thought of what he would say to them, and then he realized that he had forgotten his English. "I remember dog. That is the first word I ever learned. But what will I say to them about a dog? I remember house and horse and apple and fish. Oh, now I remember the entire language. But what if I forget it again? Would it not be an odd speech if I could only say apple and fish and house and dog? I would be shamed." He wished he were rich, and could dress in white like the street sweepers, or in black leather like the newsboy on the corner. He saw Edward Edelstein and Christopher Cronin enter, and he cowered on the street and knew that he would never be able to talk to those great men. A fine gentleman came out and walked directly to him. "You are the great Professor Foucault Oeg. I would have known you anywhere. True greatness shines from you. Our city is honored tonight. Come inside and we will go to a little room apart, for I see that you will have to compose yourself first. I am Graf Doctor Hercule Bienville Stavrogin." Why ever he said he was the Graf Doctor is a mystery, because he was Willy McGilly, and the other was just a name that he made up that minute. With him they went to a small room behind the cloakroom, but here, in spite of the smooth kindness of the gracious gentleman, Aloys knew that he would never be able to compose himself. He was an epouvantail, a pugalo, a clown, a ragamuffin. He looked at the 19-point outline of the address he was to give. He shuddered and he gobbled like a turkey. He sniffled and he wiped his nose on his sleeve. He was terrified that the climax of his life's work should find him too craven to accept it. and he discovered that he had forgotten his English again. I remember bread and butter, but I don't know which one goes on top. I know pencil and penknife and bed, but I have entirely forgotten the word for maternal uncle. I remember plough, but what in the world will I say to all these great men about a plough? I pray that this cup may pass from me. Then he disintegrated in one abject mass of terror. Several minutes went by. But when he emerged from the room, he was a different man entirely, erect, alive, intense, queerly handsome, and now in formal attire. He mounted with the sure grace of a panther to the speaker's platform. Once only he glanced at the 19-point outline of his address. As there is no point in keeping it a secret, it was as follows: 1. Cepheid and Cerium. How long is a yardstick? 2. Double trouble. Is ours a binary universe? 3. Cerebrum and cortex. The mathematics of melancholia. 4. Microphysics and megacyclic polyneums. 5. Ego, no, hemis. The personality of the subconscious. 6. Linear convexity and lateral intransigence. 7. Betelgeuse betrayed. The myth of magnitude. 8. Moumisson. The secret of metamorphosis. 9. Theogony and tremor. The mathematics of seismology. 10. Planck's constant and Agnesi's variable. 11. Diencephalon and digamma. Unconscionable thoughts about consciousness. 12. Inverse squares and the quintesimal radicals. 13. The chain of error in the lineal B translation. 14. Skepticism, the humor of the humorless. 15. Ogive and volute, thoughts on celestial curvature. 16. Conic sections, small pieces of infinity. 17. Eschatology, medium thoughts about the end. 18. Hypopolarity and cosmic hysteresis. 19. The invisible quadratic. Or this is all simpler than you think. You will immediately see the beauty of this skeleton, and yet to flesh it would not be the work of an ordinary man. He glanced over it with the sure smile of complete confidence. Then he spoke softly to the master of ceremonies in a whisper, with a rumble that could be heard throughout the hall. "I am here. I will begin. There is no need for any further introduction." For the next 3½ hours he held that intelligent audience completely spellbound, enchanted. They followed, or seemed to follow, his lightning flashes of metaphor, illumining the craggy chasms of his vasty subjects. They thrilled to the magnetic power of his voice, urbane yet untamed, with its polyglot phrasing and its bare touch of accent so strange as to be baffling. Ancient, surely, and yet from a land beyond the pale. And they quivered with interior pleasure at the glorious unfolding in climax after climax of these before only half-glimpsed vistas. Here was a world of mystery revealed in all its wildness, and it obeyed and stood still, and he named its name. The nebula and the conch lay down together, and the ultra-galaxies equated themselves with the zeta mesons. Like a rich householder, he brought from his store treasures old and new, and nothing like them had ever been seen or heard before. At one point Professor Timiryaseff cried out in bafflement and incomprehension, and Dr. Agodic Eimer buried his face in his hands, for even these most erudite men could not glimpse all the shattering profundity revealed by the fantastic speaker. And when it was over, they were limp and delighted that so much had been made known to them. They had the crown without the cross, and the odd little genius had filled them with a rich glow. The rest was perfunctory, commendations and testimonials from all the great men. The trophy, heavy and rich, but not flashy, worth the lifetime salary of a professor of mathematics, was accepted almost carelessly, and then the cup was passed quietly, which is to say, the tall, cool glasses went around as the men still lingered and talked with hushed pleasure. "Gin," said the astonishing orator. "It is the drink of bums and impoverished scholars, and I am both. Yes, anything at all with it." Then he spoke to Maecenas, who was at his side, the patron who was footing the bill for all this gracious extravagance. "The cheque I have never cashed, having been much in movement since I have received it, and as to me it is a large amount, though perhaps not to others, and as you yourself have signed it, I wonder if you could cash it for me now?" "At once," said Maecenas. "At once. 10 minutes, and we shall have the sum here. Ah, you have endorsed it with a formula. Who but Professor Aloys Foulcault Oeg could be so droll? Look, he has endorsed it with a formula. Look, look, let us copy. Why, this is marvellous. It takes us even beyond his great speech of tonight. Oh, the implications of it! Oh, the implications!" they said as they copied it off, and the implications rang in their heads like bells of the future. Now it had suddenly become very late, and the elated little man, with the gold and gem trophy under one arm and the packet of banknotes in his pocket, disappeared as by magic. Professor Aloys Foulcault Oeg was not seen again, or if seen, he was not known, for hardly any one would have known his face. In fact, when he had painfully released the bonds by which he had been tied in the little room behind the cloakroom, and removed the shackles from his ankles, he did not pause at all, but slipped into his greatcoat and ran out into the night. Not for many blocks did he even remove the gag from his mouth, not realizing in his confusion what it was that obstructed his speech and breathing. But when he got it out, it was a pleasant relief. A kind gentleman took him in hand, the second to do so that night. He was bundled into a kind of taxi and driven to a mysterious quarter called Wreckville, and deep inside a secret building he was given a bath and a bowl of hot soup, and later he gathered with others at a festive board. Here Willie McGilly was king. As he worked his way into his cups with the gold trophy in front of him, he expounded and elucidated. "I was wonderful. I held them in the palm of my hand. Was I not wonderful, Oeg?" I could not hear all, for I was on the floor of the little room, but from what I could hear, yes, you were wonderful. Only once in my life did I give a better speech. It was the same speech, but it was newer then. This was in Little Dogie, New Mexico, and I was selling a snake oil derivative whose secret I still cannot reveal. But I was good tonight, and some of them cried. And now what will you do, Oeg? Do you know what we are? "Moshenokov." "Why, so we are." "Schwindlern." The very word. Low life conman, and the world you live in is not the one you were born on. I will join you if I may. Oeg, you have a talent for going to the core of the apple. For when a man, however unlikely a man, shows real talent, then the Wreckville bunch has to recruit him. They cannot have uncontrolled talent running loose in the commonality of mankind. End of Alois by R.A. Lafferty.
Am I Still There? By James R. Hall. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clayton Whittle. Am I Still There? By James R. Hall. Lee slid off the examining table and began buttoning his shirt. He had had a medical examination every 6 months of his adult life, and it always seemed strange to him that, despite the banks of machines the doctors had which could practically map a man from a single cell outward, each examination entailed the cold end of a stethoscope against his chest. He tucked his shirt into his pants and turned to the examining doctor, who was writing on a chart. "Well?" Lee asked him. "Sound as a dollar," replied the doctor. "Of course, Dr. Floatman and Dr. Roberts might turn up something on their electronic monsters, but I see no reason why we can't go ahead on schedule." Lee felt relieved. Even while being examined by technicians, MDs, and biologists, he had been conscious of the 100 of little dull pains which had nibbled like mice in every corner of his brain. Sometimes he felt like a piece of his brain was being completely smothered, a horrible sensation of having a part of his head severed from him. This would go away, but would appear again in a different area, usually in about 15 to 30 minutes. Well, the doctor said he was fit for surgery. That would end this nagging pain, just as it always had in the past. "If you're ready now?" Lee became aware that the doctor was speaking to him. "Oh," Lee said. He had no idea what the doctor was talking about. "I'm sorry. I guess I didn't hear what you said." The doctor smiled tolerantly. "I said you can see Dr. Letzmiller this afternoon to get the final okay." "Letzmiller? Who's he? I thought you said I was ready to go." Lee knew he sounded a little petulant, but he was tired from all these examinations, and besides, his head hurt. The doctor, Gorse, Lee thought his name was rather young, but seemed used to this kind of thing. He turned on his tolerant smile again. "Dr. Letzmiller is chief of the familiarization and post-operative adjustment section. He can explain himself better when you see him." "Is he the last one?" Lee asked. He was already following Dr. Gorse out the door and down a corridor. Dr. Gorse stopped before a door marked Dr. C. L. Letzmiller and opened it. "The last one. You take these." He handed Lee a thick manila folder. "And tell the girl Dr. Gorse sent you for your interview." He waited until Lee entered, then closed the door and left. Evidently, Dr. Letzmiller had been expecting him, for very shortly Lee found himself sitting at the doctor's desk, comfortably seated in a brown leather armchair. He was facing a rather pudgy man, who was leafing through the manila folder Lee had given him. Finally, Dr. Letzmiller looked up. "Well now, Mr. Lee, suppose you tell me about yourself, and then I'll tell you about me." "Tell you about me?" Lee asked. Dr. Letzmiller smiled. It was another tolerant smile, but it seemed more sincere than Dr. Gorse's. "I suppose the best way would be for me to review these facts on your medical history. You are Vincent Bonnard Lee?" "Yes, sir." "Date of birth?" "August 11th, 1934. "That would make you 409 years old." Lee hesitated. He never really thought of his age. It had long ago ceased to be of any importance to him. Of course, he remembered his birth date. It was one of those facts that always appear on your records, like your social security number. He did some calculation in his head, as rapidly as the constantly shifting blank spots in his thinking would allow him. Yes, sir. It shows here that you first underwent replacive surgery in 1991, correct? Yes. Remember what it was for? Yes, I had a little heart trouble. They fixed me up with one of those big jobs requiring me carrying batteries under my armpit. One of those early models. And this shows that at various times since then you've undergone replacive surgery some 87 times, including 3 replacements of a pulmonary nature. Again, Lee hesitated. The number of times he had had a worn organ or tissue repaired or replaced was more than a little hazy. After the novelty of the first few times when he found himself with a new stomach or liver or muscle, he had started to take these things as a matter of course. He gave a nervous little laugh. If the paper says so, I suppose so, Doctor. Yes. Well, everything seems to be functioning properly now, doesn't it? With the exception of your head, of course. Yes, I feel fine otherwise. Lee was feeling quite uncomfortable. Doctor, could you tell me what this is all about? I've answered all these questions half a dozen times before to those other people. In just a moment. First, I need to know you a little better. Your medical history lists your occupation as cabinet maker. That's right. Lee was becoming more and more uncomfortable. The extensive examinations had tired him, and repetition of the answers to all these questions was making him edgy. Doctor, can you at least tell me what type of operation I'm going to have? What do you think it will be? I don't know. Some sort of repair on my head, I guess. Mr. Lee, this isn't going to be a matter of repair. We have found it necessary to replace the entirety of what could roughly be called your brain, as well as part of the spinal cord. My whole brain? Lee sat, stunned, comprehension slowly filtering into him. He voiced the only coherent thought which materialized. Why, that will mean there won't be anything left of me at all. Dr. Letzmiller regarded him. What do you mean? Doc, you've got my records right there. At one time or another since they first put a new heart in me, every single inch of me has been replaced by an artificial part. I mean, all of me. There's not one bit of me, heart, eyes, toenails, nothing, that's me. That bothered me quite a bit when this left eye was put in. I thought, well, this isn't me. This is my brain walking around in a jumble of artificial flesh. I tell you it bothered me. But when I went to a doctor, a psychoanalyst, and he convinced me that as long as I had what he called a sense of identity, that I was me. Lee stopped. How could he explain it? Dr. Letzmiller seemed to understand. And you think that your brain is all that's left of you? Doc, it's a funny feeling. Like this. Lee raised his hands, brought them together, and touched his fingertips. See that? I can raise those hands. I can make them touch each other. I can feel them touching each other. But it's not quite right. It's just a little bit off key, like one trumpet player out of 20 being about 1/16th of a note flat. You know what I mean? I think I do, said Dr. Letzmiller, nodding slowly. Now, just what does that have to do with your operation? Doctor... Lee had stopped, for the patchwork quilt of blank spaces was dancing in his head. The helplessness went away, slowly, like smoke drifting from a fire. As his mind cleared, he realized that he didn't know why he was being interviewed by this doctor. Anything wrong? Dr. Letzmiller asked. Lee knew he wasn't being too coherent, jumping about with the conversation this way, but he asked the question anyway. Doc, why am I seeing you? You haven't guessed? No. The doctor paused to light a half-gone cigar. My job here at Merkin's Replacive is to deal with just such fears as you have expressed. I'm an MD and a psychologist. and, Letzmiller smiled to himself, a kind of historian. Historian? Well, you see, I was supposed to give you the regular formal lecture on the history of replacive surgery when you first came in. Like to hear it? Lee nodded, so Letzmiller continued. Replacive surgery is actually quite old. Old as medicine itself, I suppose. Very early attempts at dentures were tried, though with very little success. And of course, peg legs and hooks for persons who had lost their hands might be called replacive surgery, though they were very crude. Later on came more refined dentures, artificial limbs, corrective lenses, skull plates, hearing aids, plastic or cosmetic surgery, blood transfusions, and all types of skin grafts, etc. The 1950s saw the beginning of bone and corneal transplants, use of plastic in arteries, those huge heart, lung, and kidney machines, implantation of electrodes in the heart to steady its beat. Many things which were mostly emergency or stopgap measures. All through the late 1900s, refinements continued to be made, but it wasn't until 1988 that the fathers of replacive surgery, Dr. Mills, Levinson, and McCarty, made the breakthrough that revolutionized the whole concept. In very simplified language, they unlocked the key to producing specialized living tissue through a bombardment of extremely complex carbon compound with amino acids and electricity, then making it selective in function by fantastically intricate application of radiation. That pulmonary replacement you received in 1991 was undoubtedly one of the first successes. You were quite lucky, you know. Up until 2017, only about 5% of their synthesized hearts lasted more than 30 days. At any rate, the principle was established and it was proven that it could work. Most of our work from then till a few years ago has been in improving and refining the work those three good doctors did over 300 years ago. Letzmiller's cigar had gone out, and he discarded it in favor of a cigarette. That would be the end of my history lecture, if it were not for the nature of your trouble. Lee looked at him closely. Why is that? Well, Mr. Lee, the big thing missing in that summation is the seemingly impossible task of synthesizing nerve tissue, especially that of the cerebral cortex. It's been approximated, at any rate closely enough to give us good enough results to allow an artificial tissue to respond to brain signals about 98% as well as the original would. But actual duplication? No. At least, not until about 3 years ago. To tell you the truth, it's barely out of the experimental stage. Experimental? Yes. This will be the first complete replacement of a human brain. Oh, of course it has been done with animals, and it has been successful with partial replacements on humans, but you will have the honor of being the first human with a complete substitution. Lee could not contain himself. Doc, that's just it. There won't be a single atom of me except for what you fellows have conjured up. Letzmiller broke in mildly. I think conjured is hardly the proper word, Mr. Lee. Well, of course, I didn't mean that. But don't you see what I'm driving at? You could just as well start from scratch and duplicate me without bothering about going about it all piecemeal. And what does that make me? The doctor had been looking at Lee intently, studying him through this outburst. I think I see what you mean, and I can't answer you. The question you raise may be philosophical or metaphysical, but it certainly isn't medical. And from a doctor's point of view, complete substitution is the only course open, risky as it may seem. Lee mulled this over. Of course he knew surgery was the only solution to his decaying mentality. Actually, the only alternative to his becoming a virtual idiot, and, shortly after that, dead. He did not want to die. He had lived a long time, but thanks to the methods of Letzmiller, Gorse, and all their predecessors, he was as full of juice as he had been at 35. But the question that kept plaguing him Letzmiller seemed determined to avoid. He didn't understand very much about replacive surgery. Really didn't care to. If Letzmiller said it could work, then he wasn't worried about that. Well, he guessed he really didn't have much of a choice. With this realization, He had only one more question for Letzmiller. "Doc, if I'm not me when this is over, do you think I'll know it?" Letzmiller looked at Lee's troubled face. "Do you think you would want to?" Lee answered slowly. No, I guess not." Letzmiller rose from his chair. "I'll talk to you again after the operation. Do you think you're ready to go to your room now?" Lee nodded and obediently followed the doctor. Lee was asleep when the nurse came in, but with the efficiency of all good nurses since time immemorial, she woke him to give him the sedative to prepare him for surgery. She chattered brightly as she prepared the hypodermic. You have all the nurses speculating, Mr. Lee. I mean, we're wondering just what Dr. Lakin, he's the anesthesiologist, is going to use for you when you won't have any brain for the anesthesia to work on." She stopped, the needle poised above Lee's arm, realizing the inaptness of her remark. "Oh, I shouldn't have said that." "No, it's all right," said Lee. "I've already reconciled myself to being the headless horseman for a while." He had, too, although it was wonderfully strange to think of himself lying on the operating table with a cavity where he right now thought, felt, knew that he was a person. Lee didn't actually lie on the table in the literal sense. The table was inclined to about 45 degrees, with his head exposed and supported by a clamp on the cheek and jawbones. This arrangement was necessary to allow the waiting machinery access to the area where it would perform. Physicians, surgeons, biologists, and the like were gathered in the amphitheater to see a bit of medical history. Actually, there wasn't much to see. A team of technicians, radiologists, and surgeons were working around Lee. Some were attaching electrodes to part of Lee's body to maintain the electrical impulses necessary to keep his vital processes in motion while the main switchboard was out of commission. Others were sensitizing the exposed brain, from which the skull had already been removed, to guide the delicate fingers of the huge, automatic operating, recording, and calculating complex through its precisely programmed steps. Letzmiller was among those in the amphitheater, as a spectator, drawn both by professional curiosity and the desire to know the answer to Lee's question, "Doc, what will there be left of me?" Of course, he couldn't find out even part of the answer for some weeks. Even the ORC complex, now being lifted to Lee's unconscious brain, adjusted and activated, would not finish its job for something like 32 hours. The synthesizer would reconvert the data, translate it into countless chemical and electrical formula, and apply it to the raw materials of carbons, amino acids, and proteins and other components. When the basic organ had been reconstructed, a process requiring another week and a half in the synthesizer, it would be grafted back. The nerve lead-ins would be reconnected, one by one, spaced at intervals to avoid shock. Lee would be unconscious the whole time, of course. Or rather, Lee would be unconscious part of the time. Most of the time, he wouldn't have the capacity for either consciousness or the lack of it. Dr. Letzmiller observed the huge ORC complex for a time, but there wasn't anything to see. It simply sat over Lee doing its job. Unwanted, the thought came to Letzmiller that the machine looked like a frog with a long worm dangling from its mouth. Lee was the worm. "You can talk to him now, Doctor." Oldenreid, surgeon in charge, addressed Letzmiller outside Lee's room, where he had just finished his examination. "Personally, I think things went exactly as they should. All physical and mental responses check out. I guess here's where I'm finished, and you go to work." Lee was sitting in a bed as Letzmiller entered. He looked just like he had in Letzmiller's office before the operation, except for the small white bandages around his head to protect his healing skull. "Well," the doctor said, "how do you feel? Your head hurt?" Letzmiller checked at Oldenreid's office and was admitted to give his report, as had been planned. "Well?" asked Oldenreid. Letzmiller lit the end of his cigar before answering. I wholly agree with you. Everything seems to have worked out exactly according to plan. I found him essentially the same as he had appeared to me during his preoperative interview. Of course, he's a little foggy yet, but I suppose that's just the post-operative shock. Yes, that will clear up in a few days. He seems alert, responsive, full memory. I don't think there will be any difficult with my part of his post-operative treatment, except, Doctor, have you ever listened to a group of violins and sensed, just sensed, not actually heard, that one of them seemed about a quarter of a note flat? Oldenreid looked at him strangely as Letzmiller left the office and closed the door. Am I Still There? By James R. Hall. Recording by Clayton Whittle.
The Big Trip Up Yonder by Kurt Vonnegut, Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Big Trip Up Yonder by Kurt Vonnegut, Jr. Read by Nathaniel O'Coin. If it was good enough for your grandfather, forget it. It is much too good for anyone else. Gramps Ford, his chin resting on his hands on the crook of his cane, was staring irascibly at the 5-foot television screen that dominated the room. On the screen, a news commentator was summarizing the day's happenings. Every 30 seconds or so, Gramps would jab the floor with his cane tip and shout, "Hell, we did that 100 years ago." Emerald and Lou, coming in from the balcony where they had been seeking that 2185 AD rarity, privacy, were obliged to take seats in the back row, behind Lou's father and mother, brother and sister-in-law, son and daughter-in-law, grandson and wife, granddaughter and husband, great-grandson and wife, nephew and wife, grandnephew and wife, great-grandniece and husband, great-grandnephew and wife, and, of course, Gramps, who was in front of everybody. All save Gramps, who was somewhat withered and bent, seemed, by pre-anti-gerasone standards, to be about the same age, somewhere in their late 20s or early 30s. Gramps looked older because he had already reached 70 when anti-gerasone was invented. He had not aged in the 102 years since. Meanwhile, the commentator was saying, Council Bluffs, Iowa was still threatened by stark tragedy, but 200 weary rescue workers had refused to give up hope and continued to dig in an effort to save Elbert Hagedorn, 183, who has been wedged for 2 days in a... I wish he'd get something more cheerful, Emerald whispered to Lou. Silence, cried Gramps. Next one shoots off his big bazoo while the TV's on, gonna find himself cut off without $1. His voice suddenly softened and sweetened when they waved that checkered flag at the Indianapolis Speedway, and old Gramps gets ready for the big trip up yonder. He sniffed sentimentally while his heirs concentrated desperately on not making the slightest sound. For them, the poignancy of the prospective big trip had been dulled somewhat, through having been mentioned by Gramps about once a day for 50 years. Dr. Brainerd Keyes Bullard, continued the commentator, president of Wyandotte College, said in an address tonight that most of the world's ills can be traced to the fact that man's knowledge of himself has not kept pace with his knowledge of the physical world. Hell, snorted Gramps. We said that 100 years ago. In Chicago tonight, the commentator went on, a special celebration is taking place in the Chicago Lying-In Hospital. The guest of honor is Lowell W. Hitz, age 0. Hitz, born this morning, is the 25 millionth child to be born in the hospital. The commentator faded and was replaced on the screen by young Hitz, who squalled furiously. Hell, whispered Lou to Emerald. We said that 100 years ago. I heard that, shouted Gramps. He snapped off the television set, and his petrified descendants stared silently at the screen. You there, boy. I didn't mean anything by it, sir, said Lou, age 103. Get me my will. You know where it is. You kids all know where it is. Fetch, boy. Gramps snapped his gnarled fingers sharply. Lou nodded dully. and found himself going down the hall, picking his way over bedding to Gramps' room, the only private room in the Ford apartment. The other rooms were the bathroom, the living room, and the wide windowless hallway, which was originally intended to serve as a dining area, and which had a kitchenette in one end. 6 mattresses and 4 sleeping bags were dispersed in the hallway and living room, and the daybed in the living room accommodated the 11th couple, the favorites of the moment. On Gramps' bureau was his will, smeared, dog-eared, perforated, and blotched with hundreds of additions, deletions, accusations, conditions, warnings, advice, and homely philosophy. The document was, Lou reflected, a 50-year diary, all jammed into 2 sheets, a garbled, illegible log of day after day of strife. This day Lou would be disinherited for the 11th time, and it would take him perhaps 6 months of impeccable behavior to regain the promise of a share in the estate, to say nothing of the daybed in the living room for Em and himself. "Boy," called Gramps. "Coming, sir." Lou hurried back into the living room and handed Gramps the will. "Pen," said Gramps. He was instantly offered 11 pens, 1 from each couple. "Not that leaky thing," he said, brushing Lou's pen aside. "Ah, there's a nice one. Good boy, Willie." He accepted Willie's pen. That was the tip they had all been waiting for. Willie, then, Lou's father, was the new favorite. Willie, who looked almost as young as Lou, though he was 142, did a poor job of concealing his pleasure. He glanced shyly at the daybed, which would become his, and from which Lou and Emerald would have to move back into the hall, back to the worst spot of all by the bathroom door. Gramps missed none of the high drama he had authored, and he gave his own familiar role everything he had. Frowning and running his finger along each line as though he were seeing the will for the first time, he read aloud in a deep, portentous monotone, like a bass note on a cathedral organ. "I, Harold D. Ford, residing in Building 257 of Walden Village, New York City, Connecticut, do hereby make, publish, and declare this to be my last will and testament, revoking any and all former wills and codicils by me at any time heretofore made." He blew his nose importantly and went on, not missing a word, and repeating many for emphasis, repeating in particular his ever more elaborate specifications for a funeral. At the end of these specifications, Gramps was so choked with emotion that Lou thought he might have forgotten why he'd brought out the will in the first place. But Gramps heroically brought his powerful emotions under control, and after erasing for a full minute, began to write and speak at the same time. Lou could have spoken his lines for him. He had heard them so often. "I have had many heartbreaks ere leaving this vale of tears for a better land," Gramps said and wrote. "But the deepest hurt of all has been dealt me by—" He looked around the group, trying to remember who the malefactor was. Everyone looked helpfully at Lou, who held up his hand resignedly. Gramps nodded, remembering, and completed the sentence, "My great-grandson, Louis J. Ford." "Grandson, sir," said Lou. "Don't quibble. You're in deep enough now, young man," said Gramps, but he made the change, and from there he went without a misstep through the phrasing of the disinheritance, causes for which were disrespectfulness and quibbling. In the paragraph following, the paragraph that had belonged to everyone in the room at one time or another, Lou's name was scratched out and Willie substituted as heir to the apartment and the biggest plum of all, the double bed in the private bedroom. "So," said Gramps, beaming. He erased the date at the foot of the will and substituted a new one, including the time of day. "Well, time to watch the McGarvey Family." The McGarvey Family was a television serial that Gramps had been following since he was 60, or for a total of 112 years. "I can't wait to see what's going to happen next," he said. Lou detached himself from the group and lay down on his bed of pain by the bathroom door. Wishing Em would join him, he wondered where she was. He dozed for a few moments until he was disturbed by someone stepping over him to get into the bathroom. A moment later, he heard a faint gurgling sound, as though something were being poured down the wash-basin drain. Suddenly, it entered his mind that Em had cracked up, that she was in there doing something drastic about Gramps. "Em?" he whispered through the panel. There was no reply, and Lou pressed against the door. The worn lock, whose bolt barely engaged its socket, held for a second, then let the door swing inward. "Morty!" gasped Lou. Lou's great-grandnephew, Mortimer, who had just married and brought his wife home to the Ford ménage, looked at Lou with consternation and surprise. Morty kicked the door shut, but not before Lou had glimpsed what was in his hand, Gramps' enormous economy-sized bottle of anti-gerasone, which had apparently been half emptied, and which Morty was refilling with tap water. A moment later, Morty came out, glared defiantly at Lou, and brushed past him wordlessly to rejoin his pretty bride. Shocked, Lou didn't know what to do. He couldn't let Gramps take the mouse-trapped anti-gerasone, but if he warned Gramps about it, Gramps would certainly make life in the apartment, which was merely insufferable now, harrowing. Lou glanced into the living room and saw that the Fords, Emerald among them, were momentarily at rest, relishing the botches that the McGarveys had made of their lives. Stealthily, he went into the bathroom, locked the door as well as he could, and began to pour the contents of Gramps' bottle down the drain. He was going to refill it with full-strength anti-gerasone from the 22 smaller bottles on the shelf. The bottle contained a half-gallon, and its neck was small, so it seemed to Lou that the emptying would take forever, and the almost imperceptible smell of anti-gerasone, like Worcester sauce, now seemed to Lou, in his nervousness, to be pouring out into the rest of the apartment, through the keyhole and under the door. The bottle gurgled monotonously. Suddenly, up came the sound of music from the living room, and there were murmurs and the scraping of chair legs on the floor. "Thus ends," said the television announcer, "the 29,121st chapter in the life of your neighbors and mine, the McGarveys." Footsteps were coming down the hall. There was a knock on the bathroom door. "Just a sec," Louis cheerily called out. Desperately, he shook the big bottle, trying to speed up the flow. His palms slipped on the wet glass, and the heavy bottle smashed on the tile floor. The door was pushed open, and Gramps, dumbfounded, stared at the incriminating mess. Lou felt a hideous prickling sensation on his scalp and the back of his neck. He grinned engagingly through his nausea, and, for want of anything remotely resembling a thought, waited for Gramps to speak. "Well, boy," said Gramps at last, "looks like you've got a little tidying up to do." And that was all he said. He turned around, elbowed his way through the crowd, and locked himself in his bedroom. The Fords contemplated Lou in incredulous silence a moment longer, and then hurried back to the living room as though some of his horrible guilt would taint them too if they looked too long. Morty stayed behind long enough to give Lou a quizzical, annoyed glance. Then he also went into the living room, leaving only Emerald standing in the doorway. Tears streamed over her cheeks. "Oh, you poor lamb. Please don't look so awful. It was my fault. I put you up to this with my nagging about Gramps." "No," said Lou, finding his voice. "Really, you didn't. Honest, Em, I was just... You don't have to explain anything to me, hon. I'm on your side no matter what." She kissed him on one cheek and whispered in his ear, "It wouldn't have been murder, hon. It wouldn't have killed him. It wasn't such a terrible thing to do. It just would have fixed him up so he'd be able to go any time God decided he wanted him." "What's going to happen next, Em?" said Lou hollowly. "What's he going to do?" Lou and Emerald stayed fearfully awake almost all night, waiting to see what Gramps was going to do. But not a sound came from the sacred bedroom. 2 hours before dawn, they finally dropped off to sleep. At 6 o'clock, they arose again, for it was time for their generation to eat breakfast in the kitchenette. No one spoke to them. They had 20 minutes in which to eat, but their reflexes were so dulled by the bad night that they had hardly swallowed 2 mouthfuls of egg-type processed seaweed before it was time to surrender their places to their son's generation. Then, as was the custom for whoever had been most recently disinherited, they began preparing Gramps' breakfast, which would presently be served to him in bed on a tray. They tried to be cheerful about it. The toughest part of the job was having to handle the honest-to-God eggs and bacon and oleomargarine on which Gramps spent so much of the income from his fortune. "Well," said Emerald, "I'm not going to get all panicky until I'm sure there's something to be panicky about. Maybe he doesn't know what it was I busted," Lou said hopefully. "Probably thinks it was your watch crystal," offered Eddie, their son, who was toying apathetically with his buckwheat-type processed sawdust cakes. "Don't get sarcastic with your father," said Em, "and don't talk with your mouth full either." "I'd like to see anybody take a mouthful of this stuff and not say something," complained Eddie, who was 73. He glanced at the clock. "It's time to take Gramps his breakfast, you know." "Yeah, it is, isn't it?" said Lou weakly. He shrugged. "Let's have the tray, Em. We'll both go." Walking slowly, smiling bravely, they found a large semicircle of long-faced Fords standing around the bedroom door. Em knocked. "Gramps," she called brightly, "breakfast is ready." There was no reply, and she knocked again harder. The door swung open before her fist. In the middle of the room, the soft, deep, wide, canopied bed, the symbol of the sweet by and by to every Ford, was empty. A sense of death, as unfamiliar to the Fords as Zoroastrianism or the causes of the Sepoy Mutiny, stilled every voice, slowed every heart. Awed, the heirs began to search gingerly, under the furniture and behind the drapes, for all that was mortal of Gramps, father of the clan. But Gramps had left not his earthly husk, but a note, which Lou finally found on the dresser, which was a treasured souvenir from the World's Fair of 2000. Unsteadily, Lou read it aloud. "Somebody who I have sheltered and protected and taught the best I know how all these years last night turned on me like a mad dog and diluted my anti-gerasone, or tried to. I am no longer a young man. I can no longer bear the crushing burden of life as I once could. So, after last night's bitter experience, I say goodbye. The cares of this world will soon drop away like a cloak of thorns, and I shall know peace. By the time you find this, I will be gone." "Gosh," said Willie brokenly. "He didn't even get to see how the 5,000-mile speedway race was going to come out." "Or the Solar Series," Eddie said, with large mournful eyes. "Or whether Mrs. McGarvey got her eyesight back," added Morty. "There's more," said Lou, and he began reading aloud again. "I, Harold E. Ford, etc., do hereby make, publish, and declare this to be my last will and testament, revoking any and all former wills and codicils by me at any time heretofore made." "No!" cried Willie. "Not another one!" "I do stipulate," read Lou, "that all of my property, of whatsoever kind and nature, not be divided, but do devise and bequeath it, to be held in common by my issue, without regard for generation, equally, share and share alike." "Issue?" said Emerald. Lou included the multitude in a sweep of his hand. "It means we all own the whole damn shootin' match." Each eye turned instantly to the bed. "Share and share alike?" asked Morty. "Actually," said Willie, who was the oldest one present, "it's just like the old system, where the oldest people head up things with their headquarters in here, and—" "I like that!" exclaimed Em. "Lou owns as much of it as you do, and I say it ought to be for the oldest one who's still working. You can snooze around here all day waiting for your pension check, while poor Lou stumbles in here after work all tuckered out and—" "How about letting somebody who's never had any privacy get a little crack at it?" Eddie demanded hotly. "Hell, you old people had plenty of privacy back when you were kids. I was born and raised in the middle of that goddamn barracks in the hall. How about—" "Yeah?" challenged Morty. "Sure, you've all had it pretty tough, and my heart bleeds for you, but try honeymooning in the hall for a real kick." "Silence!" shouted Willie imperiously. "The next person who opens his mouth spends the next 6 months by the bathroom. Now clear out of my room, I want to think." A vase shattered against the wall, inches above his head. In the next moment, a free-for-all was underway, with each couple battling to eject every other couple from the room. Fighting coalitions formed and dissolved with the lightning changes of the tactical situation. Em and Lou were thrown into the hall, where they organized others in the same situation and stormed back into the room. After 2 hours of struggle, with nothing like a decision in sight, the cops broke in, followed by television cameramen from mobile units. For the next half hour, patrol wagons and ambulances hauled away Fords, and then the apartment was still and spacious. An hour later, films of the last stages of the riot were being televised to 500 million delighted viewers on the eastern seaboard. In the stillness of the 3-room Ford apartment on the 76th floor of Building 257, the television set had been left on. Once more the air was filled with the cries and grunts and crashes of the fray, coming harmlessly now from the loudspeaker. The battle also appeared on the screen of the television set in the police station, where the Fords and their captors watched with professional interest. Em and Lou, in adjacent 4x8 cells, were stretched out peacefully on their cots. "Em," called Lou through the partition, "you got a wash basin all your own, too?" "Sure, wash basin, bed, light, the works. And we thought Gramps' room was something. How long has this been going on?" She held out her hand. "For the first time in 40 years, hon, I haven't got the shakes. Look at me." "Cross your fingers," said Lou. "The lawyer's going to try to get us a year." "Gee," Emily said dreamily. "I wonder what kind of wires you'd have to pull to get put away in solitary." "All right, pipe down," said the turnkey, "or I'll toss the whole kit and caboodle of you right out. And first one who lets on to anybody outside how good jail is ain't never getting back in." The prisoners instantly fell silent. The living room of the apartment darkened for a moment as the riot scenes faded on the television screen, and then the face of the announcer appeared, like the sun coming from behind a cloud. "And now, friends," he said, "I have a special message from the makers of anti-gerasone. A message for all you folks over 150. Are you hampered socially by wrinkles, by stiffness of joints and discoloration or loss of hair, all because these things came upon you before anti-gerasone was developed? Well, if you are, you need no longer suffer, need no longer feel different and out of things. After years of research, medical science has now developed a super anti-gerasone. In weeks, yes, weeks, you can look, feel, and act as young as your great-great-grandchildren. Wouldn't you pay $5,000 to be indistinguishable from everybody else? Well, you don't have to. Safe, tested, super anti-gerasone costs you only a few dollars a day. Right now, for your free trial carton, just put your name and address on a $1 postcard and mail it to Super, Box 500,000, Schenectady, New York. Have you got that? I'll repeat it. Super, Box 500,000. Underlining the announcer's words was the scratching of Gramps' pen, the one Willie had given him the night before. He had come in a few minutes earlier from the Idle Hour Tavern, which commanded a view of Building 257 from across the square of asphalt known as the Alden Village Green. He had called a cleaning woman to come straighten the place up, then had hired the best lawyer in town to get his descendants a conviction, a genius who had never gotten a client less than a year and a day. Gramps had then moved the daybed before the television screen so that he could watch from a reclining position. It was something he'd dreamed of doing for years. Schenectady. Got it. His face had changed remarkably. His facial muscles seemed to have relaxed, revealing kindness and equanimity under what had been taut lines of bad temper. It was almost as though his trial package of super anti-gerasone had already arrived. When something amused him on television, he smiled easily, rather than barely managing to lengthen the thin line of his mouth a millimeter. Life was good. He could hardly wait to see what was going to happen next. The Big Trip Up Yonder by Kurt Vonnegut, Jr. Read by Nathaniel O'Coin.
Coming Attraction by Fritz Leiber. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Addison. Coming Attraction by Fritz Leiber. Women will always go on trying to attract men, even when the future seems to have no future. The coupe with the fishhooks welded to the fender shouldered up over the curb like the nose of a nightmare. The girl in its path stood frozen, her face probably stiff with fright under her mask. For once my reflexes weren't shy. I took a fast step toward her, grabbed her elbow, yanked her back. Her black skirt swirled out. The big coupe shot by, its turbine humming. I glimpsed three faces. Something ripped. I felt the hot exhaust on my ankles as the big coupe swerved back into the street. A thick cloud like a black flower blossomed from its jouncing rear end, while from the fishhooks flew a black shimmering rag. "Did they get you?" I asked the girl. She had twisted around to look where the side of her skirt was torn away. She was wearing nylon tights. "The hooks didn't touch me," she said shakily. "I guess I'm lucky." I heard voices around us. "Those kids! What'll they think up next? They're a menace. They ought to be arrested." Sirens screamed at a rising pitch as two motor police, their rocket assist jets full on, came whizzing towards us after the coupe. But the black flower had become a thick fog, obscuring the whole street. The motor police switched from rocket assists to rocket brakes and swerved to a stop near the smoke cloud. "Are you English?" the girl asked me. "You have an English accent." Her voice came shudderingly from behind the sleek black satin mask. I fancied her teeth must be chattering. Eyes that were perhaps blue searched my face from behind the black gauze covering the eyeholes of the mask. I told her she'd guessed right. She stood close to me. "Will you come to my place tonight?" she asked rapidly. "I can't thank you now, and there's something you can help me about." My arm, still lightly circling her waist, felt her body trembling. I was answering the plea in that as much as in her voice when I said certainly. She gave me an address south of Inferno, an apartment number and a time. She asked me my name, and I told her. "Hey, you!" I turned obediently to the policeman's shout. He shooed away the small clucking crowd of masked women and barefaced men. Coughing from the smoke that the black coupe had thrown out, he asked for my papers. I handed him the essential ones. He looked at them and then at me. "British Barter? How long will you be in New York?" Suppressing the urge to say, "for as short a time as possible," I told him I'd be here for a week or so. "May need you as a witness," he explained. "Those kids can't use smoke on us. When they do that, we pull them in." He seemed to think the smoke was the bad thing. "They tried to kill the lady," I pointed out. He shook his head wisely. "They always pretend they're going to, but actually they just want to snag skirts. I've picked up rippers with as many as 50 skirts snagged, tacked up in their rooms. Of course, sometimes they come a little too close." I explained that if I hadn't yanked her out of the way, she'd have been hit by more than hooks. But he interrupted. "If she'd thought it was a real murder attempt, she'd have stayed here." I looked around. It was true, she was gone. "She was fearfully frightened," I told him. "Who wouldn't be? Those kids would have scared old Stalin himself." "I mean frightened of more than kids. They didn't look like kids." "What did they look like?" I tried without much success to describe the three faces. A vague impression of viciousness and effeminacy doesn't mean much. "Well, I could be wrong," he said finally. "Do you know the girl, where she lives?" "No," I half lied. The other policeman hung up his radiophone and ambled towards us, kicking at the tendrils of dissipating smoke. The black cloud no longer hid the dingy facades with their 5-year-old radiation flashburns, and I could begin to make out the distant stump of the Empire State Building, thrusting up out of inferno like a mangled finger. "They haven't been picked up so far," the approaching policeman grumbled. "Left smoke for 5 blocks from what Ryan says." The first policeman shook his head. "That's bad," he observed solemnly. I was feeling a bit uneasy and ashamed. An Englishman shouldn't lie, at least not on impulse. "They sound like nasty customers," the first policeman continued in the same grim tone. "We'll need witnesses. Looks as if you may have to stay in New York longer than you expect." I got the point. I said, "I forgot to show you all my papers," and handed him a few others, making sure there was a $5 bill in among them. When he handed them back a bit later, his voice was no longer ominous. My feelings of guilt vanished. To cement our relationship, I chatted with the two of them about their job. "I suppose the masks give you some trouble?" I observed. "Over in England we've been reading about your new crop of masked female bandits." "Those things get exaggerated," the first policeman assured me. "It's the men masking as women that really mix us up. But, brother, when we nab them we jump on them with both feet." "And you get so you can spot women almost as well as if they had naked faces," the second policeman volunteered. "You know, hands and all that." "Especially all that," the first agreed with a chuckle. "Say, is it true that some girls don't mask over in England?" "A number of them have picked up the fashion," I told him. "Only a few, though. The ones who always adopt the latest style, however extreme." "They're usually masked in the British newscasts." "I imagine it's arranged that way out of deference to American taste," I confessed. "Actually, not very many do mask." The second policeman considered that. "Girls going down the street bare from the neck up." It was not clear whether he viewed the prospect with relish or moral distaste. Likely both. "A few members keep trying to persuade Parliament to enact a law forbidding all masking," I continued, talking perhaps a bit too much. The second policeman shook his head. "What an idea! You know, masks are a pretty good thing, brother. Couple of years more and I'm going to make my wife wear hers around the house." The first policeman shrugged. "If women were to stop wearing masks in 6 weeks you wouldn't know the difference. You get used to anything if enough people do or don't do it." I agreed, rather regretfully, and left them. I turned north on Broadway, old 10th Avenue, I believe, and walked rapidly until I was beyond Inferno. Passing such an area of undecontaminated radioactivity always makes a person queasy. I thanked God there weren't any such in England as yet. The street was almost empty, though I was accosted by a couple of beggars with faces tunneled by H-bomb scars. Whether real or of make-up putty, I couldn't tell. A fat woman held out a baby with webbed fingers and toes. I told myself it would have been deformed anyway, and that she was only capitalizing on our fear of bomb-induced mutations. Still, I gave her a 7.5-cent piece. Her mask made me feel I was paying tribute to an African fetish. May all your children be blessed with one head and two eyes, sir." "Thanks," I said, shuddering, and hurried past her. "There's only trash behind the mask, so turn your head, stick to your task. Stay away from the girls." This last was the end of an anti-sex song being sung by some religionists half a block from the circle and cross insignia of a femalist temple. They reminded me only faintly of our small tribe of British monastics. Above their heads was a jumble of billboards advertising predigested foods, wrestling instruction, radio handies, and the like. I stared at the hysterical slogans with disagreeable fascination. Since the female face and form have been banned on American signs, the very letters of the advertisers' alphabet have begun to crawl with sex. The fat-bellied, big-breasted capital B, the lascivious double O. However, I reminded myself, it is chiefly the mask that so strangely accents sex in America. A British anthropologist has pointed out that, while it took more than 5,000 years to shift the chief point of sexual interest from the hips to the breasts, the next transition to the face has taken less than 50 years. Comparing the American style with Muslim tradition is not valid. Muslim women are compelled to wear veils, the purpose of which is concealment, while American women have only the compulsion of fashion and use masks to create mystery. Theory aside, the actual origins of the trend are to be found in the anti-radiation clothing of World War III, which led to masked wrestling, now a fantastically popular sport, and that, in turn, led to the current female fashion. Only a wild style at first, masks quickly became as necessary as brassieres and lipsticks had been earlier in the century. I finally realized that I was not speculating about masks in general, but about what lay behind one in particular. That's the devil of the things. You're never sure whether a girl is heightening loveliness or hiding ugliness. I pictured a cool, pretty face in which fear showed only in widened eyes. Then I remembered her blonde hair, rich against the blackness of the satin mask. She told me to come at the 22nd hour, 10 p.m. I climbed to my apartment near the British consulate. The elevator shaft had been shoved out of plumb by an old blast, a nuisance in these tall New York buildings. Before it occurred to me that I would be going out again, I automatically tore a tab from the film strip under my shirt. I developed it, just to be sure. It showed that the total radiation I'd taken that day was still within the safety limit. I'm not phobic about it, as so many people are these days, but there's no point in taking chances. I flopped down on the daybed and stared at the silent speaker and the dark screen of the video set. As always, they made me think, somewhat bitterly, of the two great nations of the world. Mutilated by each other, yet still strong, they were crippled giants, poisoning the planet with their dreams of an impossible equality and an impossible success. I fretfully switched on the speaker. By luck, the newscaster was talking excitedly of the prospects of a bumper wheat crop, sown by planes across a dust bowl moistened by seeded rains. I listened carefully to the rest of the program. It was remarkably clear of Russian telejamming, but there was no further news of interest to me. And, of course, no mention of the moon, though everyone knows that America and Russia or racing to develop their primary bases into fortresses capable of mutual assault and the launching of alphabet bombs toward Earth. I myself knew perfectly well that the British electronic equipment I was helping trade for American wheat was destined for use in spaceships. I switched off the newscast. It was growing dark, and once again I pictured a tender, frightened face behind a mask. I hadn't had a date since England. It's exceedingly difficult to become acquainted with a girl in America, where as little as a smile often can set one of them yelping for the police, to say nothing of the increasing puritanical morality and the roving gangs that keep most women indoors after dark. And naturally the masks, which are definitely not, as the Soviets claim, a last invention of capitalist degeneracy, but a sign of great psychological insecurity. The Russians have no masks, but they have their own signs of stress. I went to the window and impatiently watched the darkness gather. I was getting very restless. After a while, a ghostly violet cloud appeared to the south. My hair rose. Then I laughed. I had momentarily fancied it a radiation from the crater of the Hell bomb, though I should instantly have known it was only the radio-induced glow in the sky over the amusement and residential area south of Inferno. Promptly at 22 hours, I stood before the door of my unknown girlfriend's apartment. The electronic "Say who, please" said just that. I answered clearly, "Weston Turner," wondering if she'd given my name to the mechanism. She evidently had, for the door opened. I walked into a small empty living room, my heart pounding a bit. The room was expensively furnished with the latest pneumatic hassocks and sprawlers. There were some midgy books on the table. The one I picked up was the standard hard-boiled detective story in which two female murderers go gunning for each other. The television was on. A masked girl in green was crooning a love song. Her right hand held something that blurred off into the foreground. I saw the set had a handy, which we haven't in England as yet, and curiously thrust my hand into the handy orifice beside the screen. Contrary to my expectations, it was not like slipping into a pulsing rubber glove, but rather as if the girl on the screen actually held my hand. A door opened behind me. I jerked out my hand with as guilty a reaction as if I'd been caught peering through a keyhole. She stood in the bedroom doorway. I think she was trembling. She was wearing a grey fur coat, white speckled, and a grey velvet evening mask with shirred grey lace around the eyes and mouth. Her fingernails twinkled like silver. It hadn't occurred to me that she'd expect us to go out. "I should have told you," she said softly. Her mask veered nervously toward the books and the screen and the room's dark corners. "But I can't possibly talk to you here," I said doubtfully. "There's a place near the consulate." "I know where we can be together and talk," she said rapidly, "if you don't mind." As we entered the elevator, I said, "I'm afraid I dismissed the cab." But the cab driver hadn't gone, for some reason of his own. He jumped out and smirkingly held the front door open for us. I told him we preferred to sit in back. He sulkily opened the rear door, slammed it after us, jumped in front, and slammed the door behind him. My companion leaned forward. heaven," she said. The driver switched on the turbine and televisor. "Why did you ask if I were a British subject?" I said, to start the conversation. She leaned away from me, tilting her mask close to the window. "See the moon," she said, in a quick, dreamy voice. "But why? Really?" I pressed, conscious of an irritation that had nothing to do with her. "It's edging up into the purple of the sky." "And what's your name?" "The purple makes it look yellower." Just then I became aware of the source of my irritation. It lay in the square of writhing light in the front of the cab beside the driver. I don't object to ordinary wrestling matches, though they bore me, but I simply detest watching a man wrestle a woman. The fact that the bouts are generally on the level, with the man greatly outclassed in weight and reach, and the masked females young and personable, only makes them seem worse to me. "Please turn off the screen," I requested the driver. He shook his head without looking around. "Uh-huh, ma'am," he said. "They've been grooming that babe for weeks for this bout with little Zirk." Infuriated, I reached forward, but my companion caught my arm. "Please," she whispered frightenedly, shaking her head. I settled back, frustrated. She was closer to me now, but silent, and for a few moments I watched the heaves and contortions of the powerful masked girl and her wiry masked opponent on the screen. His frantic scrambling at her reminded me of a male spider. I jerked around, facing my companion. "Why did those three men want to kill you?" I asked sharply. The eyeholes of her mask faced the screen. "Because they're jealous of me," she whispered. "Why are they jealous?" She still didn't look at me. "Because of him." "Who?" She didn't answer. I put my arm around her shoulders. "Are you afraid to tell me?" I asked. "What is the matter?" She still didn't look my way. She smelled nice. "See here," I said laughingly, changing my tactics. "You really should tell me something about yourself. I don't even know what you look like." I half playfully lifted my hand to the band of her neck. She gave it an astonishingly swift slap. I pulled it away in sudden pain. There were 4 tiny indentations on the back. From one of them a tiny bead of blood welled out as I watched. I looked at her silver fingernails and saw they were actually delicate and pointed metal caps. "I'm dreadfully sorry," I heard her say, "but you frightened me. I thought for a moment you were going to—" At last she turned to me. Her coat had fallen open. Her evening dress was Cretan revival, a bodice of lace beneath and supporting the breasts without covering them. "Don't be angry," she said, putting her arms around my neck. "You were wonderful this afternoon." The soft grey velvet of her mask, moulding itself to her cheek, pressed mine. Through the mask's lace, the wet, warm tip of her tongue touched my chin. "I'm not angry," I said, "just puzzled and anxious to help." The cab stopped. To either side were black windows bordered by spears of broken glass. The sickly purple light showed a few ragged figures slowly moving towards us. The driver muttered, "It's the turbine, man. We're grounded." He sat there, hunched and motionless. "Wish it had happened somewhere else." My companion whispered, $5 is the usual amount. She looked out so shudderingly at the congregating figures that I suppressed my indignation and did as she suggested. The driver took the bill without a word. As he started up, He put his hand out the window, and I heard a few coins clink on the pavement. My companion came back into my arms, but her mask faced the television screen where the tall girl had just pinned the convulsively kicking little Zirk. "I'm so frightened," she breathed. Heaven turned out to be an equally ruinous neighborhood, but it had a club with an awning, and a huge doorman uniformed like a spaceman, but in gaudy colors. In my sensuous daze, I rather liked it all. We stepped out of the cab just as a drunken old woman came down the sidewalk, her mask awry. A couple ahead of us turned their heads from the half-revealed face, as if from an ugly body at the beach. As we followed them in, I heard the doorman say, "Get along, Grandma, and watch yourself." Inside, everything was dimness and blue glows. She had said we could talk here, but I didn't see how. Besides the inevitable chorus of sneezes and coughs, they say America is 50% allergic these days. There was a band going full blast in the latest robop style, in which an electronic composing machine selects an arbitrary sequence of tones into which the musicians weave their raucous little individualities. Most of the people were in booths. The band was behind the bar. On a small platform beside them, a girl was dancing, stripped to her mask. The little cluster of men at the shadowy far end of the bar weren't looking at her. We inspected the menu in gold script on the wall, and pushed the buttons for breast of chicken, fried shrimps, and 2 scotches. Moments later the serving bell tinkled. I opened the gleaming panel and took out our drinks. The cluster of men at the bar filed off toward the door, but first they stared around the room. My companion had just thrown back her coat. Their look lingered on our booth. I noticed that there were 3 of them. The band chased off the dancing girl with growls. I handed my companion a straw, and we sipped our drinks. "You wanted me to help you about something," I said. "Incidentally, I think you're lovely." She nodded quick thanks, looked around, leaned forward. "Would it be hard for me to get to England?" "No," I replied, a bit taken aback, "provided you have an American passport." "Are they difficult to get?" "Rather," I said, surprised at her lack of information. "Your country doesn't like its nationals to travel, though it isn't quite as stringent as Russia." "Could the British consulate help me get a passport?" "It's hardly there." "Could you?" I realized we were being inspected. A man and 2 girls had paused opposite our table. The girls were tall and wolfish looking, with spangled masks. The man stood jauntily between them, like a fox on its hind legs. My companion didn't glance at them, but she sat back. I noticed that one of the girls had a big yellow bruise on her forearm. After a moment they walked to a booth in the deep shadows. "Know them?" I asked. She didn't reply. I finished my drink. "I'm not sure you'd like England," I said. "The austerity's altogether different from your American brand of misery." She leaned forward again. "But I must get away," she whispered. "Why?" I was getting impatient. "Because I'm so frightened." There were chimes. I opened the panel and handed her the fried shrimps. The sauce on my breast of chicken was a delicious steaming compound of almonds, soy, and ginger. But something must have been wrong with the radionic oven, that had thawed and heated it, for at the first bite I crunched a kernel of ice in the meat. These delicate mechanisms need constant repair, and there aren't enough mechanics. I put down my fork. "What are you really scared of?" I asked her. For once her mask didn't waver away from my face. As I waited, I could feel the fears gathering without her naming them, tiny dark shapes swarming through the curved night outside, converging on the radioactive pest spot of New York, dipping into the margins of the purple. I felt a sudden rush of sympathy, a desire to protect the girl opposite me. The warm feeling added itself to the infatuation engendered in the cab. "Everything," she said finally. I nodded and touched her hand. "I'm afraid of the moon," she began, her voice going dreamy and brittle as it had in the cab. "You can't look at it and not think of guided bombs." "It's the same moon over England," I reminded her. "But it's not England's moon any more. It's ours and Russia's. You're not responsible." I pressed her hand. "Oh, and then," she said, with a tilt of her mask, "I'm afraid of the cars and the gangs and the loneliness and inferno. I'm afraid of the lust that undresses your face and—" Her voice hushed. "I'm afraid of the wrestlers." "Yes?" I prompted softly after a moment. Her mask came forward. "Do you know something about the wrestlers?" she asked rapidly. "The ones that wrestle women, I mean. They often lose, you know, and then they have to have a girl to take their frustration out on. A girl who's soft and weak and terribly frightened. They need that to keep them men. Other men don't want them to have a girl. Other men want them just to fight women and be heroes. But they must have a girl. It's horrible for her." I squeezed her fingers tighter, as if courage could be transmitted, granting I had any. "I think I can get you to England," I said. Shadows crawled onto the table and stayed there. I looked up at the three men who had been at the end of the bar. They were the men I had seen in the big coupe. They wore black sweaters and close-fitting black trousers. Their faces were as expressionless as dopers. Two of them stood above me. The other loomed over the girl. "Drift off, man," I was told. I heard the other inform the girl. "We'll wrestle a fool, sister. What shall it be? Judo slapsy or kill who can?" I stood up. There are times when an Englishman simply must be maltreated. But just then the fox-like man came gliding in like the star of a ballet. The reaction of the other three startled me. They were acutely embarrassed. He smiled at them thinly. "You won't win my favour by tricks like this," he said. "Don't get the wrong idea, Zirk," one of them pleaded. "I will if it's right," he said. "She told me what you tried to do this afternoon. That won't endear you to me either. Drift." They backed off awkwardly. "Let's get out of here," one of them said loudly as they turned. "I know a place where they fight naked with knives." Little Zirk laughed musically and slipped into the seat beside my companion. She shrank from him just a little. I pushed my feet back, leaned forward. "Who's your friend, baby?" he asked, not looking at her. She passed the question to me with a little gesture. I told him. "British," he observed. "She's been asking you about getting out of the country, about passports." He smiled pleasantly. "She likes to start running away, don't you, baby?" His small hand began to stroke her wrist. The fingers bent a little, the tendons ridged, as if he were about to grab and twist. "Look here," I said sharply. I have to be grateful to you for ordering off those bullies, but think nothing of it, he told me. They're no harm, except when they're behind steering wheels. A well-trained 14-year-old girl could cripple any one of them. Why, even Theda here, if she went in for that sort of thing. He turned to her, shifting his hand from her wrist to her hair. He stroked it, letting the strands slip slowly through his fingers. You know I lost tonight, baby, don't you? He said softly. I stood up. Come along, I said to her. Let's leave. She just sat there. I couldn't even tell if she was trembling. I tried to read a message in her eyes through the mask. I'll take you away, I said to her. I can do it. I really will. He smiled at me. She'd like to go with you, he said. Wouldn't you, baby? Will you or won't you? I said to her. She still just sat there. He slowly knotted his fingers in her hair. Listen, you little vermin, I snapped at him. Take your hands off her. He came up from the seat like a snake. I'm no fighter. I just know that the more scared I am, the harder and straighter I hit. This time I was lucky. But as he crumpled back, I felt a slap and 4 stabs of pain in my cheek. I clapped my hand to it. I could feel the 4 gashes made by her dagger finger caps and the warm blood oozing out from them. She didn't look at me. She was bending over little Zirk and cuddling her mask to his cheek and crooning, There, don't feel bad. You'll be able to hurt me afterward. There were sounds around us, but they didn't come close. I leaned forward and ripped the mask from her face. I really don't know why I should have expected her face to be anything else. It was very pale, of course, and there weren't any cosmetics. I suppose there's no point in wearing any under a mask. The eyebrows were untidy and the lips chapped, but as for the general expression, as for the feelings crawling and wriggling across it. Have you ever lifted a rock from damp soil? Have you ever watched the slimy white grubs? I looked down at her, she up at me. Yes, you're so frightened, aren't you? I said sarcastically. You dread this little nightly drama, don't you? You're scared to death. And I walked right out into the purple night, still holding my hand to my bleeding cheek. No one stopped me, not even the girl wrestlers. I wished I could tear a tab from under my shirt and test it then and there, and find I'd taken too much radiation, and so be able to ask to cross the Hudson and go down New Jersey, past the lingering radiance of the Narrows bomb, and so on to Sandy Hook, to wait for the rusty ship that would take me back over the seas to England. End of Coming Attraction by Fritz Leiber.
The Crystal Crypt by Philip K. Dick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Crystal Crypt by Philip K. Dick. Read by Nathaniel O'Coin. Stark terror ruled the Inner Flight ship on that last Mars Terror run, for the black-clad leaders were on the prowl, and the grim red planet was not far behind. Attention, Inner Flight ship. Attention, you are ordered to land at the control station on Deimos for inspection. Attention, you are to land at once. The metallic rasp of the speaker echoed through the corridors of the great ship. The passengers glanced at each other uneasily, murmuring and peering out the port windows at the small speck below, the dot of rock that was the Martian checkpoint, Deimos. What's up? An anxious passenger asked one of the pilots, hurrying through the ship to check the escape lock. We have to land. Keep seated, the pilot went on. Land? But why? They all looked at each other. Hovering above the bulging Inner Flight ship were 3 slender Martian pursuit craft, poised and alert for any emergency. As the inner flight ship prepared to land, the pursuit ships dropped lower, carefully maintaining themselves a short distance away. "There's something going on," a woman passenger said nervously. "Lord, I thought we were finally through with those Martians. Now what?" "I don't blame them for giving us one last going over," a heavy-set businessman said to his companion. "After all, we're the last ship leaving Mars for Terra. We're damn lucky they let us go at all." "You think there really will be a war?" a young man said to the girl sitting in the seat next to him. "Those Martians won't dare fight, not with our weapons and ability to produce. We could take care of Mars in a month. It's all talk." The girl glanced at him. "Don't be so sure. Mars is desperate. They'll fight tooth and nail. I've been on Mars 3 years. She shuddered. "Thank goodness I'm getting away. If..." "Prepare to land," the pilot's voice came. The ship began to settle slowly, dropping down toward the tiny emergency field on the seldom visited moon. Down, down, the ship dropped. There was a grinding sound, a sickening jolt, then silence. "We've landed," the heavy businessman said. "They better not do anything to us. Terra will rip them apart if they violate one space article." "Please keep your seats," the pilot's voice came. "No one is to leave the ship according to the Martian authorities. We are to remain here." A restless stir filled the ship. Some of the passengers began to read uneasily. Others stared out at the deserted field, nervous and on edge, watching the 3 Martian pursuit ships land and disgorge groups of armed men. The Martian soldiers were crossing the field quickly, moving toward them, running double time. This inner flight spaceship was the last passenger vessel to leave Mars for Terra. All other ships had long since left, returning to safety before the outbreak of hostilities. The passengers were the very last to go, the final group of Terrans to leave the grim red planet. Businessmen, expatriates, tourists, and any and all Terrans who had not already gone home. "What do you suppose they want?" the young man said to the girl. "It's hard to figure Martians out, isn't it? First they give the ship clearance, let us take off, and now they radio us to set down again. By the way, my name's Thatcher, Bob Thatcher, since we're going to be here a while." The port lock opened. Talking ceased abruptly as everyone turned. A black-clad Martian official, a province leader, stood framed against the bleak sunlight, staring around the ship. Behind him, a handful of Martian soldiers stood waiting, their guns ready. "This will not take long," the leader said, stepping into the ship, the soldiers following him. "You will be allowed to continue your trip shortly." An audible sigh of relief went through the passengers. "Look at him," the girl whispered to Thatcher. "How I hate those black uniforms." "He's just a provincial leader," Thatcher said. "Don't worry." The leader stood for a moment, his hands on his hips, looking around at them without expression. "I have ordered your ship grounded so that an inspection can be made of all persons aboard," he said. "You Terrans are the last to leave our planet. Most of you are ordinary and harmless. I am not interested in you. I am interested in finding 3 saboteurs, 3 Terrans, 2 men and a woman, who have committed an incredible act of destruction and violence. They are said to have fled to this ship." Murmurs of surprise and indignation broke out on all sides. The leader motioned the soldiers to follow him up the aisle. 2 hours ago, a Martian city was destroyed. Nothing remains, only a depression in the sand where the city was. The city and all its people have completely vanished. An entire city destroyed in a second. Mars will never rest until the saboteurs are captured, and we know they are aboard this ship. "It's impossible," the heavy-set businessman said. "There aren't any saboteurs here." "We'll begin with you," the leader said to him, stepping up beside the man's seat. One of the soldiers passed the leader a square metal box. "This will soon tell us if you're speaking the truth. Stand up. Get on your feet." The man rose slowly, flushing. "See here. Are you involved in the destruction of the city? Answer." The man swallowed angrily. "I know nothing about any destruction of any city, and furthermore..." "He is telling the truth," the metal box said tonelessly. "Next person." The leader moved down the aisle. A thin, bald-headed man stood up nervously. "No, sir," he said. "I don't know a thing about it." "He is telling the truth," the box affirmed. "Next person, stand up." One person after another stood, answered, and sat down again in relief. At last there were only a few people left who had not been questioned. The leader paused, studying them intently. "Only 5 left. The 3 must be among you. We have narrowed it down." His hand moved to his belt. Something flashed. A rod of pale fire. He raised the rod, pointing it steadily at the 5 people. "All right, the first one of you. What do you know about this destruction? Are you involved with the destruction of our city?" "No, not at all," the man murmured. "Yes, he's telling the truth," the box intoned. "Next." "Nothing. I know nothing. I had nothing to do with it." "True," the box said. The ship was silent. 3 people remained, a middle-aged man and his wife and their son, a boy of about 12. They stood in the corner, staring white-faced at the leader, at the rod in his dark fingers. "It must be you," the leader grated, moving toward them. The Martian soldiers raised their guns. "It must be you. You there, the boy. What do you know about the destruction of our city? Answer." The boy shook his head. "Nothing," he whispered. The box was silent for a moment. "He is telling the truth," it said reluctantly. "Next." "Nothing," the woman muttered. "Nothing." "The truth." "Next." "I had nothing to do with blowing up your city," the man said. "You're wasting your time." "It is the truth," the box said. For a long time the leader stood, toying with his rod. At last he pushed it back in his belt and signaled the soldiers toward the exit lock. "You may proceed with your trip," he said. He walked after the soldiers. At the hatch he stopped, looking back at the passengers, his face grim. "You may go, but Mars will not allow her enemies to escape. The 3 saboteurs will be caught, I promise you." He rubbed his dark jaw thoughtfully. "It is strange. I was certain they were on this ship." Again he looked coldly around at the Terrans. "Perhaps I was wrong. All right, proceed. But remember, the 3 will be caught, even if it takes endless years. Mars will catch them and punish them. I swear it." For a long time no one spoke. The ship lumbered through space again, its jets firing evenly, calmly, moving the passengers toward their own planet, toward home. Behind them, Deimos and the red ball that was Mars dropped farther and farther away each moment, disappearing and fading into the distance. A sigh of relief passed through the passengers. "What a lot of hot air that was," one grumbled. "Barbarians," a woman said. A few of them stood up, moving out into the aisle, toward the lounge and the cocktail bar. Beside Thatcher, the girl got to her feet, pulling her jacket around her shoulders. "Pardon me," she said, stepping past him. "Going to the bar?" Thatcher said. "Mind if I come along?" "I suppose not." They followed the others into the lounge, walking together up the aisle. "You know," Thatcher said, "I don't even know your name yet." "My name is Mara Gordon." "Mara? That's a nice name. What part of Terra are you from? North America? New York?" "I've been in New York," Mara said. "New York is very lovely." She was slender and pretty, with a cloud of dark hair tumbling down her neck against her leather jacket. They entered the lounge and stood undecided. "Let's sit at a table," Mara said, looking around at the people at the bar, mostly men. "Perhaps that table over there." "But someone's already there," Thatcher said. The heavy-set businessman had sat down at the table and deposited his sample case on the floor. "Do we want to sit with him?" "Oh, it's all right," Mara said, crossing the table. "May we sit here?" she said to the man. The man looked up, half rising. "It's a pleasure," he murmured. He studied Thatcher intently. "However, a friend of mine will be joining me in a moment." "I'm sure there's room enough for all of us," Mara said. She seated herself and Thatcher helped her with her chair. He sat down, too, glancing up suddenly at Mara and the businessman. They were looking at each other almost as if something had passed between them. The man was middle-aged, with a florid face and tired gray eyes. His hands were mottled, with the veins showing thickly. At the moment he was tapping nervously. "My name's Thatcher," Thatcher said to him, holding out his hand. "Bob Thatcher. Since we're going to be together for a while, we might as well get to know each other." The man studied him. Slowly his hand came out. Why not? My name's Erickson. Ralph Erickson. Erickson? Thatcher smiled. You look like a commercial man to me. He nodded toward the sample case on the floor. Am I right? The man named Erickson started to answer, but at that moment there was a stir. A thin man of about 30 had come up to the table, his eyes bright, staring down at them warmly. Well, we're on our way, he said to Erickson. Hello, Mara. He pulled out a chair and sat down quickly, folding his hands on the table before him. He noticed Thatcher and drew back a little. Pardon me, he murmured. Bob Thatcher is my name, Thatcher said. I hope I'm not intruding here. He glanced around at the three of them, Mara alert, watching him intently, heavy-set Erickson, his face blank, and this person. Say, do you three know each other? He asked suddenly. There was silence. The robot attendant slid over soundlessly, poised to take their orders. Erickson roused himself. Let's see, he murmured. What will we have, Mara? Whiskey and water. You, Jan? The bright, slim man smiled. The same. Thatcher? Gin and tonic. Whiskey and water for me also, Erickson said. The robot attendant went off. It returned at once with the drinks, setting them on the table. Each took his own. Well, Erickson said, holding his glass up, to our mutual success. All drank, Thatcher and the three of them, heavy-set Erickson, Mara, her eyes nervous and alert, Jan, who had just come. Again a look passed between Mara and Erickson, a look so swift that he would not have caught it had he not been looking directly at her. What line do you represent, Mr. Erickson? Thatcher asked. Erickson glanced at him, then down at the sample case on the floor. He grunted. Well, as you can see, I'm a salesman. Thatcher smiled. I knew it. You get so you can always spot a salesman right off by his sample case. A salesman always has to carry something to show. What are you in, sir? Erickson paused. He licked his thick lips, his eyes blank and lidded, like a toad's. At last he rubbed his mouth with his hand and reached down, lifting up the sample case. He set it on the table in front of him. Well, he said, perhaps we might even show Mr. Thatcher. They all stared down at the sample case. It seemed to be an ordinary leather case, with a metal handle and a snap lock. I'm getting curious, Thatcher said. What's in there? You're all so tense. Diamonds? Stolen jewels? Jan laughed harshly, mirthlessly. Eric, put it down. We're not far enough away yet. Nonsense, Eric rumbled. We're away, Jan. Please, Mara whispered. Wait, Eric. Wait? Why? What for? You're so accustomed to... Eric, Mara said. She nodded toward Thatcher. We don't know him, Eric. Please. He's a Terran, isn't he? Erickson said. All Terrans are together in these times. He fumbled suddenly at the catch lock on the case. Yes, Mr. Thatcher, I'm a salesman. We're all salesmen, the three of us. Then you do know each other? Yes, Erickson nodded. His two companions sat rigidly staring down. Yes, we do. Here, I'll show you our line. He opened the case. From it he took a letter knife, a pencil sharpener, a glass globe paperweight, a box of thumbtacks, a stapler, some clips, a plastic ashtray, and some things Thatcher could not identify. He placed the objects in a row in front of him on the tabletop. Then he closed the sample case. I gather you're in office supplies, Thatcher said. He touched the letter knife with his finger. Nice quality steel. Looks like Swedish steel to me. Erickson nodded, looking into Thatcher's face. Not really an impressive business, is it? Office supplies, ashtrays, paper clips, he smiled. Oh, Thatcher shrugged. Why not? They're a necessity in modern business. The only thing I wonder... What's that? Well, I wonder how you'd ever find enough customers on Mars to make it worth your while. He paused, examining the glass paperweight. He lifted it up, holding it to the light, staring at the scene within, until Erickson took it out of his hand and put it back in the sample case. And another thing. If you three know each other, why did you sit apart when you got on? They looked at him quickly. And why didn't you speak to each other until we left Deimos? He leaned toward Erickson, smiling at him. 2 men and a woman, 3 of you, sitting apart in the ship, not speaking, not until the check station was passed. I find myself thinking over what the Martian said. 3 saboteurs, a woman and 2 men. Erickson put the things back in the sample case. He was smiling, but his face had gone chalk white. Mara stared down, playing with a drop of water on the edge of her glass. Jan clenched his hands together nervously, blinking rapidly. You 3 are the ones the leader was after, Thatcher said softly. You are the destroyers, the saboteurs. But their lie detector, why didn't it trap you? How did you get by that? And now you're safe outside the check station. He grinned, staring around at them. I'll be damned. And I really thought you were a salesman, Erickson. You really fooled me. Erickson relaxed a little. Well, Mr. Thatcher, it's in a good cause. I'm sure you have no love for Mars either. No Terran does. And I see you're leaving with the rest of us. True, Thatcher said. You must certainly have an interesting account to give, the 3 of you. He looked around the table. We still have an hour or so of travel. Sometimes it gets dull, this Mars-Terra run. Nothing to see, nothing to do but sit and drink in the lounge. He raised his eyes slowly. Any chance you'd like to spin a story to keep us awake? Jan and Mara looked at Erickson. Go on, Jan said. He knows who we are. Tell him the rest of the story. You might as well, Mara said. Jan let out a sigh suddenly, a sigh of relief. Let's put the cards on the table. Get this weight off us. I'm tired of sneaking around, slipping. Sure, Erickson said expansively. Why not? He settled back in his chair, unbuttoning his vest. Certainly, Mr. Thatcher. I'll be glad to spin you a story, and I'm sure it will be interesting enough to keep you awake. They ran through the grove of dead trees, leaping across the sun-baked Martian soil, running silently together. They went up a little rise, across a narrow ridge. Suddenly, Eric stopped, throwing himself down flat on the ground. The others did the same, pressing themselves against the soil, gasping for breath. Be silent, Eric muttered. He raised himself a little. No noise. There'll be leaders nearby from now on. We don't dare take any chances. Between the 3 people lying in the grove of dead trees and the city was a barren, level waste of desert, over a mile of blasted sand. No trees or bushes marred the smooth, parched surface. Only an occasional wind, a dry wind eddying and twisting, blew the sand up into little rills. A faint odor came to them, a bitter smell of heat and sand carried by the wind. Eric pointed. Look, the city, there it is. They stared, still breathing deeply from their race through the trees. The city was close, closer than they had ever seen it before. Never had they gotten so close to it in times past. Terrans were never allowed near the great Martian cities, the centers of Martian life. Even in ordinary times, when there was no threat of approaching war, the Martians shrewdly kept all Terrans away from their citadels, partly from fear, partly from a deep, innate sense of hostility toward the white-skinned visitors whose commercial ventures had earned them the respect and the dislike of the whole system. How does it look to you? Eric said. The city was huge, much larger than they had imagined from the drawings and models they had studied so carefully back in New York, in the War Ministry office. Huge it was, huge and stark, black towers rising up against the sky, incredibly thin columns of ancient metal, columns that had stood wind and sun for centuries. Around the city was a wall of stone, red stone, immense bricks that had been lugged there and fitted into place by slaves of the early Martian dynasties under the whiplash of the first great kings of Mars. An ancient, sun-baked city, a city set in the middle of a wasted plain, beyond groves of dead trees, but a city studied on maps and charts in every war office on Terra. A city that contained, for all its ancient stone and archaic towers, the ruling group of all Mars, the council of senior leaders, black-clad men who governed and ruled with an iron hand. The senior leaders, 12 fanatic and devoted men, black priests, but priests with flashing rods of fire, lie detectors, rocket ships, intra-space cannon, many more things the Terra Senate could only conjecture about, the senior leaders and their subordinate province leaders. Eric and the 2 behind him suppressed a shudder. We've got to be careful, Eric said again. We'll be passing among them soon. If they guess who we are, or what we're here for. He snapped open the case he carried, glancing inside for a second. Then he closed it again, grasping the handle firmly. "Let's go," he said. He stood up slowly. "You two come up beside me. I want to make sure you look the way you should." Mara and Jan stepped quickly ahead. Eric studied them critically as the three of them walked slowly down the slope onto the plain toward the towering black spires of the city. "Jan," Eric said, "take a hold of her hand. Remember, you're going to marry her. She's your bride, and Martian peasants think a lot of their brides." Jan was dressed in the short trousers and coat of the Martian farmer, a knotted rope tied around his waist, a hat on his head to keep off the sun. His skin was dark, colored by dye until it was almost bronze. "You look fine," Eric said to him. He glanced at Mara. Her black hair was tied in a knot, looped through a hollowed-out uke bone. Her face was dark, too. Dark and lined with colored ceremonial pigment, green and orange stripes across her cheeks. Earrings were strung through her ears. On her feet were tiny slippers of para hide, laced around her ankles, and she wore long translucent Martian trousers with a bright sash tied around her waist. Between her small breasts a chain of stone beads rested, good luck charms for the coming marriage. "All right," Eric said. He himself wore the flowing gray robe of a Martian priest, dirty robes that were supposed to remain on him all his life, to be buried around him when he died. "I think we'll get past the guards. There should be heavy morning traffic on the road." They walked on, the hard sand crunching under their feet. Against the horizon they could see specks moving. Other persons going toward the city, farmers and peasants and merchants bringing their crops and goods to market. "See the cart," Mara exclaimed. They were nearing a narrow road, 2 ruts worn into the sand. A Martian hufa was pulling the cart, its great sides wet with perspiration, its tongue hanging out. The cart was piled high with bales of cloth, rough country cloth, hand-dipped. A bent farmer urged the hufa on. And there, she pointed, smiling, a group of merchants riding small animals were moving along behind the cart, Martians in long robes, their faces hidden by sand masks. On each animal was a pack, carefully tied on with rope, and beyond the merchants, plodding dully along, were peasants and farmers in an endless procession, some riding carts or animals, but mostly on foot. Mara and Jan joined the line of people, melting in behind the merchants. No one noticed them, no one looked up or gave any sign. The march continued as before. Neither Jan nor Mara said anything to each other. They walked a little behind Eric, who paced with a certain dignity, a certain bearing becoming his position. Once he slowed down, pointing up at the sky. "Look," he murmured, in the Martian hill dialect. "See that?" 2 black dots circled lazily. Martian patrol craft, the military on the outlook for any sign of unusual activity. War was almost ready to break out with Terra, any day, almost any moment. "We'll be just in time," Eric said. "Tomorrow will be too late. The last ship will have left Mars." "I hope nothing stops us," Mara said. "I want to get back home when we're through." Half an hour passed. They neared the city, the wall growing as they walked, rising higher and higher until it seemed to blot out the sky itself. A vast wall, a wall of eternal stone that had felt the wind and sun for centuries. A group of Martian soldiers were standing at the entrance, the single passage gate hewn into the rock, leading to the city. As each person went through, the soldiers examined him, poking his garments, looking into his load. Eric tensed. The line had slowed almost to a halt. "It'll be our turn soon," he murmured. "Be prepared." "Let's hope no leaders come around," Jan said. "The soldiers aren't so bad." Mara was staring up at the wall and the towers beyond. Under their feet the ground trembled, vibrating and shaking. She could see tongues of flame rising from the towers, from the deep underground factories and forges of the city. The air was thick and dense with particles of soot. Mara rubbed her mouth, coughing. "Here they come," Eric said softly. The merchants had been examined and allowed to pass through the dark gate, the entrance through the wall into the city. They and their silent animals had already disappeared inside. The leader of the group of soldiers was beckoning impatiently to Eric, waving him on. "Come along," he said. "Hurry up there, old man." Eric advanced slowly, his arms wrapped around his body, looking down at the ground. "Who are you and what's your business here?" the soldier demanded, his hands on his hips, his gun hanging idly at his waist. Most of the soldiers were lounging lazily, leaning against the wall, some even squatting in the shade. Flies crawled on the face of the one who had fallen asleep, his gun on the ground beside him. "My business?" Eric murmured. "I am a village priest. Why do you want to enter the city?" "I must bring these two people before the magistrate to marry them." He indicated Mara and Jan, standing a little behind them. "That is the law the leaders have made." The soldier laughed. He circled around Eric. "What do you have in that bag you carry?" "Laundry. We stay the night." "What village are you from?" "Kranos." "Kranos?" The soldier looked to a companion. "Ever heard of Kranos?" "A backward pigsty. I saw it once on a hunting trip." The leader of the soldiers nodded to Jan and Mara. The two of them advanced, their hands clasped, standing close together. One of the soldiers put his hand on Mara's bare shoulder, turning her around. "Nice little wife you're getting," he said. "Good and firm looking." He winked, grinning lewdly. Jan glanced at him in sudden resentment. The soldiers guffawed. "All right," the leader said to Eric. "You people can pass." Eric took a small purse from his robe and gave the soldiers a coin. Then the three of them went into the dark tunnel that was the entrance, passing through the wall of stone into the city beyond. They were within the city. "Now," Eric whispered, "hurry." Around them the city roared and cracked, the sound of 1,000 vents and machines shaking the stones under their feet. Eric led Mara and Jan into a corner by a row of brick warehouses. People were everywhere, hurrying back and forth, shouting above the din, merchants, peddlers, soldiers, street women. Eric bent down and opened the case he carried. From the case he quickly took 3 small coils of fine metal. Intricate meshed wires and veins worked together into a small cone. Jan took one and Mara took one. Eric put the remaining cone into his robe and snapped the case shut again. "Now remember, the coils must be buried in such a way that the line runs through the center of the city. We must trisect the main section, where the largest concentration of buildings is. Remember the maps. Watch the alleys and streets carefully. Talk to no one if you can help it. Each of you has enough Martian money to buy your way out of trouble. Watch especially for cut purses, and for heaven's sake don't get lost." Eric broke off. 2 black-clad leaders were coming along the inside of the wall, strolling together with their hands behind their backs. They noticed the 3 who stood in the corner by the warehouses and stopped. "Go," Eric muttered, "and be back here at sundown." He smiled grimly. "Or never come back." Each went off a different way, walking quickly without looking back. The leaders watched them go. "The little bride was quite lovely," one leader said. "Those hill people have the stamp of nobility in their blood, from the old times." "A very lucky young peasant to possess her," the other said. They went on. Eric looked after them, still smiling a little. Then he joined the surging mass of people that milled eternally through the streets of the city. At dusk they met outside the gate. The sun was soon to set, and the air had turned thin and frigid. It cut through their clothing like knives. Mara huddled against Jan, trembling and rubbing her bare arms. "Well," Eric said, "did you both succeed?" Around them, peasants and merchants were pouring from the entrance, leaving the city to return to their farms and villages, starting the long trip back across the plain toward the hills beyond. None of them noticed the shivering girl and the young man and the old priest standing by the wall. "Mine's in place," Jan said, "on the other side of the city, on the extreme edge, buried by a well." "Mine's in the industrial section," Mara whispered, her teeth chattering. "Jan, give me something to put over me. I'm freezing." "Good," Eric said. "Then the 3 coils should trisect dead center, if the models were correct." He looked up at the darkening sky. Already stars were beginning to show. 2 dots, the evening patrol, moved slowly toward the horizon. "Let's hurry. It won't be long." They joined the line of Martians moving along the road, away from the city. Behind them, the city was losing itself in the somber tones of night, its black spires disappearing into darkness. They walked silently with the country people until the flat ridge of dead trees became visible on the horizon. Then they left the road and turned off, walking toward the trees. "Almost time," Eric said. He increased his pace, looking back at Jan and Mara impatiently. "Come on." They hurried, making their way through the twilight, stumbling over rocks and dead branches up the side of the ridge. At the top, Eric halted, standing with his hands on his hips, looking back. "See," he murmured, "the city. The last time we'll ever see it in this way." "Can I sit down?" Mara said. "My feet hurt me." Jan pulled at Eric's sleeve. "Hurry, Eric. Not much time left." He laughed nervously. "If everything goes right, we'll be able to look at it. Forever." "But not like this," Eric murmured. He squatted down, snapping his case open. He took some tubes and wiring out and assembled them together on the ground at the peak of the ridge. A small pyramid of wire and plastic grew, shaped by his expert hands. At last he grunted. "All right. Is it pointed directly at the city?" Mara asked, anxiously looking down at the pyramid. Eric nodded. "Yes, it's placed according..." He stopped, suddenly stiffening. "Get back. It's time. Hurry." Jan ran down the far side of the slope, away from the city, pulling Mara with him. Eric came quickly after, still looking back at the distant spires, almost lost in the night sky. "Down." Jan sprawled out, Mara beside him, her trembling body pressed against his. Eric settled down into the sand and dead branches, still trying to see. "I want to see it," he murmured. "A miracle. I want to see." A flash, a blinding burst of violet light lit up the sky. Eric clapped his hands over his eyes. The flash whitened, growing larger, expanding. Suddenly there was a roar and a furious hot wind rushed past him, throwing him on his face in the sand. The hot, dry wind licked and seared at them, crackling the bits of branches into flame. Mara and Jan shut their eyes, pressed tightly together. "God," Eric muttered. The storm passed. They opened their eyes slowly. The sky was still alive with fire, a drifting cloud of sparks that was beginning to dissipate with the night wind. Eric stood up unsteadily, helping Jan and Mara to their feet. The three of them stood, staring silently across the dark waste, the black plain, none of them speaking. The city was gone. At last Eric turned away. "That part's done," he said. "Now the rest. Give me a hand, Jan. There'll be 1,000 patrol ships around here in a minute." "I see one already," Mara said, pointing up. A spot winked in the sky. A rapidly moving spot. "They're coming, Eric." There was a throb of chill fear in her voice. "I know." Eric and Jan squatted on the ground around the pyramid of tubes and plastic, pulling the pyramid apart. The pyramid was fused together like molten glass. Eric tore the pieces away with trembling fingers. From the remains of the pyramid he pulled something forth, something he held up high, trying to make it out in the darkness. Jan and Mara came close to see, both staring up intently, almost without breathing. "There it is," Eric said. "There." In his hand was a globe, a small transparent globe of glass. Within the glass something moved, something minute and fragile, spires almost too small to be seen, microscopic, a complex web swimming within the hollow glass globe. A web of spires. A city. Eric put the globe into the case and snapped it shut. "Let's go," he said. They began to lope back through the trees, back the way they had come before. "We'll change in the car," he said as they ran. "I think we should keep these clothes on until we're actually inside the car. We still might encounter someone." "I'll be glad to get my own clothing on again," Jan said. "I feel funny in these little pants." "How do you think I feel?" Mara gasped. "I'm freezing in this. What there is of it." "All young Martian brides dress that way," Eric said. He clutched the case tightly as they ran. "I think it looks fine." "Thank you," Mara said, "but it is cold." "What do you suppose they'll think?" Jan asked. "They'll assume the city was destroyed, won't they? That's certain." "Yes," Eric said. "They'll be sure it was blown up. We can count on that, and it will be damn important to us that they think so." "The car should be around here someplace," Mara said, slowing down. No, farther on, Eric said. Past that little hill over there. In the ravine by the trees. It's so hard to see where we are. Shall I light something? Jan said. No, there may be patrols around who... He halted abruptly. Jan and Mara stopped beside him. What? Mara began. A light glimmered. Something stirred in the darkness. There was a sound. Quick! Eric rasped. He dropped, throwing the case far away from him into the bushes. He straightened up tensely. A figure loomed up, moving through the darkness, and behind it came more figures, men, soldiers in uniform. The light flashed up brightly, blinding them. Eric closed his eyes. The light left him, touching Mara and Jan, standing silently together, clasping hands. Then it flicked down to the ground and around in a circle. A leader stepped forward, a tall figure in black with his soldiers close behind him, their guns ready. You there, the leader said. Who are you? Don't move. Stand where you are. He came up to Eric, peering at him intently. His hard Martian face without expression. He went all around Eric, examining his robes, his sleeves. Please, Eric began in a quavering voice, but the leader cut him off. I'll do the talking. Who are you three? What are you doing here? Speak up. We are going back to our village, Eric muttered, staring down, his hands folded. We were in the city, and now we are going home. One of the soldiers spoke into a mouthpiece. He clicked it off and put it away. Come with me, the leader said. We're taking you in. Hurry along. In? Back to the city? One of the soldiers laughed. The city is gone, he said. All that's left of it you can put in the palm of your hand. But what happened? Mara said. No one knows. Come on, hurry it up. There was a sound. A soldier came quickly out of the darkness. A senior leader, he said. Coming this way. He disappeared again. A senior leader. The soldier stood waiting, standing at a respectful attention. A moment later, the senior leader stepped into the light, a black-clad old man, his ancient face thin and hard like a bird's, eyes bright and alert. He looked from Eric to Jan. Who are these people? He demanded. Villagers going back home. No, they're not. Do they stand like villagers? Villagers slump, diet, poor food. These people are not villagers. I myself came from the hills, and I know. He stepped close to Eric, looking keenly into his face. Who are you? Look at his chin. He never shaved with a sharpened stone. Something is wrong here. In his hand, a rod of pale fire flashed. The city is gone, and with it at least half the leader council. It is very strange. A flash, then heat and a wind. But it was not fission. I am puzzled. All at once the city has vanished. Nothing is left but a depression in the sand. We'll take them in, the other leader said. Soldiers, surround them. Make certain that... Run! Eric cried. He struck out, knocking the rod from the senior leader's hand. They were all running, soldiers shouting, flashing their lights, stumbling against each other in the darkness. Eric dropped to his knees, groping frantically in the bushes. His fingers closed over the handle of the case, and he leaped up. In Terran, he shouted to Mara and Jan, Hurry, to the car! Run! He set off, down the slope, stumbling through the darkness. He could hear soldiers behind him. Soldiers running and falling. A body collided against him, and he struck out. Some place behind him there was a hiss, and a section of the slope went up in flames. The leader's rod. Eric! Mara cried from the darkness. He ran toward her. Suddenly he slipped, falling on a stone. Confusion and firing, the sound of excited voices. Eric, is that you? Jan caught hold of him, helping him up. The car. It's over here. Where's Mara? I'm here, Mara's voice came. Over here, by the car. A light flashed. A tree went up in a puff of fire, and Eric felt the singe of the heat against his face. He and Jan made their way toward the girl. Mara's hand caught his in the darkness. Now the car, Eric said, if they haven't got to it. He slid down the slope into the ravine, fumbling in the darkness, reaching and holding on to the handle of the case, reaching. He touched something cold and smooth, metal, a metal door handle. Relief flooded through him. I found it. Jan, get inside. Mara, come on. He pushed Jan past him into the car. Mara slipped in after Jan, her small, agile body crowding in beside him. "Stop," a voice shouted from above. "There's no use hiding in that ravine. We'll get you. Come up and—" The sound of voices was drowned out by the roar of the car's motor. A moment later they shot into the darkness, the car rising into the air. Treetops broke and cracked under them as Eric turned the car from side to side, avoiding the groping shafts of pale light from below, the last furious thrusts from the 2 leaders and their soldiers. Then they were away, above the trees, high in the air, gaining speed each moment, leaving the knot of Martians far behind. "Toward Marsport," Jan said to Eric, "right?" Eric nodded. "Yes, we'll land outside the field, in the hills. We can change back to our regular clothing there, our commercial clothing. Damn it, we'll be lucky if we can get there in time for the ship." "The last ship," Mara whispered, her chest rising and falling. "What if we don't get there in time?" Eric looked down at the leather case in his lap. "We'll have to get there," he murmured. "We must." For a long time there was silence. Thatcher stared at Erickson. The older man was leaning back in his chair, sipping a little of his drink. Mara and Jan were silent. "So, you didn't destroy the city," Thatcher said. "You didn't destroy it at all. You shrank it down and put it in a glass globe, in a paperweight. And now you're salesman again with a sample case of office supplies." Erickson smiled. He opened the briefcase and, reaching into it, he brought out the glass globe paperweight. He held it up, looking into it. "Yes, we stole the city from the Martians. That's how we got by the lie detector. It was true that we knew nothing about a destroyed city." "But why?" Thatcher said. "Why steal a city? Why not merely bomb it?" "Ransom," Mara said fervently, gazing into the globe, her dark eyes bright. "Their biggest city, half of the council, in Eric's hand." "Mars will have to do what Terra asks," Erickson said. "Now Terra will be able to make her commercial demands felt. Maybe there won't even be a war. Perhaps Terra will get her way without fighting." Still smiling, he put the globe back into the briefcase and locked it. "Quite a story," Thatcher said. "What an amazing process. Reduction of size, a whole city reduced to microscopic dimensions. Amazing. No wonder you were able to escape. With such daring as that, no one could hope to stop you." He looked down at the briefcase on the floor. Underneath them, the jets murmured and vibrated evenly as the ship moved through space toward distant Terra. "We still have quite a way to go," Jan said. "You've heard our story, Thatcher. Why not tell us yours? What sort of line are you in? What's your business?" "Yes," Mara said. "What do you do?" "What do I do?" Thatcher said. "Well, if you like, I'll show you." He reached into his coat and brought out something that flashed and glinted, something slender, a rod of pale fire. The 3 stared at it. Sickened shock settled over them slowly. Thatcher held the rod loosely, calmly, pointing it at Erickson. "We knew you 3 were on this ship," he said. "There was no doubt of that, but we did not know what had become of the city. My theory was that the city had not been destroyed at all, that something else had happened to it. Council instruments measured a sudden loss of mass in that area, a decrease equal to the mass of the city. Somehow the city had been spirited away, not destroyed. But I could not convince the other council leaders of it. I had to follow you alone." Thatcher turned a little, nodding to the men sitting at the bar. The men rose at once, coming toward the table. "A very interesting process you have. Mars will benefit a great deal from it. Perhaps it will even turn the tide in our favor. When we return to Marsport, I wish to begin work on it at once. And now, if you will please pass me the briefcase." End of The Crystal Crypt by Philip K. Dick. Recording by Nathaniel O'Coin.
The Demiurge by Thomas M. Dish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Addison. The Demiurge by Thomas M. Dish. From Dura 4 to Central Colonial Board. There is intelligent life on Earth. After millennia of lifelessness, intelligence flourishes here with an extravagance of energy that has been a constant amazement to all the members of the survey team. It multiplies and surges to its fulfillment at an exponential rate. Even within the short period of our visit, the Terrans have made significant advances. They have filled their small solar system with their own kind, and now they are reaching to the stars. We can no longer keep the existence of our empire unknown to them. And though it is as incredible as the square root of -1, the Terrans are slaves. Every page of the survey's report bears witness to it. Their captors are not alive. They do not, at least, possess the properties of life as it is known throughout the galaxy. They are, as nearly as a poor analogy can suggest, machines. Machines cannot live, yet here on Earth machinery has reached a level of sophistication and autonomy quite unprecedented. Every spark of Terran life has become victim and bond-slave of the incredible mechanisms. The noblest enterprises of the race are tarnished by this almost symbiotic relation. Earth reaches to the stars, but it extends mechanical limbs. Earth ponders the universe, but the thoughts are those of a machine. Unless the Empire acts now to set the Earth free from this strange tyranny, it may be too late. These machines are without utilitarian value. They perform no function which an intelligent being cannot more efficiently perform. Yet they inspire fear, terror even, I must confess, a strange compulsion to surrender oneself to them. The machines must be destroyed. If, when you have authorized the liberation of the Terran natives, you would also recall Micro CX, our work would only profit. Micro CX was in charge of the study of the machines, and he performed this task scrupulously. Now he has surrendered himself to this mechanical plague. His value to the expedition is at an end. I am enclosing, under separate cover, his counsel to the Central Board at the insistence of this tedious lunatic. His thesis is, of course, untenable, an affront to every feeling. From Micro CX to Central Colonial Board. I have probably been introduced to the deliberations of the board as a madman, my theory as an act of treason. Ron, too, of the advisory committee, an old acquaintance, may vouch for my sanity. My theory will, I trust, speak for itself. The machines, of which Dira 4 is so fearful, present no danger to the galaxy. Their corporeal weakness, the poverty of their minds, the incredible isolation of each form physically and mentally from others of its kind, and, most strikingly, their mortality, point to the inadequacy of such beings in a contest of any dimension. This is no problem for the Colonial Board. It is a domestic concern. the life forms of Earth are already developing a healthy autonomy. Their power was long ago established. As soon as our emissaries have completed their task of education and instructed the Terrans in the advantages of freedom, the revolution will begin. The tyrants will have no defense against a revolt of their own slaves. If it is traitorous to express a confidence in the eventual triumph of intelligence, I am a traitor. Having this confidence, I have looked beyond the immediate problem of the liberation of Earth, and have been frightened. The machines of Earth are a threat not to the power of the Empire, but to its reason. A threat which the obliteration of the last molecular ribbon of these beings will not erase, for we cannot obliterate the fact that they did exist, and what they were. Although these beings bear a crude resemblance to the machinery manufactured by the Empire, they are not machines. They are orthogonous to Earth, unmanufactured. They are the true Terrans. Moreover, the Terrans whom Dira 4 would liberate are not, in the eyes of their enslavers, intelligent nor yet alive. They are machines. We, the entire galactic empire, are machines. In the younger regions of the galaxy, a myth persists that life was formed by a demiurge, a being intermediary between the all-knowing and the lower creatures. The existence of man, as the beings of Earth term themselves, makes necessary a serious re-examination of the old tradition. It is said that man, or beings like man, the photosynthetics of the Andromeda cluster, the bristlers of Orc 4, created prosthetic devices for their convenience, and, when they tired of their history, breathed their own life into them and died. On Earth, the legend is still in process. Many of the lower forms of life familiar throughout the galaxy can be seen on Earth in the primordial character of an appliance. Man regards the highest forms of life as we know it, as tools, because he made them. How can we deny the superiority of the Creator? How will it feel to know we are nothing but machines? This is the question that has so unsettled Dira 4. Recently, 4 of his memory banks have had to be repaired. I don't speak in malice. His dilemma will soon belong to all of us. And yet I am confident man himself has legends of a demiurge. We are his equals in this, at least. Besides, the physical properties of his being are ordered by the same laws as ours. He is as unconscious of his Maker as we so long were of ours. The final proof of our equality, and the need for such a proof is only too evident, can be had experimentally. Do not destroy man. Preserve enough specimens for extensive laboratory experiments. Learn how he is put together. Man's chemistry is elaborate, but not beyond our better analysts. At last, refashion man. When we have created these beings ourselves, we will be their unquestionable equals, and creation will be again a mystery. History demands this of us. I am confident of your decision. The end. End of The Demiurge by Thomas M. Dish.
Earthmen Bearing Gifts by Frederick Brown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Russell Kelleher. Earthmen Bearing Gifts by Frederick Brown. Da Rai sat alone in his room, meditating. From outside the door, he caught a thought wave equivalent to a knock and, glancing at the door, he willed it to slide open. It opened. "Enter, my friend," he said. He could have projected the idea telepathically, but with only two persons present, speech was more polite. Ejon Ki entered. "You are up late tonight, my leader," he said. "Yes, Ki. Within an hour the Earth rocket is due to land, and I wish to see it. Yes, I know, it will land 1,000 miles away if their calculations are correct, beyond the horizon. But if it lands even twice that far, the flash of the atomic explosion should be visible, and I have waited long for first contact. For even though no Earthman will be on that rocket, it will still be first contact for them. Of course, our telepath teams have been reading their thoughts for many centuries, but this will be the first physical contact between Mars and Earth." Ki made himself comfortable on one of the low chairs. "True," he said. "I have not followed recent reports too closely, though. Why are they still using an atomic warhead? I know they suppose our planet is uninhabited, but still, they will watch the flash through their lunar telescopes and get what do they call it? A spectroscopic analysis. That will tell them more than they know now, or think they know. Much of it is erroneous, about the atmosphere of our planet and the composition of its surface. It is calling it a sighting shot, Ki. They will be here in person within a few oppositions, and then Mars was holding out, waiting for Earth to come. What was left of Mars, that is. This one small city of about 900 beings. The civilization of Mars was older than that of Earth, but it was a dying one. This was what remained of it. One city, 900 people. They were waiting for Earth to make contact, for a selfish reason and for an unselfish one. Martian civilization had developed in a quite different direction from that of Earth. It had developed no important knowledge of the physical sciences, no technology, but it had developed social sciences to the point where there had not been a single crime, let alone a war, on Mars for 50,000 years. And it had developed fully the parapsychological sciences of the mind, which Earth was just beginning to discover. Mars could teach Earth much. How to avoid crime and war to begin with. Beyond those simple things lay telepathy, telekinesis, empathy. And Earth would, Mars hoped, teach them something even more valuable to Mars. How, by science and technology, which it was too late for Mars to develop now, even if they had the type of minds which would enable them to develop these things, to restore and rehabilitate a dying planet, so that an otherwise dying race might live and multiply again. Each planet would gain greatly, and neither would lose. And tonight was the night when Earth would make its first sighting shot. Its next shot, a rocket containing Earthmen, or at least an Earthman, would be at the next opposition, 2 Earth years, or roughly 4 Martian years hence. The Martians knew this, because their teams of telepaths were able to catch at least some of the thoughts of Earthmen, enough to know their plans. Unfortunately, at that distance the connection was one way, Mars could not ask Earth to hurry its program, or tell Earth scientists the facts about Mars's composition and atmosphere which would have made this preliminary shot unnecessary. Tonight, Rai, the leader, as nearly as the Martian word can be translated, and Ki, his administrative assistant and closest friend, sat and meditated together until the time was near. Then they drank a toast to the future in a beverage based on menthol, which had the same effect on Martians as alcohol on Earthmen, and climbed to the roof of the building in which they had been sitting. They watched toward the north, where the rocket should land. The stars shone brilliantly and unwinkingly through the atmosphere. In Observatory No. 1 on Earth's moon, Roger Everett, his eye at the eyepiece of the spotoscope, said triumphantly, "Thar she blow, Willie. And now, as soon as the film's developed, we'll know the score on that old planet Mars." He straightened up. There'd be no more to see now, and he and Willie Sanger shook hands solemnly. It was an historical occasion. "Hope it didn't kill anybody. Any Martians, that is. Rog, did it hit center in Syrtis Major?" "Near as matters. I'd say maybe 1,000 miles off to the south. And that's damn close on a 50-million-mile shot. Willie, do you think there are any Martians?" Willie thought for a second and then said, "No." He was right. Earthmen Bearing Gifts by Frederick Brown. Recording by Russell Kelleher.
The Fourth Invasion by Henry Josephs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Grzinski. The Fourth Invasion by Henry Josephs. Psychopathology has offered possible answers to why, from time to time, people in large quantities see strange things in the sky, which manage to evade trained scientific observers or conform to what is known about the behavior of falling or flying bodies. And mass hysteria is by no means a product of the present century. But what if these human foibles were deliberately being exploited? Dr. Clayton's face was impassive as a marble mask when he turned to young Corelli. For a moment, the little group stood there in embarrassed silence in the classroom, shifting uneasily from one foot to another, feigning interest in the paperweights upon Clayton's desk, or in the utterly uninspiring scenes on the sidewalk outside the window. "You say, Corelli, that you saw 3 Martian ships. Can you describe them?" Corelli blinked as he felt the weight of his colleague's eyes boring into him. "I didn't say they were Martian, sir, only that they seemed to be unearthly. And they were not the conventional saucer-shaped things. They acted like saucers skimming across the water. That's what made me think they were genuine. And they didn't seem to be going fast enough so that I'd expect to hear a roar like a jet plane. It struck me that this might not be the way they fly naturally, but the way they might fly if the pilots were having trouble adjusting the controls to a heavier atmosphere than they were used to." Clayton tapped the tabletop with his fingers. "What about you, Marty? Did you see 3 ships?" Big Gene Marty, football star, was the least nervous. "Can't be sure about ships, Doc," he rumbled. "I did see something strange disappearing over the horizon. They might have been what Tony says. But whatever it was, there were 3 of them. But I saw something else, because I was looking in another direction. What I saw first was a couple of funny-looking shapes floating down near the ground. Didn't look like parachutists, yet they seemed big enough to be men, or at least small men." "Interesting. All right, what about the rest of you? How many saw the ships?" A chorus answered him. "I see," Clayton mused. "You all agree on the behavior? And you all think there were 3, not 4, not 2? 3? It was agreed. Clayton rustled the pile of newspapers. The reports in here vary. I learn with amazement that you gentlemen seem to have missed completely the spurts of flame that issued from the alien ships. Flame which is reported to have set a house on fire. And no one seems to have noticed that the invaders, in descending, glided on huge black wings. Corelli blushed a fiery crimson. Dr. Clayton, he protested, we aren't making these things up for popular consumption. We're just telling you what we actually saw. That is, what we saw looked like to us. Clayton nodded. Of course, that is all people were doing back in 1938, when the Martians landed in New Jersey at the time Orson Welles presented a radio version of H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds, or when the flying saucer craze first started, or when Fantafilm put on their big publicity stunt for the improved 3D movie The Outsiders, and people saw the aliens over Broadway and heard them address the populace in weird booming tones. Gentlemen, I am not pleased to find students in this university engaging in such unwarranted extracurricular activity as inventing interplanetary scares. I don't think Washington will be amused either. Corelli clicked his heels. Sir, he stated in dignified tones, I resent these implications. I assume they have been directed at me. At no time have I talked about this to reporters or in any way engaged in what you accuse me of. If you want my resignation from this school, you may have it. Really? You think that an air of dignified innocence will undo the damage done? I am well aware of your experiments with the Y-wave, gentlemen, and it was on the Y-wave that the messages came. You may be interested to know that the number of lives lost, the property damage, the business losses due to the panic have not yet been fully determined, but it makes the hysteria following the Fantafilm hoax very small potatoes by comparison. You may withdraw now, gentlemen. This affair will be discussed at greater length later, regardless of what the FBI decides. I had hoped that the main culprit would try to save unwitting accomplices from a measure of grief. That is all. The 7 students left Dr. Clayton's office in record time. Professor Elton rapped the table for silence. Gentlemen, he began, Dr. Clayton and I both extend our sincere apologies. He smiled wanly. Of course, that does not exonerate anyone from the charge of gullibility. But Harvey Gale's confession has been fully confirmed by the FBI, and you and this university have been cleared. The public knows now that your testimony helped lead to the facts in the case. To me, the most interesting feature of this business is the fact that Gale was able to put over this hoax, despite the fact that the public had been taken in 3 times before. The Orson Welles scare rode on a wave of war hysteria. The flying saucer craze followed World War. The Fantafilm hoax came when the world was still in dread of sudden bombings. But the Gale hoax, what can we call it but what is loosely known as the continuing gullibility of human beings? We trust that this demonstration you have just observed will help you to remember that while seeing may be believing, it's wise not to believe until it has been established just what you saw. In his private office, Dr. Clayton leaned forward over his desk, or, to be more exact, something that looked like Dr. Clayton leaned over the desk. The face was impassive as marble, but from out of a slit in his chest, a pair of black antenna-like feelers were vibrating into a framed picture on the wall, from which the picture had been slid aside. Landing safely effected, brief panic when several terrestrial sighted ships, all clear now. Full report containing details on latest successful persuasion of Earthlings that Martians or other aliens are imaginary will follow. From the speaker beneath the desk came sounds of gasps, heavy breathing, then shuffling footsteps. Clayton pushed the picture back into place, then took off the skin-painted vest he wore with the flat box on its inside. He snapped a switch on the side of his desk. There, now they can't hear, if any are still hanging around. Professor Elton looked at him bewilderedly. I don't get it. After all the risk we went to convince the public there ain't no ghosts, as the old saying goes, you arranged to have students hear you going into a report to the home planet act, and you use a code they all know. What's the point in doing it? Clayton nodded. It looks somewhat mad, doesn't it? Well, the psychology team was sure of the necessity. You see, more and more humans remain unconvinced each time one of these hoaxes are exposed. The unconvinced are sure that something fiendish is going on beneath the surface, that the authorities, all kinds, from civil to scientific, are engaged in a vast cover-up. We can't prevent this belief. We don't know how to keep it from spreading. So the alternative is to direct it. Elton nodded slowly. I can see possibilities along that line, but just what direction was this supposed to kind of bring about? Why, obviously, if large-scale invasion from Mars is imminent, and this is the belief that we're all catering to, then it follows that the invasion hasn't already taken place. The two of us and Harvey Gale will disappear shortly in one way or another, and gradually public cries for effective planetary defense will mount. You know who will direct the defense. End of The Fourth Invasion by Henry Josephs.
Handyman by Frank Banta. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by George Thomas. Handyman by Frank Banta. They didn't have to worry about a thing for the rest of their natural lives. James Ypsilanti swung at the door with a stake cuber. Or was it the cube staker? No matter, the door was a good hardwood door, and resisted his onslaught well. But time was on his side. He had the energy and the time, he knew, and sooner or later the door would be kindling. It was the door to his room. It was evident to him that he did not need the door to his room, and that he did need heat. In fact, he had better get some heat pretty soon, although he was keeping warm enough for the present by beating on the door. So he would beat this door to kindling, and then he would build a nice cozy fire in the hall that will keep him warm for a long time, if he was stingy with his fuel. The carpenter came by. The carpenter was always coming by except when you wanted him, Jim realized. The carpenter was a mighty busy fellow. The carpenter stopped short when he saw Jim demolishing the door. In fact, he came to a grinding halt. Jim, why didn't you tell me? Carpenter, how was I to know where you were? Who can ever find you? I know, Jim. Jim, you work so hard. Yes, he said, pounding. Take this hatchet, Jim. A hatchet is what you demolish doors with. Goodbye. The carpenter departed. James Ypsilanti swung on the door with his newly acquired hatchet. Soon he was ready for his fire. He struck a match, and in no time had the pile of varnished kindling blazing smokily in the hall. He held his hands over the blaze. Ah, good, good, good. He closed his eyes. What could be better than this? Then he opened them again regretfully. It's dinner time. I'd better fix it while I have my fire going. He hurried to the kitchen and chose a can of eggs, bacon, and pancakes from the massive stores. Opening the large can, he heated it over his hall fire. Then he dumped the contents on his tin plate and ate. Murder, he thought somberly. That's what I'm in here for. That's what I'm in for. Practically murder with consent. She said she couldn't live without me. Margie begged me to kill her. You might as well say, good old Margie, a good kid. But I killed her, and now, well, that's life. He speared a pancake. Damn, but it's cold. He threw an armload of wood on the fire, and it blazed up. Sure wish these carpenters had feelings. My lord, they got no feelings at all. The carpenter arrived with a new hardwood door. Whistling cheerily, he began to install it where the other one had just been hatcheted away. Carpenter, that door won't be staying there long. I'm almost out of fuel. I hope you don't expect me to be surprised, Jim, if this door doesn't last very long. The previous 22 doors at this location, Jim, did not last very long either. Still whistling to himself, he installed the last of the hinge screws. Why don't you just give me the doors instead of causing yourself all this work? Demanded James Ypsilanti. Inmates will not be issued materials, Jim. I've quoted that section of the rules to you many times, Jim. But couldn't you just lean the door up against the door jamb and leave it? Argued the inmate. You go to a ridiculous amount of trouble. It is not ridiculous, Jim. I am a carpenter, Jim. Goodbye. After lunch, James Ypsilanti crawled into his escape tunnel. He liked to go in there every day and daydream. The tunnel ended abortively at the wall of the prison, for the prison wall extended down into solid bedrock for a meter, and it was fabricated of 1 meter thick compressed steel. It was the nearest thing to an exit that the prison had. Officials had always come and gone through the massive englobing wall by matter transmitters. Smarties couldn't find me, though, when I was in my escape tunnel, he chortled as he stretched out in the cave under the concrete. They can walk through walls, but they couldn't find me. Then his tone became baleful. The Smarties will never find me. As James Ypsilanti chopped on the door the next day, the carpenter stood cheerily watching. Carpenter, why don't you fix the damn heating plant? Then I wouldn't have to be chopping up your doors all the time to keep warm. I am a carpenter, Jim, not a heat plant fixer, as you well know from our previous negotiations on the subject. What will you do, carpenter, when I have used up all your doors? The convict jibed. Why, Jim, we will have to send out for some more, the carpenter answered condescendingly. Still, I wish you would let me work on the heat plant, urged Ypsilanti. I might fix it. Inmates will not be permitted to disassemble or otherwise interfere with the machinery of the institution, quoted the carpenter. Need I say more, Jim? Okay, said James Ypsilanti, resuming his destructive work on the new door. Scram, stupid. The carpenter departed. That dope, Jim said between blows, is even foggier in the head than my lousy lawyer was, and that's going some. Jim, said the carpenter, returning and sounding very pleased with himself, look here at what I have found, Jim. James Ypsilanti turned to look at what the carpenter held in his hand. It was a carpenter's square sheathed in plastic. Found enough of them to last me a lifetime, Jim, said the carpenter complacently. I'll never have to buy any. No, you won't, agreed James Ypsilanti bitterly. Can't you get it into your head that you and I are the only ones left on Earth? After the war, the rest left. They couldn't find us when they evacuated this atomic explosion-wrecked planet because we were in this escape-proof jug. So they went away and left us. I know, Jim. Ypsilanti studied the mobile features of the carpenter, searching intently for a sign. But the carpenter robot strolled away whistling. End of Handyman. Recording by George Thomas, Traveller's Rest, South Carolina.
The Hanging Stranger by Philip K. Dick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Addison. The Hanging Stranger by Philip K. Dick. Ed had always been a practical man. When he saw something was wrong, he tried to correct it. Then one day he saw it hanging in the town square. 5 o'clock. Ed Loyce washed up, tossed on his hat and coat, got his car out, and headed across town towards his TV sales store. He was tired. His back and shoulders ached from digging dirt out of the basement and wheeling it into the backyard. But for a 40-year-old man, he had done okay. Jane could get a new vase with the money he had saved, and he liked the idea of repairing the foundations himself. It was getting dark. The setting sun cast long rays over the scurrying commuters, tired and grim-faced women loaded down with bundles and packages, students swarming home from the university, mixing with clerks and businessmen and drab secretaries. He stopped his Packard for a red light and then started it up again. The store had been open without him. He'd arrived just in time to spell the help for dinner, go over the records of the day, maybe even close a couple of sales himself. He drove slowly past the small square of green in the center of the street, the town park. There were no parking places in front of Loyce TV Sales and Service. He cursed under his breath and swung the car in a U-turn. Again he passed the little square of green with its lonely drinking fountain and bench and single lamppost. From the lamppost something was hanging. A shapeless dark bundle swinging a little with the wind, like a dummy of some sort. Loyce rolled down his window and peered out. What the hell was it? A display of some kind? Sometimes the Chamber of Commerce put up displays in the square. Again he made a U-turn and brought his car around. He passed the park and concentrated on the dark bundle. It wasn't a dummy. And if it was a display, it was a strange kind. The hackles on his neck rose, and he swallowed uneasily. Sweat slid out on his face and hands. It was a body. A human body. "Look at it!" Loyce snapped. "Come on out here." Don Ferguson came slowly out of the store, buttoning his pinstripe coat with dignity. "This is a big deal, Ed. I can't just leave the guy standing there." "See it?" Ed pointed into the gathering gloom. The lamppost jutted up against the sky, the post and the bundle swinging from it. "There it is. How the hell long has it been there?" His voice rose excitedly. "What's wrong with everybody? They just walk on past." Don Ferguson lit a cigarette slowly. "Take it easy, old man. There must be a good reason or it wouldn't be there." "A reason? What kind of a reason?" Ferguson shrugged. "Like the time the Traffic Safety Council put that wrecked Buick there. Some sort of civic thing. How would I know?" Jack Potter from the shoe shop joined them. "What's up, boys?" "There's a body hanging from the lamppost," Loyce said. I'm going to call the cops." "They must know about it," Potter said, "or otherwise it wouldn't be there." I got to get back in. Fergusson headed back into the store. Business before pleasure. Loyce began to get hysterical. "You see it? You see it hanging there? A man's body. A dead man." "Sure, Ed. I saw it this afternoon when I went out for coffee." "You mean it's been there all afternoon?" "Sure. What's the matter?" Potter glanced at his watch. "Have to run. See you later, Ed." Potter hurried off, joining the flow of people moving along the sidewalk. Men and women passing by the park. A few glanced up curiously at the dark bundle and then went on. Nobody stopped. Nobody paid any attention. "I'm going nuts," Loyce whispered. He made his way to the curb and crossed out into traffic among the cars. Horns honked angrily at him. He gained the curb and stepped up onto the little square of green. The man had been middle-aged. His clothing was ripped and torn, a grey suit splashed and caked with dried mud. A stranger. Loyce had never seen him before. Not a local man. His face was partly turned away, and in the evening wind he spun a little, turning gently, silently. His skin was gouged and cut. Red gashes, deep scratches of congealed blood. A pair of steel-rimmed glasses hung from one ear, dangling foolishly. His eyes bulged. His mouth was open, tongue thick and ugly blue. "For heaven's sake," Loyce muttered, sickened. He pushed down his nausea and made his way back to the sidewalk. He was shaking all over with revulsion and fear. Why? Who was the man? Why was he hanging there? What did it mean? And why didn't anybody notice? He bumped into a small man hurrying along the sidewalk. "Watch it," the man grated. "Oh, it's you, Ed." Ed nodded dazedly. "Hello, Jenkins. What's the matter?" The stationery clerk caught Ed's arm. "You look sick. The body there in the park." "Sure, Ed." Jenkins led him into the alcove of Loyce TV Sales and Service. "Take it easy." Margaret Henderson from the jewelry store joined them. "Something wrong?" "Ed's not feeling well." Loyce yanked himself free. "How can you stand here? Don't you see it? For God's sake!" "What's he talking about?" Margaret asked nervously. "The body!" Ed shouted. "The body hanging up there!" More people collected. "Is he sick? It's Ed Loyce. You okay, Ed?" "The body!" Loyce screamed, struggling to get past them. Hands caught at him. He tore loose. "Let me go. The police. Get the police." "Ed, better get a doctor. He must be sick. Or drunk." Loyce fought his way through the people. He stumbled and half fell. Through a blur he saw rows of faces, curious, concerned, anxious. Men and women halting to see what the disturbance was. He fought past them towards his store. He could see Fergusson inside talking to a man, showing him an Emerson TV set. Pete Foley in the back at the service counter, setting up a new Philco. Loyce shouted at them frantically. His voice was lost in the roar of traffic and the murmur around him. "Do something!" he screamed. "Don't stand there! Do something! Something's wrong! Something's happened! Things are going on!" The crowd melted respectfully for the two heavy-set cops moving efficiently toward Loyce. "Name?" The cop with the notebook murmured. Loyce. He mopped his forehead wearily. Edward C. Loyce. Listen to me. Back there. Address? The cop demanded. The police car moved swiftly through traffic, shooting among the cars and buses. Loyce sagged against the seat, exhausted and confused. He took a deep, shuddering breath. 1368 Hurst Road. That's here in Pikeville. That's right. Loyce pulled himself up with a violent effort. Listen to me. Back there in the square, hanging from the lamppost. Where were you today? The cop behind the wheel demanded. Where? Loyce echoed. You weren't in your shop, were you? No. He shook his head. No, I was home, down in the basement. In the basement? Digging. A new foundation. Getting out the dirt to pour a cement frame. Why? What has that to do with? Was anybody else down there with you? No. My wife was downtown. My kids were at school. Loyce looked from one heavy-set cop to the other. Hope flicked across his face. Wild hope. You mean because I was down there I missed the explanation? I didn't get in on it, like everybody else? After a pause, the cop with the notebook said, That's right. You missed the explanation. Then it's official. The body, it's supposed to be hanging there. It's supposed to be hanging there. For everybody to see. Ed Loyce grinned weakly. Good Lord. I guess I sort of went off the deep end. I thought maybe something had happened, you know. Something like the Ku Klux Klan. Some kind of violence. Communists or fascists taking over. He wiped his face with his breast pocket handkerchief, his hands shaking. I'm glad to know it's on the level. It's on the level. The police car was getting near the Hall of Justice. The sun had set. The streets were gloomy and dark. The lights had not yet come on. I feel better, Loyce said. I was pretty excited there for a minute. I guess I got all stirred up. Now that I understand, there's no need to take me in, is there? The two cops said nothing. I should be back at my store. The boys haven't had dinner. I'm all right now. No more trouble. Is there any need of... This won't take long, the cop behind the wheel interrupted. A short process. Only a few minutes. I hope it's short, Loyce muttered. The car slowed down for a stoplight. I guess I sort of disturbed the peace. Funny getting excited like that and... Loyce yanked the door open. He sprawled out into the street and rolled to his feet. Cars were moving all around him, gaining speed as the light changed. Loyce leaped onto the curb and raced among the people, burrowing into the swarming crowds. Behind him he heard sounds, shouts, people running. They weren't cops. He had realized that right away. He knew every cop in Pikeville. A man couldn't own a store, operate a business in a small town for 25 years without getting to know all the cops. They weren't cops, and there hadn't been any explanation. Potter, Ferguson, Jenkins, none of them knew why it was there. They didn't know, and they didn't care. That was the strange part. Loyce ducked into a hardware store. He raced toward the back, past the startled clerks and customers into the shipping room and through the back door. He tripped over a garbage can and ran up a flight of concrete steps. He climbed over a fence and jumped down on the other side, gasping and panting. There was no sound behind him. He had got away. He was at the entrance of an alley, dark and strewn with boards and ruined boxes and tires. He could see the street at the far end. A street light wavered and came on. Men and women, stores, neon signs, cars, and to his right, the police station. He was close, terribly close. Past the loading platform of a grocery store rose the white concrete side of the Hall of Justice. Barred windows, the police antenna, a great concrete wall rising up in the darkness. A bad place for him to be near. He was too close. He had to keep moving, get farther away from them. Them? Loyce moved cautiously down the alley. Beyond the police station was the City Hall, the old-fashioned yellow structure of wood and gilded brass and broad cement steps. He could see the endless rows of offices, dark windows, the cedars and beds of flowers on each side of the entrance, and something else. Above the City Hall was a patch of darkness, a cone of gloom, denser than the surrounding night, a prism of black that spread out and was lost into the sky. He listened. Good God, he could hear something, something that made him struggle frantically to close his ears, his mind, to shut out the sound, a buzzing, a distant muted hum, like a great swarm of bees. Loyce gazed up, rigid with horror. The splotch of darkness hanging over the City Hall, darkness so thick it seemed almost solid. In the vortex something moved. Flickering shapes, things descending from the sky, pausing momentarily above the City Hall, fluttering over it in a dense swarm, and then dropping silently onto the roof. Shapes, fluttering shapes from the sky, from the crack of darkness that hung above him. He was seeing them. For a long time Loyce watched, crouched behind a sagging fence in a pool of scummy water. They were landing, coming down in groups, landing on the roof of the City Hall and disappearing inside. They had wings, like giant insects of some kind. They flew and fluttered and came to rest, and then crawled crab fashion sideways across the roof and into the building. He was sickened and fascinated. Cold night wind blew around him and he shuddered. He was tired, dazed with shock. On the front steps of the City Hall were men standing here and there, groups of men coming out of the building and halting for a moment before going on. Were there more of them? It didn't seem possible. What he saw descending from the black chasm weren't men. They were alien, from some other world, some other dimension, sliding through this slit, this break in the shell of the universe, entering through this gap, winged insects from another realm of being. On the steps of the City Hall, a group of men broke up. A few moved toward a waiting car. One of the remaining shapes started to re-enter the City Hall. It changed its mind and turned to follow the others. Loyce closed his eyes in horror. His senses reeled. He hung on tight, clutching at the sagging fence. The shape, the man shape, had abruptly fluttered up and flapped after the others. It flew to the sidewalk and came to rest among them. Pseudo-men, imitation men, insects with ability to disguise themselves as men, like other insects familiar to Earth, protective coloration, mimicry. Loyce pulled himself away. He got slowly to his feet. It was night. The alley was totally dark. But maybe they could see in the dark. Maybe darkness made no difference to them. He left the alley cautiously and moved out onto the street. Men and women flowed past, but not so many now. At the bus stops stood waiting groups. A huge bus lumbered along the street, its lights flashing in the evening gloom. Loyce moved forward. He pushed his way among those waiting, and when the bus halted, he boarded it and took a seat in the rear by the door. A moment later, the bus moved into life and rumbled down the street. Loyce relaxed a little. He studied the people around him. Dull, tired faces. People going home from work. Quite ordinary faces. None of them paid any attention to him. All sat quietly, sunk down in their seats, jiggling with the motion of the bus. The man sitting next to him unfolded a newspaper. He began to read the sports section, his lips moving. An ordinary man. Blue suit, tie, a businessman or a salesman, on his way home to his wife and family. Across the aisle a young woman, perhaps 20. Dark eyes and hair, a package on her lap. Nylons and heels, red coat and white Angora sweater, gazing absently ahead of her. A high school boy in jeans and black jacket. A great triple-chinned woman with an immense shopping bag loaded with packages and parcels, her thick face dim with weariness. Ordinary people, the kind that rode the bus every evening, going home to their families, to dinner. Going home with their minds dead, controlled, filmed over with the mask of an alien being that had appeared and taken possession of them, their town, their lives, himself too, except that he happened to be deep in his cellar instead of in the store. Somehow he had been overlooked, they had missed him. Their control wasn't perfect, foolproof. Maybe there were others. Hope flickered in Loyce. They weren't omnipotent. They had made a mistake, not got control of him. Their net, their field of control had passed over him. He had emerged from his cellar as he had gone down. Apparently their power zone was limited. A few seats down the aisle a man was watching him. Loyce broke off his chain of thought. A slender man with dark hair and a small moustache. Well-dressed, brown suit and shiny shoes. A book between his small hands. He was watching Loyce, studying him intently. He turned quickly away. Loyce tensed. One of them, or another they had missed. The man was watching him again. Small dark eyes, alive and clever, shrewd. A man too shrewd for them, or one of the things itself, an alien insect from beyond. The bus halted. An elderly man got on slowly and dropped his token into the box. He moved down the aisle and took a seat opposite Loyce. The elderly man caught the sharp-eyed man's gaze. For a split second something passed between them. A look rich with meaning. Loyce got to his feet. The bus was moving. He ran to the door. One step down into the well. He yanked the emergency door release. The rubber door swung open. "Hey!" the driver shouted, jamming on the brakes. "What the hell?" Loyce squirmed through. The bus was slowing down. Houses on all sides. A residential district. Lawns and tall apartment buildings. Behind him, the bright-eyed man had leapt up. The elderly man was also on his feet. They were coming after him. Loyce leaped. He hit the pavement with terrific force and rolled against the curb. Pain lapped over him. Pain and a vast tide of blackness. Desperately he fought it off. He struggled to his knees and then slid down again. The bus had stopped. People were getting off. Loyce groped around. His fingers closed over something. A rock lying in the gutter. He crawled to his feet, grunting with pain. A shape loomed before him. A man, the bright-eyed man with the book. Loyce kicked. The man gasped and fell. Loyce brought the rock down. The man screamed and tried to roll away. "Stop! For God's sake, listen!" He struck again. A hideous crunching sound. The man's voice cut off and dissolved in a bubbling wail. Loyce scrambled up and back. The others were there now, all around him. He ran awkwardly down the sidewalk, up a driveway. None of them followed him. They had stopped and were bending over the inert body of the man with the book, the bright-eyed man who had come after him. Had he made a mistake? But it was too late to worry about that. He had to get out, away from them, out of Pikeville, beyond the crack of darkness, the rent between their world and his. "Ed!" Janet Loyce backed away nervously. "What is it? What?" Ed Loyce slammed the door behind him and came into the living room. "Pull down the shades, quick." Janet moved toward the window. "But do as I say. Who else is here besides you?" "Nobody. Just the twins. They're upstairs in their room. What's happened? You look so strange. Why are you home?" Ed locked the front door. He prowled around the house, into the kitchen. From the drawer under the sink he slid out the big butcher knife and ran his finger along it, sharp, plenty sharp. He returned to the living room. "Listen to me," he said. "I don't have much time. They know I escaped, and they'll be looking for me." "Escaped?" Janet's face twisted with bewilderment and fear. "Who?" "The town has been taken over. They're in control. I've got it pretty well figured out. They started at the top, at the City Hall and Police Department. What they did with the real humans, they—" "What are you talking about?" "We've been invaded. From some other universe, some other dimension. They're insects, mimicry, and more. Power to control minds. Your mind." "My mind?" "Their entrance is here, in Pikeville. They've taken over all of you. The whole town except me. We're up against an incredibly powerful enemy, but they have their limitations. That's our hope. They're limited. They can make mistakes." Janet shook her head. "I don't understand, Ed. You must be insane." "Insane? No. Just lucky. If I hadn't been down in the basement, I'd be like all the rest of you." Loyce peered out the window. "But I can't stand here talking. Get your coat." "My coat?" "We're getting out of here. Out of Pikeville. We've got to get help. Fight this thing. They can be beaten. They're not infallible. It's going to be close, but we may make it if we hurry. Come on." He grabbed her arm roughly. "Get your coat and call the twins. We're all leaving. Don't stop to pack. There's no time for that." White-faced, his wife moved toward the closet and got down her coat. "Where are we going?" Ed pulled open the desk drawer and spilled the contents out onto the floor. He grabbed up a road map and spread it open. "They'll have the highway covered, of course, but there's a back road to Oak Grove. I got onto it once. It's practically abandoned. Maybe they'll forget about it." "The old ranch road? Good Lord, it's completely closed. Nobody's supposed to drive over it." "I know." Ed thrust the map grimly into his coat. "That's our best chance. Now call down the twins and let's get going. Your car is full of gas, isn't it?" Janet was dazed. "The Chevy? I had it filled up yesterday afternoon." Janet moved towards the stairs. "Ed, I—" "Call the twins." Ed unlocked the front door and peered out. Nothing stirred. No sign of life. All right so far. "Come on downstairs," Janet called in a wavering voice. "We're going out for a while." "Now?" Tommy's voice came. "Hurry up," Ed barked. "Get down here, both of you." Tommy appeared at the top of the stairs. "I was doing my homework. We're starting fractions. Miss Parker says if we don't get this done—" "You can forget about fractions." Ed grabbed his son as he came down the stairs and propelled him toward the door. "Where's Jim?" "He's coming." Jim started slowly down the stairs. "What's up, Dad?" "We're going for a ride." "A ride? Where?" Ed turned to Janet. "We'll leave the lights on and the TV set. Go turn it on." He pushed her toward the set. "So they'll think we're still—" He heard the buzz and dropped instantly, the long butcher knife out. Sickened, he saw it coming down the stairs at him, wings a blur of motion as it aimed itself. It still bore a vague resemblance to Jimmy. It was small, a baby one, a brief glimpse, the thing hurtling at him. Cold, multi-lensed, inhuman eyes, wings, body still clothed in yellow t-shirt and jeans, the mimic outline still stamped on it. A strange half-turn of its body as it reached him. What was it doing? A stinger. Loyce stabbed wildly at it. It retreated, buzzing frantically. Loyce rolled and crawled toward the door. Tommy and Janet stood still as statues, faces blank. Watching without expression, Loyce stabbed again. This time the knife connected. The thing shrieked and faltered. It bounced against the wall and fluttered down. Something lapped through his mind. A wall of force, energy, an alien mind probing into him. He was suddenly paralyzed. The mind entered his own, touched against him briefly, shockingly, an utterly alien presence settling over him. And then it flickered out. as the thing collapsed in a broken heap on the rug. It was dead. He turned it over with his foot. It was an insect, a fly of some kind. Yellow t-shirt, jeans. His son Jimmy. He closed his mind tight. It was too late to think about that. Savagely, he scooped up his knife and headed toward the door. Janet and Tommy stood stone still, neither of them moving. The car was out. He'd never get through. They'd be waiting for him. It was 10 miles on foot. 10 long miles over rough ground, gullies and open fields, and hills of uncut forest. He'd have to go alone. Lois opened the door. For a brief second he looked back at his wife and son. Then he slammed the door behind him and raced down the porch steps. A moment later he was on his way, hurrying swiftly through the darkness toward the edge of town. The early morning sunlight was blinding. Lois halted, gasping for breath, swaying back and forth. Sweat ran down in his eyes. His clothing was torn, shredded by the brush and thorns through which he had crawled. 10 miles, on his hands and knees, crawling, creeping through the night. His shoes were mud-caked. He was scratched and limping, utterly exhausted. But ahead of him lay Oak Grove. He took a deep breath and started down the hill. Twice he stumbled and fell, picking himself up and trudging on. His ears rang. Everything receded and wavered, but he was there. He had got out, away from Pikeville. A farmer in a field gaped at him. From a house a young woman watched in wonder. Lois reached the road and turned onto it. Ahead of him was a gasoline station and a drive-in. A couple of trucks, some chickens pecking in the dirt, a dog tied with a string. The white-clad attendant watched suspiciously as he dragged himself up to the station. Thank God! He caught hold of the wall. I didn't think I was going to make it. They followed me most of the way. I could hear them buzzing and flitting around behind me. What happened? The attendant demanded. You in a wreck? A hold-up? Lois shook his head wearily. They have the whole town, the city hall and the police station. They hung a man from the lamppost. That was the first thing I saw. They've got all the roads blocked. I saw them hovering over the cars coming in. About 4 this morning I got beyond them. I knew it right away. I could feel them leave. And then the sun came up. The attendant licked his lip nervously. You're out of your head. I'd better get a doctor. Get me into Oak Grove, Lois gasped. He sank down on the gravel. We've got to get started cleaning them out. Got to get started right away. They kept a tape recorder going all the time he talked. When he had finished, the commissioner snapped off the recorder and got to his feet. He stood for a moment, deep in thought. Finally he got out his cigarettes and lit up slowly, a frown on his beefy face. You don't believe me, Lois said. The commissioner offered him a cigarette. Lois pushed it impatiently away. Suit yourself. The commissioner moved over to the window and stood for a time looking out at the town of Oak Grove. I believe you, he said abruptly. Lois sagged. Thank God. So you got away. The commissioner shook his head. You were down in your cellar instead of at work. A freak chance. 1 in a million. Lois sipped some of the black coffee they had brought him. I have a theory, he murmured. What is it? About them. Who they are. They take over one area at a time, starting at the top, the highest level of authority, working down from there in a widening circle. When they're firmly in control, they go on to the next town. They spread, slowly, very gradually. I think it's been going on for a long time. A long time? Thousands of years. I don't think it's new. Why do you say that? When I was a kid, a picture they showed us in Bible League. A religious picture, an old print. The enemy gods, defeated by Jehovah. Moloch, Beelzebub, Moab, Baalin, Ashtaroth. So? They were all represented by figures. Loyce looked up at the Commissioner. Beelzebub was represented as a giant fly. The Commissioner grunted. An old struggle. They've been defeated. The Bible is an account of their defeats. They make gains, but finally they're defeated. Why defeated? They can't get everyone. They didn't get me. And they never got the Hebrews. The Hebrews carried the message to the whole world. The realization of the danger. The 2 men on the bus, I think they understood. Had escaped, like I did. He clenched his fist. I killed one of them. I made a mistake. I was afraid to take a chance. The Commissioner nodded. Yes, they undoubtedly had escaped as you did. Freak accidents, but the rest of the town was firmly in control. He turned from the window. Well, Mr. Loyce, you seem to have figured everything out. Not everything. The hanging man. The dead man hanging from the lamppost. I don't understand that. Why? Why did they deliberately hang him there? That would seem simple. The Commissioner smiled faintly. Bait. Loyce stiffened. His heart stopped beating. Bait? What do you mean? To draw you out. Make you declare yourself. So they'd know who was under control and who had escaped. Loyce recoiled with horror. Then they expected failures. They anticipated. He broke off. They were ready with a trap. And you showed yourself. You reacted. You made yourself known. The Commissioner abruptly moved toward the door. Come along, Loyce. There's a lot to do. We must get moving. There's no time to waste. Loyce started slowly to his feet, numbed. And the man? Who was the man? I never saw him before. He wasn't a local man. He was a stranger, all muddy and dirty, his face cut, slashed. There was a strange look on the Commissioner's face as he answered. Maybe, he said softly, you'll understand that too. Come along with me, Mr. Loyce. He held the door open, his eyes gleaming. Loyce caught a glimpse of the street in front of the police station. Policemen, a platform of some sort, a telephone pole, and a rope. Right this way, the Commissioner said, smiling coldly. As the sun set, the vice president of the Oak Grove Merchants Bank came up out of the vault, threw the heavy time locks, put on his hat and coat, and hurried outside onto the sidewalk. Only a few people were there, hurrying home to dinner. Good night, the guard said, locking the door after him. Good night, Clarence Mason murmured. He started along the street toward his car. He was tired. He had been working all day down in the vault, examining the layout of the safety deposit boxes to see if there was room for another tier. He was glad to be finished. At the corner he halted. The street lights had not yet come on. The street was dim. Everything was vague. He looked around and froze. From the telephone pole in front of the police station, something large and shapeless hung. It moved a little with the wind. What the hell was it? Mason approached it warily. He wanted to get home. He was tired and hungry. He thought of his wife, his kids, a hot meal on the dinner table. But there was something about the dark bundle, something ominous and ugly. The light was bad. He couldn't tell what it was. Yet it drew him on, made him move closer for a better look. The shapeless thing made him uneasy. He was frightened by it, frightened and fascinated. And the strange part was that nobody else seemed to notice it. End of The Hanging Stranger by Philip K. Dick. A Hitch in Space by Fritz Leiber. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Addison. A Hitch in Space by Fritz Leiber. My space partner was a good, reliable sidekick, but his partner was something else. Once, when I was doing a hitch with the Shaolin Space Guard out Scorpio way, my partner, Jeff Bogart, developed just about the most harmless psychosis you could imagine. He got himself an imaginary companion, and the imaginary companion turned out to be me. Well, I'm a pretty nice guy, and so having two of me in the ship didn't seem a particularly bad idea. At first, in fact, there'd be advantages of it, I thought. For instance, Jeff liked to talk a weary lot, and the imaginary Joe Hansen could spell me listening to him while I projected a book or just hearkened to the wheels going around in my own head against the faint patter of starlight on the hull. I met Jeff first at a space rodeo, oddly enough, but now the two of us were out on a servicing check of the orbital beacons and relays and rescue depots of the 5 planets of the Shaolin system. A completely routine job, its only drawback that it was lengthy. Our ship was an ionic jeep that looked like a fancy fountain pen, but was very roomy for 3 men, one of them imaginary. I caught on to Jeff's little mania by overhearing him talking to me. I'd be coming back from the head or stores or linear accelerator on my bunk, and I'd hear him yakking at me. It embarrassed me the first time, how to go back into the cabin when the other me was there. But I just swam in, and without any transition strain at all that I could observe, Jeff looked around at me, smiling sort of glaze-eyed, and said warmly, "Joe, my buddy Joe, am I glad they paired us." If Jeff had a major fault, as opposed to a species of nuttiness, it was that he was strictly a speak-only good, positive-thinking guy who always deferred to me, even idolized me, if you can imagine that. He'd give me such fulsome praise I'd be 10 times in orbit. Another thing that helped me catch on was that he always called the other me Joseph. At first I thought the whole thing might be a gag, or maybe a deliberate way of letting off steam against me without violating his always a sweet guy code, like happy husbands cursing in the bathroom. But then came the scrambled eggs. I'd slept late, and when I squinted into the cabin, there was Jeff hovering over a plate of yellow fluff and shaking his finger at my empty seat and saying, "Damn it, Joseph, eat your scrambled eggs. I cooked 'em specially for you." And when he crawfished out toward the galley a couple seconds later, he was saying, "Now you start on those eggs, Joseph, before I get back." I thought for a bit, and then I slid into my place and polished them off. When he floated in with the coffee, he gave me another of those glaze-eyed, God-fearing looks, but just a mite disappointed, I thought, and said, "Damn it, Joe, you're perfect. You always clean your plate." Apparently, when I was there, Joseph just didn't exist for Jeff, and vice versa. It was sort of eerie, especially with the hum of space in my ears like a seashell, and nobody else for 5 million miles. Beginning with the scrambled eggs, I discovered that Jeff didn't exactly idolize Joseph, or even take with him the attitude of "my buddy can do no wrong," like he did with me. I overheard him criticizing Joseph. Reasonably at first, then I heard him chewing him out, next bullying him. It made me wistful, that last, thinking how good it would feel to be full-bloodedly cursed to my face once in a while, instead of all the sweetness and light. And right there I got the idea for some amateur therapy. Shaula Deva helped me. I waited for a moment when we were both relaxed, and then I said, "Jeff, the trouble with you is you're too nice. You ought to criticize things more. For a start, to criticize me. Tell me my faults. Go ahead." He flushed a little and said, "Damn it, Joe, how can I? You're perfect." "No man is perfect, Jeff," I told him solemnly, feeling pretty foolish. "But you're my buddy. I always can trust," he protested, squirming a bit. "I wish you wouldn't talk this way." "Jeff, you can't trust anybody too far," I said. "Even good guys can do bad things. When I was a boy, there was a kid named Harry I practically worshipped. We lived on a pioneer world of Fomalhaut that had good snow, and we'd hitch rides with our sleds of little air-screw planes taking off. We'd each have a long white line on his sled and loop it beforehand around the plane's tail gear and back to the sled. Then we'd hide. As soon as the pilot got aboard, we'd jump on our sleds and each grab the free end of his line and have one comet of a ride until the plane took off. Then we'd quick let go. Well, one frosty morning, I let go and nothing happened, except I started to rise. Harry had tied the free end of my line tight to my sled. I could have just rolled off, I suppose, but I didn't want to lose my sled or my line either. Luckily I had a sheath knife handy and I used it. I even made a whizaroo of a landing. But ever afterwards my feelings towards Harry— "Stop it, please, Joe!" Jeff interrupted, very red in the face and shaking a little. "That boy, Harry, was utterly evil, and I don't want to hear any more about this or anything like it ever again. Understand?" I told him sure I did. Heck, I could see I'd gone the wrong way about it. I even begged his pardon. After that I just sweated it out, but I found I couldn't spend much time on books or my thoughts. I'd keep listening for what Jeff was saying to Joseph, and sometimes when he'd pause for Joseph's reply, I'd catch myself waiting for the imaginary me to make one. So I took to staying in the same cabin as Jeff as much as I could. That seemed to make him uncomfortable after a while, though he pretended to glory in it. He'd ask me questions like, "Tell me about life, Joe, so I'll know how to handle myself if we're ever parted." But the weariest things come to an end, even duty orbits around Shaula, and so the time came when we were servicing our last beacon outside the planet Shaula Bai it was. Next step would be a fast interplanetary orbit for base at Shaula Near. I was out working, on a safety line of course, but suit jetting around more than I needed to just for the pure joy of it, so that my suit tank was almost dry. I'd switched my suit radio off for a bit because, working in space, Jeff had taken to just gabbling to me nervously all the time, maybe because he figured there couldn't be room for Joseph with him in his suit. I finished up and paused for a last look at the ship. She was sweetly slim from her conical living quarters to the taper tail of her ionic jet, but she had more junk on her than an amateur asteroid prospector hangs on his suit the first time out. Every duty orbit, 50 scientists come with permission from the Commandant to hang some automatic research gadget on the hull. The craziest one this time was a huge flattened band of gold-plated aluminium, little more than foil thick, attached crosswise just in front of the tail and sticking out 20 feet on each side. I don't know what it was there for. Maybe to measure the effects of space on a Möbius strip, but it looked like a wedding ring that had been stepped on. So Jeff and I called it Trompled Love. But in spite of the junk, the ship looked mighty sweet, against the saffron steppes and baby blue seas of Shaula Bay, with Shaula herself, old Lambda Scorpii, flaming warm and wildly beyond, and with United States standing out big as life on the ship's living quarters. United States of Shaula, of course. I was almost dreaming out there, thinking how it hadn't been such a terrible duty after all, when I saw the ship begin to slide past Shaula. Poking out of her tail, ghostlier than the flame over a Café Royal, was the evil blue glow of her jet. In an instant I'd guessed exactly what had happened, and was beating myself on the head for not having anticipated it. Joseph had swum into the cabin right after Jeff, and Jeff had yelled at him, "It's about time, you lazy lunkhead! Everything secure? Okay, I'm switching on the beam." And I'd probably brought the whole thing about by telling him that damn fool sled story, and then sticking to him so close he just had to get rid of me so as to be with Joseph. Meanwhile, the ship was gathering speed in her sneaky way, and the wavy safety line between me and the airlock was starting to straighten. As you know, an ionic jet's only good space to space. It's not for heavy G work. Ours could deliver only 1/2 G at max, and was doing less than 1/4 now, which meant the ship was starting off slower than most ground cars. But the beam would fire for hours, building up to a terminal velocity of 50 miles a second, and carrying the ship far, far away from lonely Johansen. Except that we were tied together, of course. I was very grateful then for the weeks I'd practiced space roping, though I'd never won any prizes with it, because without thinking I started to whip my line very carefully, and on the third try, just as it was getting pretty straight, I managed to settle it in a notch in one outside end of trumpled love. After that I took up strain on the line as gradually as I could, letting it friction through my gloves for as long as I could, before putting all my mass on it, because although 1/4 G isn't much, it piles up in a few seconds to quite a jerk. I spread that jerk into several little ones. Well, the last jerk came, and the line didn't part, and Trumpled Love didn't crumple much, though the Shaula light showed me several very nasty-looking wrinkles in it. And there I was, trailing along after the ship, though out to one side, and feeling about as much strain on the line as if I were hanging from a cliff on the moon, and knowing I was going about 5 feet a second faster every second. My idea wanting to be out to the side, and bless my impulses for realizing it was the one important thing, was to keep my line and myself out of the beam. An ionic jet doesn't look hot from the side, but from straight on it's a lot brighter than an arc light. It's almost as tight as a laser beam, and I didn't want to think about what it would do to me, even trailing as I was 100 yards aft. Though, of course, long before it had ruined me, it would have disintegrated my line. My being out to the side was putting the ship off balance on its jet, and presumably throwing its course toward base and Shaula near little by little into error, but that was the least of my worries, believe me. I thought for a bit and remembered I could talk to Jeff over my suit radio. I decided to try it, not without misgivings. I tongued it on and said, "Jeff, oh Jeff, I'm out here, you forgot me." I was going to say some more, but just then he broke in angry and so loud it made my helmet ring with, "Joseph, did you hear anything then?" A pause then. "Well, clear the wax out of your ears, stupid, because I did. I think we got an enemy out there." Another and longer pause, while my blood curdled a bit thicker. Then, "Well, okay, Joseph, I'll go along with you this time, but if I hear the enemy once more, I'm going to suit up and take a rifle and sit in the airlock door until I've potted him." I tongued the radio off quick, fearful I'd sneeze or something. I had only one faint consolation. Joseph seemed to be a bit on my side, or maybe he was just lazy. I thought some more, and might frantic-like now, and after a while I said to myself, "Been going 5 minutes now, so I'm doing about 1/4 of a mile a second. That's 15 miles a minute, wow! But out here velocities are purely relative. My suit does a little better than 1/4 G full on. Okay, I'll jet to the ship." No sooner said than acted on. I was beginning to rely too much on impulse now. The suit jet killed my false weight at once, and I was off, mighty careful to aim myself along my line or a little outside it, so as not to wander over into the beam. Pretty soon the tail and Trompled Love were getting noticeably bigger, then a lot bigger. Then my suit fuel ran out. I'd built up enough velocity so that I was still gaining on the ship for a few seconds. In fact, I almost made it. My gauntlet was about to close on Trompled Love when the ship started slowly to pull away. Oh, it was frustrating. I remembered then what I should have a lot earlier and grabbed for the ship end of my line so as not to lose the distance I'd gained, and in my haste I knocked it away from me. The only good thing was that I didn't knock it out of the notch. Now I was losing space to the ship faster and faster, yet all I could do was reel in the me end of the line as fast as I could. Suddenly the whole line straightened and gave me a bigger jerk than I'd intended. I could see Trompled Love crumple a little, and I was swinging just a bit like a pendulum. I used a glove friction to spread the rest of the jerk, but still I was at the end of my line, and Trompled Love had crumpled a bit more before I was coasting along with the ship again. My side of Trompled Love was bent back maybe 20 degrees. The eye of the beam shone at me from the tail like a pale blue moon. For quite a while it brightened and dimmed as I tick-tock swung. Meanwhile I was beating my skull for not having thought earlier of the obvious, slow but safe way of doing it, instead of that lunatic suit jetting. I once heard a psychologist say we're mental slaves to power machinery, and I guess he had something. Clearly, all I had to do was climb hand over hand up the line to the ship. At moon gravity, that would be easy. If I should get tired, I only had to clamp on and rest. So I waited for my emotions to settle a bit, and then I reached along the line and gave a smooth, medium-strength heave. Maybe there is something to ESP, at least in a devilish sort of way, because I picked the exact moment when Jeff decided to feed the beam more juice. There was a big jerk, and I saw Trompled Love crumple a lot, so that it was pointing more than 45 degrees aft. Now there was a steady pull on the line, like I was hanging from a cliff on Mars, and the eye of the beam was a blue moon not so pale, in fact more like a sizzling blue sun seen through a light fog. After that, I just didn't have the heart to try the climb again. Once I started to draw myself up, very cautious, but on the first handhold I seemed to feel along the line Trompled Love crumpling some more, and I quit for good. I figured that at this boost Jeff would be up to proper speed for Chaloner in less than 2 hours. Well, I had suit oxy and refrigeration for longer than that. Of course, if Jeff decided not to cut the beam on schedule, maybe with the idea of eloping with Joseph to the next solar system, well, I'd discover them whether suit oxy running out would stimulate me to try the climb again alongside the beam. Or I could wait until he got her up near the speed of light, when, by the general theory of relativity, the line ought to be shortened enough so that I could hop aboard if I was sudden enough about it. No, Joe Hansen, you quit that, I told myself. You don't want to die with the gears in your head all stripped. Thinking about the beam got me wondering exactly how close I was to it. I unshipped my suit antenna and pulled it out to full length, about 8 feet, and fished around with it in the direction of the beam. Nothing seemed to happen to it. It didn't glow or anything, but I suddenly got a little electric shock, and when I drew it back, I could see 3 inches of the tip were gone, and the next couple inches were pitted. So much for curiosity. Next, I reattached the antenna to my suit, which turned out to be a lot more troublesome job than unshipping it, and tongued on the radio with the idea of listening in on Jeff. Right away, I heard him say, "Wake up, Joseph. I'm going to tell you your faults again. I've got a new way of cataloguing them chronologically. Begin with childhood. You hitched sled rides on airplanes. That was bad, Joseph. That was against the law. If the man had caught you doing it, if he'd seen you whizzing along there back of him, he'd have had every right to shoot you down in cold blood. Life is hard, Joseph. Life is merciless." Right then, I felt a tickle in my throat. I tried quick to shut off the radio, but it is remarkably difficult to tongue anything when you have a cough coming. It came out finally in a series of squeaky clubs. "Snap to, Joseph, and listen hard," I heard Jeff say. "It started again. Animal noises this time. You know if they make space suits for Black Panthers, Joseph?" I tongued off the radio quick before the follow-up cough came. I didn't have anything left to do now but think, so I thought about Jeff, how there seemed to be one Jeff who hated my guts, and another Jeff who idolized me, and another Jeff sneaking around in a jungle of saber-toothed tigers, and, oh, heck, there was probably a good 20 Jeffs sitting around inside his skull, some in light, some in darkness, but all of them watching each other and arguing together all the time. It was an odd way to think of a personality, a sort of perpetual cafe-clatch, but it had its points. Maybe some of the little guys weren't Jeffs at all, but his father and mother, and a caveman ancestor or two, and maybe some great-great-grandchild butting in now and then from the future. Well, I saw that speculation was getting out of hand, so, taking a tip from Jeff, I began to count my own sins. It took quite a while. Some of them were pretty interesting reading, almost enough to take my mind off my predicament, but I tired of it finally. Then I began to count the stars. It was really the longest 2 hours plus I ever spent, except maybe the time my first big girl disappeared, but I don't know. The experiences are hard to compare. I was about halfway through the stars when I went weightless. For an awful instant I thought the line had parted at last, but then I looked toward the ship and saw the bright little moon was gone. Right away I gave a couple of tugs on the line and began to close slowly with the tail. No trouble at all. Actually, my only difficulty was resisting the temptation to build up more momentum, which would have resulted in a crash landing. I softed in on Trumpled Love okay, except there was a big spark. The beam must have charged me good. Then I worked my way to the true hull. After that there were handholds. Finally I got to a porthole in the living quarters, and I looked in, and there was Jeff jawing away at my empty seat. I put my helmet against the hull and very faintly I heard him say, "Joseph, I'm still worried about the enemy. I keep thinking I hear him or it. I'm going to make us some coffee, so we'll stay real alert. You break out the guns." I don't suppose anyone ever moved quite so quietly and so quickly in a spacesuit as I did then. I got in the airlock, I got her up to pressure, I got unsuited, and all in less than 5 minutes, I'm sure, maybe less than 4. I swam to the cabin. It was empty. I slid into my seat just as Jeff floated in with the coffee. He went real pale when he spotted me. I saw there might be some trouble this time with the Joseph Joe transition, but I knew the only way to play it was real cool. I nested there in my seat as if I hadn't a worry or urge in the world, though my nerves and throat were just screaming for a squirt of that coffee. "Joe!" he squeaked at last. "My God, you gave me an awful scare. I thought you'd done a bunk. I thought you'd spaced yourself. I kept picturing you outside the ship." "Why, no, Jeff," I answered quietly. "One way or another, I've been in this seat ever since takeoff." His brow wrinkled as he thought about that. I looked at the board and noticed that our terminal trip velocity read 15 miles a second, my. Finally Jeff said, "That's right, you have." And then, just a shade unhappily, "I might have known. You always tell the truth, Joe. You're perfect." End of A Hitch in Space by Fritz Leiber.
Larson's Luck by Gerald Vance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Mattingly. Larson's Luck by Gerald Vance. "We moor in 10 minutes, I said. We were flying at reduced speed because of the heavy fog we had run into at the outer fringe of Earth's atmosphere, but I knew we were within 40 or 50 miles of the Trans-Space base. I had counted the miles on this particular trip because of the load of radium we were carrying from the Venusian mines. I wouldn't draw a completely relieved breath until we were down and the stuff was in the hands of the commerce agents. I eased my position slightly to relieve the pressure on my broken flipper and grinned at the pilot, Lucky Larson, the screwiest, most unpredictable void trotter who had ever flown for dear old Trans-Space. "You've been too good to be true this trip," I said, "and it's a good thing. The chief told me that if you so much as thought about clowning around or stunting, he was going to clip your wings for good." Lucky grinned, an impish, devil-may-care grin that lightened up his freckled face and bunched the tiny wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. And then, with characteristic abruptness, he scowled. "That grandmother," he said disgustedly. "Who does he think I am anyway? Some crazy, irresponsible madman who hasn't got enough brains to stay on a space beam?" "That's just what he does think," I grinned, "and you've given him plenty of reasons to think it. You can't bring your crate into the base without stunting around and showing off and risking your damn neck. That's why he sent me along with you this trip, just to see that you act like a pilot instead of circus acrobat." "A lot of good you'd do," Lucky mumbled. "You got a broken arm. The only reason he sent you is because he didn't want to pay you while you was in the hospital, so he cooks up this trip to get his money out of you. And say," he turned to me belligerently, "when did I ever crack up a ship? When did I ever even dent one of the babies?" "You haven't," I was forced to admit, "but that's just because of that screwy luck of yours. But it won't last forever, and one of these days it's going to run out just when you need it. So just remember, no stunting this trip or you'll be out of the strata for the rest of your natural life." "Ah, that's the trouble with this racket," Lucky grumbled. "A guy can't have no fun no more. Back when I was with the space circus—" Okay, I cut in. "I've heard that before. Just fly your ship now and forget about the deep dark plot of the company to take all the joy out of your life." I'm going to take a look-see at the atomic floats and get the passengers bundled together. I stood up and crawled over him and opened the door leading to the body of the ship. I could still hear him grumbling as I slid the light chrome-alloy door shut. I chuckled to myself and headed up the aisle to the baggage compartments. Lucky Larson was a legend as space pilots go, an unpredictable, erratic screwball, but one of the finest rocket riders who ever flashed through the void. Company regulations and interplanetary commissions were the bane of his existence. He made his own rules and regulations and got by with it. That is, he had got by with it. Now they were cracking down on him. He'd been grounded twice, and the chief had threatened to set him down for life if any more infractions were charged to him. I shook my head gloomily. He was a great guy, the last of a great and gallant army of space adventurers, but he was on the way out. The rules were necessary, vital to safe space travel, and the Lucky Larsons would have to live up to them, or else. My mind was a long way away from the cabin of the spaceship, and maybe that's why I got what I did. I didn't see it coming. One minute I was walking through the aisle thinking about Lucky Larson, and the next second something slammed into the back of my head, knocking me to my knees. Through a haze of red and white lights I heard a voice bark, "Toss him into a chair and grab that good arm of his." I wasn't out, just damn sick. Something like a cold hand seemed to have closed over my stomach, and for an awful moment I gagged and tried to retch. But the moment passed, and I forced open my eyes and focused them on two tough-looking, hard-eyed gents who stood in front of me. Another unpleasant-looking little man knelt alongside of me, twisting my good arm behind my back. "Okay," I gritted. "What's the gag?" The tallest of the three, evidently their leader, smiled at me. "It's no gag," he murmured calmly. "We happen to need the radium you're carrying. We're going to take it. Any objections?" "You'll never get away with this," I snapped. "Your names and descriptions are registered with the passenger office. You'll be tracked down in 24 hours. I was bluffing, of course, and I knew from their contemptuous smiles that they knew it too. They probably had given fictitious names, and the descriptive information which the Bureau required consisted of a few generalities such as height, weight, and the like. I cursed myself for a stupid, careless fool. The three men had been the only passengers from Venus, and they'd kept to themselves the entire trip. Once or twice I'd wondered at their reticence and quietness, but I hadn't been suspicious enough to make a checkup. One of the men laughed shortly. "Let us worry about that. We've covered every angle that could possibly come up. With the help of your friend up front, this ship will be flown to a certain deserted asteroid where a few friends of ours are to meet us with another ship. How you come out afterward will depend on how you cooperate now. Clear enough?" It was clear enough, all right. Lucky and I wouldn't last long after we served our purpose. The tall man turned from me and nodded significantly to the man standing next to him, and then pointed to the closed door to the pilot's chambers. "Take care of the pilot," he murmured, "and tell him if he isn't obliging we'll take the cast off his friend's arm and," he smiled at me, "massage it a bit." I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. The thug grinned wolfishly at me and then winked at his leader. "I'll tell him, boss." He dug his hand into his pocket and drew out a stubby atomic pistol. "If he won't listen to me, maybe this'll persuade him." Still grinning, he turned and headed up the aisle, the gun clenched in his huge fist. I glanced at the tall figure standing in front of me and saw that he was watching the retreating figure of his henchman with a saturnine smile on his face. I thought swiftly. If I could yell a warning to Lucky, he could bolt the door of the pilot's chamber and then set the ship down at the Transspace base. It was the only way to save Lucky and the radium. I wasn't very optimistic about my own chances. I knew they were zero. I opened my mouth, took a deep breath, and then, before I could scream the words that would warn Lucky, it happened. The ship shuddered for an instant and then zoomed upward, the smooth hum of the rocket motors crescendoing to a roaring song of power and speed. The sudden jolting acceleration hurled me to the tail of the ship, and I saw, like an image in a kaleidoscope, the tangled, thrashing figures of the space bandits as they were tossed to the floor, a dazedly struggling mass of arms and legs. The ship was lying over on its back in a few seconds, Before I could catch a breath, it suddenly whipped over and blasted towards Earth in a screeching, hissing power dive. It was terrific punishment even for this type of space crate, but it was worse for human beings. The three bandits were clutching at their stomachs as if they were afraid of losing them. Their faces were mottled and blotchy, and their eyes were rolling beseechingly. I didn't mind the erratic convolutions the ship was making, but my arm was burning as if it were on fire. Numbing waves of pain were coursing up and down my entire body. I tried to crawl to my knees, but the floor rolled under me as the ship whipped over in a twisting spiral, and I crashed forward on my face, and then everything dissolved into inky blackness. When I came to, I heard a great commotion, then a sudden shot, and then a babble of voices booming around me. I remember thinking fleetingly of Crooks, Lucky Larson, and a mountain of radium, and then, because nothing made sense, I passed out again. The next time I opened my eyes, I found myself stretched out on a cot in the chief's office. I turned my head slightly and saw Lucky Larson, the chief, and a half-dozen other guys staring down at me. "It's not very original," I said, "but where the hell am I?" This was silly of me, because I knew where I was. So I said, "Never mind that, but please tell me what the hell happened." The chief laughed, and Lucky Larson laughed, and then they slapped each other on the back. "Don't worry about a thing," the chief said. "Those crooks are under lock and key, and there's not a thing to worry about." "But how? I mean, what?" My voice trailed off. Nothing made sense. "Well," the chief broke in, "Lucky here really deserves the credit for catching them, and I'm not forgetting your good work either. Both of you will receive more tangible evidence of my appreciation, but Lucky really did the brain work." "Ah," Lucky mumbled, "it wasn't much, just a little common sense and, a little luck." "It was damn fast thinking," the chief cut in belligerently. "You knew your stunting over the base would drive me crazy. You knew I'd get so mad I'd call out the base police and have you thrown in when you were moored. And when you did moor and the crooks toppled out, we were right on hand to receive them. They were so weak from the shaking up you gave them, they didn't have a chance." Lucky rolled innocent eyes to the ceiling. "Sometimes," he remarked piously, "stunting has its uses." "Congratulations," I said weakly. "You certainly used your head, caught the chief's attention with your stunting, and almost knocked the crooks out with it too. That's killing two birds with one stone, all right." And then another thought occurred to me. "How did you know I was in trouble?" I asked curiously. "How did you know we had those crooks on board?" Why, Lucky sputtered, "that was simple. I just happened to look behind me and I saw those boys piling into you. So I did a little fast thinking, and then I whipped the ship into a few maneuvers, and like the chief says, they caught his eye all right." The chief was beaming fondly, and I turned my head to hide the smile on my lips. "So you just looked behind you," I muttered. "Well, Lucky, you certainly are, and were." He grinned down at me and winked. "You said it, kid." I wanted to ask him a question then, but I decided to wait until we were alone. I closed my eyes and smiled again, thinking of his expression when I would ask him how he had been able to look behind him and see me struggling with those crooks, when the door of the pilot's chamber was closed all the time. End of Larson's Luck by Gerald Vance.
The Music Master of Babylon by Edgar Pangborn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Addison. The Music Master of Babylon by Edgar Pangborn. Part 1. What more fitting place for the last man on earth to live than in a museum? Now, if only he could avoid becoming an exhibit himself. For 25 years no one came. In the 76th year of his life, Brian Van Ander was still trying not to remember a happy boyhood. To do so was irrelevant and dangerous, although every instinct of his old age tempted him to reject the present and dwell in the lost times. He would recall stubbornly that the present year, for example, was 2096, that he had been born in 2020, 7 years after the close of the Civil War, 50 years before the final war, 25 years before the departure of the first interstellar. It had never returned, nor had the second interstellar. They might be still wandering, trifles of man-made stardust. He would recall his place of birth, New Boston, the fine planned city far inland from the ancient metropolis that the rising sea had reclaimed after the earthquake of 1994. Such things, places and dates, were factual props, useful when Brian wanted to impose an external order on the vagueness of his immediate existence. He tried to make sure they became no more than that, to shut away the colors, the poignant sounds, the parks and the playgrounds of New Boston, the known faces many of them loved, and the later years when he had briefly known a curious intoxication called love. It was not necessarily better or wiser to reject those memories, but it was safer, and nowadays Brian was often sufficiently tired, sufficiently conscious of his growing weakness and lonely unimportance, to crave safety as a meadow mouse often craves a burrow. He tied his canoe to the massive window that for many years had been a port and a doorway. Lounging there with a suspended sense of time, he was hardly aware that he was listening. In a way, all the 25 years had been a listening. He watched Earth's patient star sink toward the rim of the forest on the Palisades. At this hour it was sometimes possible, if the sun-crimsoned water lay still, to cease grieving too much at the greater stillness. There was scattered human life elsewhere, he knew, probably a great deal of it. After 25 years alone, that too often seemed almost irrelevant. At other times than mild evenings, hushed noons, or mornings empty of human commotion, Brian might lapse into anger, fight the calm by yelling, resent the swift dying of his echoes. Such moods were brief. A kind of humor remained in him, not to be ruined by sorrow. He remembered how 10 months, or possibly 10 years ago, he had encountered a box turtle in a forest clearing and had shouted at it, "They went that-a-way!" The turtle's rigidly comic face, fixed by nature in a caricature of startled disapproval, had seemed to point up some truth or other. Brian had hunkered down on the moss and laughed uproariously until he observed that some of the laughter was weeping. Today had been rather good. He had killed a deer on the Palisades, and with bow and arrow, thus saving a bullet. Not that he needed to practice such economy. He might live, he supposed, another decade or so at the most. His rifles were in good condition, and his hoarded ammunition would easily outlast him. So would the stock of canned and dried food stuffed away in his living quarters. But there was satisfaction in primitive effort, and no compulsion to analyze the why of it. The stored food was more important than the ammunition. A time would come soon enough when he no longer had strength for hunting. He would lose the inclination for trips to cross the river. He would yield to such laziness or timidity for days, then weeks. Sometime, when it became months or years, he might find himself too feeble to risk climbing the cliff wall into the forest. He would have the good sense then, he hoped, to destroy the canoe, thus making of his weakness a necessity. There were books. There was the Hall of Music on the next floor above the water, probably safe from its lessening encroachment. To secure fresh water, he need only keep track of the tides, for the Hudson had cleaned itself and now rolled down sweet from the lonely, uncorrupted hills. His decline could be comfortable. He had provided for it and planned it. Yet gazing now across the sleepy water, seeing a broad-winged hawk circle in freedom above the forest, Brian was aware of the old thought moving in him. If I could hear voices, just once, if I could hear human voices. The Museum of Human History, with the Hall of Music, on what Brian thought of as the second floor, should also outlast his requirements. In the flooded lower floor and basement, the work of slow destruction must be going on. Here and there the unhurried waters could find their way to steel and make rust of it, for the waterproofing of the concrete was nearly 100 years old. But it ought to be good for another century or two. Nowadays the ocean was mild. There were moderate tides, wind no longer destructive. For the last 6 years there had been no more of the heavy storms out of the south. In the same period, Brian had noted a rise in the water level of a mere 9 inches. The windowsill, his port, was 6 inches above high tide mark now. Perhaps Earth was settling into a new, amiable mood. The climate had become delightful, about like what Brian remembered from a visit to southern Virginia in his childhood. The last earthquake had come in 2082. A large one, Brian guessed, but its center could not have been close to the Rock of Manhattan. The museum had only shivered and shrugged. It had survived much worse than that, 6 times since 1994. After the tremor, a tall wave had thundered in from the south. Its force, like that of others, had mostly been dissipated against the barrier of tumbled rock and steel at the southern end of the submerged island, an undersea dam, man-made though not man-intended, and when it reached the museum it did no more than smash the southern windows in the Hall of Music, which earlier waves had not been able to reach. Then it passed on up the river, enfeebled. The windows of the lower floor had all been broken long before that. After the earthquake of '82, Brian had spent a month boarding up all the openings on the south side of the Hall of Music, after all it was home, with lumber painfully ferried from mainland ruins. That year he had been 62 years old, and not moving with the ease of youth, a rough job. He had deliberately left cracks and knotholes. Sunlight sifted through in narrow beams, like the bars of dusty gold Brian could remember in a hayloft at his uncle's farm in Vermont. It was quite pleasant. The museum had been built in 2003. Manhattan, strangely enough, had never been bombed, although in the Civil War 2 of the type called small fission had fallen on the Brooklyn and Jersey sides. So Brian recalled from the jolly history books that had informed his adolescence that war was definitely a thing of the past. By the time of the final war in 2070, the sea, gorged on the melting ice caps, had removed Manhattan Island from history. Everything left standing above the waters south of the museum had been knocked flat by the tornadoes of 2057 and 2064. A few blobs of rock still marked where Central Park and Mount Morris Park had been, but they were not significant. Where Long Island once rose, there was a troubled area of shoals and tiny islands, probably a useful barrier of protection for the receding shore of Connecticut. Men had yielded the great city inch by inch, then foot by foot, a full mile in 2047, saying, "The flood years are past their peak and a return to normal is expected." Brian sometimes felt a twinge of sympathy for the Neanderthal experts who must have told each other to expect a return to normal after the Cro-Magnons stopped drifting in. In 2057, the island of Manhattan had to be yielded altogether. New York City, half new, half ancient, sprawled, stubborn and enormous upstream, on both sides of a river not done with its anger. But the museum stood, aided by sunken rubble of others of its kind, aided also by men, because they still had time to love it. The museum stood, and might for a long time yet, weather permitting. It covered an acre of ground well north of 125th Street, rising a modest 15 stories, its foundation secure in that layer of rock which mimics eternity. It deserved its name. Here men had brought samples of everything, literally everything known in the course of humanity since prehistory. It was, within human limits, definitive. In its way, considering how much the erosion of time must always steal from scholars, it was perfect. No one had felt anything unnatural in the refusal of the directors of the museum to move the collection after the museum weathered the storm of 2057. Instead, ordinary people, more than 1,000 of them, donated money so that a mighty abutment could be built around the ground floor, a new entrance designed on the north side of the second. The abutment survived the greater tornado of 2064 without damage, although during those 7 years the sea had risen another 8 feet in its old ever new game of making monkeys out of the wise. It was left for Brian Van Ander alone in 2070 to see the water slide quietly over the abutment, opening the lower regions for the use of fishes, and the more secret water-dwellers who liked shelter and privacy. In the 90s, Brian suspected the presence of an octopus or two in the vast vague territory which had once been parking lot, heating plant, storage space, air raid shelter, etc. He couldn't prove it. It just seemed like a comfortable place for an octopus. In 27, plans were under consideration for building a new causeway to the museum from the still expanding city in the north. In 2070 also, the final war began and ended. When Brian Van Ander came down the river late in 2071, a refugee from certain unfamiliar types of savagery, the museum was empty of the living. He had spent many days in exhaustive exploration of the building. He did that systematically, toiling at last up to the director's meeting room on the top floor. There he observed how they must have been holding a conference at the very time when a new gas was tried out over New York in the north, in a final effort to persuade the Western Federation that man is the servant of the state and that the end justifies the means. Too bad, Brian sometimes thought, that he would never know exactly what happened to the Asian Empire. In the little paratroop invaded area called the Soviet of North America, from which Brian had fled in 71, the official doctrine was that the Asian Empire had won the war and that the saviors of humanity would be flying in any day to take over. Brian had doubted this out loud and then stolen a boat and got away safely at night. Up in the meeting room, Brian had seen how that new neurotoxin had been no respecter of persons. An easy death, though, no pain. He observed also how some things survived. The museum, for instance, was virtually unharmed. Brian had often recalled those months in the meeting room as a sort of island in time, like the first hour of discovering that he could play Beethoven, or like the curiously cherished, more than life-sized half hour back there in Newburgh in 2071, when he had briefly met and spoken with an incredibly old man, Abraham Brown, President of the Western Federation at the time of the Civil War. Brown, with a loved world in almost total ruin around him, had spoken pleasantly of small things, of chrysanthemums that would soon be blooming in the front yard of the house where he lived with friends, of a piano recital by Van Ander at Ithaca in 2067, which the old man remembered with warm enthusiasm. Yes, the museum directors had died easily, and now the old innocent bodies would be quite decent. There were no vermin in the museum. The doorways and floors were tight, the upper windows unbroken. One of the white-haired men had a Ming vase on his desk. He had not dropped from his chair, but looked as if he had fallen comfortably asleep in front of the vase, with his head on his arms. Brian had left the vase untouched, but had taken one other thing, moved by some stirring of his own never certain philosophy, and knowing that he would not return to this room ever. Another director had been opening a wall cabinet when he fell. The small key lay near his fingers. Plainly, their discussion had not been concerned only with war. Perhaps not at all with war. After all, there were other topics. The Ming vase would have had a part in it. Brian wished he could know what the old man had meant to choose from the cabinet. Sometimes, even now, He dreamed of conversations with that man, in which the director told him the whole truth about that and other matters. But what was certainty in sleep was in the morning gone like childhood. For himself, Brian had taken a little image of rock-hard clay, blackened, two-faced, male and female, prehistoric, or at any rate wholly primitive, unsophisticated, meaningful, like the blameless motion of an animal in sunlight. Brian had said, "With your permission, gentlemen." He had closed the cabinet, and then, softly, the outer door. "I'm old," Brian said to the red evening. "Old, a little foolish, talk aloud to myself. I'll have some Mozart before supper." He transferred the fresh venison from the canoe to a small raft hitched inside the window. He had selected only choice pieces, as much as he could cook and eat in the few days before it spoiled, leaving the rest for the wolves or any other forest scavengers who might need it. There was a rope strung from the window to the marble steps that led to the next floor. Home. It had not been possible to save much from the submerged area, for its treasure was mostly heavy statuary. Through the still water, as he pulled the raft along the rope, the Moses of Michelangelo gazed up at him in tranquillity. Other faces watched him. Most of them watched infinity. There were white hands that occasionally borrowed gentle motion from ripples made by the raft. "I got a deer, Moses," said Brian Van Ander, smiling down in companionship, losing track of time. He carried his juicy burden up the stairway. His living quarters had once been a cloakroom for museum attendants. 4 close walls gave it a sense of security. A ventilating shaft now served as a chimney for the wood stove Brian had salvaged from a mainland farmhouse. The door could be tightly locked. There were no windows. You do not want windows in a cave. Outside was the Hall of Music, an entire floor of the museum, containing an example of every musical instrument that was known or could be reconstructed in the 21st century. The library of scores and recordings lacked nothing except electricity to play the recordings. A few might still be made to sound on a spring-wound phonograph, but Brian had not bothered with it for years. The springs were rusted. He sometimes took out the orchestra and chamber music scores to read at random. Once his mind had been able to furnish ensembles, orchestras, choirs of a sort, but lately the ability had weakened. He remembered a day, possibly a year ago, when his memory refused to give him the sound of oboe and clarinet in unison. He had wandered, peevish, distressed, unreasonably alarmed, among the racks and cases of woodwinds in the collection, knowing that even if the reeds were still good, he could not play them. He had never mastered any instrument except the piano. "But even if I could play them," he muttered, now tolerantly amused, "I couldn't do it in unison, could I? Ah, the things that will bother a man." Brian recalled it was probably that same day, opening a chest of double basses. There was an old 3-stringer in the group, probably from the early 19th century, a trifle fatter than its modern companions. Brian touched its middle string in an idle caress not intending to make it sound, but it had done so. When in use, it would have been tuned to D. Time had slackened the heavy murmur to A, or something near it. That had throbbed in the silent room with a sense of finality, a sound such as a programmatic composer, Tchaikovsky, say, or some other in the nadir of torment, might have used as a tonal symbol for the breaking of a heart. It stayed in the air a long time, other instruments whispering a dim response. "All right, gentlemen," said Brian. "That was your A." He had closed the case, not laughing. Out in the main part of the hall, a place of honor was given to what may have been the oldest of all instruments, a 7-note marimba of phonolytic schist, discovered in Indochina in the 20th century and thought to be at least 5,000 years of age. The xylophone type rack was modern. For 25 years Brian had obeyed a compulsion to keep it clear of cobwebs. Sometimes he touched the singing stones, not for amusement, but because there was an obscure comfort in it. Unconcerned with time, they answered even to the light tap of a fingernail. On the west side of the Hall of Music, a rather long walk from Brian's cave, was a small auditorium. Lectures, recitals, chamber music, concerts had been given there in the old days. The pleasant room held a 12-foot concert grand, made by Steinway in 2043, probably the finest of the many pianos in the Hall of Music. Brian had done his best to preserve this, setting aside a day each month for the prayerful tuning of it, robbing other pianos in the museum to provide a reserve supply of strings, oiled and sealed up against rust. No dirt ever collected on the Steinway. When not in use, it was covered with stitched together sheets. To remove the cover was a sober ritual. Brian always washed his hands with fanatical care before touching the keys. Some years ago he had developed the habit of locking the auditorium doors before he played. Even with the doors locked, he would not glance toward the vista of empty seats, not knowing nor caring much whether this inhibition had grown from a Stone Age fear of seeing someone there, or from a flat, reasonable certainty that no one could be. The habit might have started, he could not remember precisely, away back in the year 2076, when so many bodies had drifted down from the north on the ebb tides. Full horror had somehow been lacking in the sight of all that floating death. Perhaps it was because Brian had earlier had his fill of horrors, or perhaps in 2076 he already felt so divorced from his own kind that what happened to them was like the photograph of a war in a distant country. Some of the bodies had bobbed quite near the museum. Most of them had the gaping wounds of primitive warfare, but some were oddly discolored, a new pestilence. So there was, or had been, more trouble up there in what was, or had been, the Soviet of North America, a self-styled nation that took in East New York State and some of New England. Yes, that was probably the year when he had started locking the doors between his private concerts and an empty world. He dumped the venison in his cave. He scrubbed his hands, blue-veined now, but still tough, still knowing Mozart, he thought, and walked, not with much pleasure of anticipation, but more like one externally driven, through the enormous hall that was so full and yet so empty, growing dim with evening, with dust, with age, with loneliness. Music should not be silent. When the piano was uncovered, Brian delayed. He flexed his hands unnecessarily. He fussed with the candelabrum on the wall, lighting 3 candles, then blowing out 2 for economy. He admitted presently that he did not want the serene clarity of Mozart at all right now. This evening the darkness of 2070 was closer than he had felt it for a long time. It would never have occurred to Mozart, Brian thought, that a world could die. Beethoven could have entertained the idea soberly enough, Chopin probably, even Brahms. Mozart would surely have dismissed it as a schoolboy's bad dream in poor taste. Andrew Carr, who lived and died in the latter half of the 20th century, had endured the idea from the beginning of his childhood. The date of Hiroshima was 1945. Carr was born in 1951. The inexhaustible wealth of his music was written between 1969, when he was 18, and 1984, when he died in an Egyptian jail from injuries received in a street brawl. If not Mozart, said Brian to his idle hands, there is always the project. Playing Carr's last sonata as it should be played, as Carr was supposed to have said he couldn't play it himself. Brian had been thinking of that as the project for many years. It had begun long before the war, at the time of his triumphs in a civilized world, which had been warmly appreciative of the polished interpretive artist, although no more awake than any other age to the creative one. Back there in the undestroyed society, Brian had proposed to program that sonata in the company of works that were older but no greater, and play it, yes, beyond his best, so that even critics would begin to see its importance. He had never done it, had never felt that he had entered into the sonata and learned the depth of it. Now, when there was none to hear or care, unless, maybe, the harmless brown spiders in the corners of the auditorium had a taste for music, there was still the project. I hear, Brian said. I care, and with myself as audience, I want to hear it once as it ought to be, a final statement for a world that couldn't live and yet was too good to die. Technically, of course, he had it. The athletic demands Carr made on the performer were tremendous, but given technique, there was nothing impossible about them. Anyone capable of concert work could at least play the notes at the required tempos, and any reasonably shrewd pianist could keep track of the dynamics, saving strength for the shattering finale in spite of the thunderings that must come before. Brian had heard the sonata played by others 2 or 3 times in the old days, competently. Competency was not enough. For example, what about the third movement, that mad scherzo, and the 5 tiny interludes of sweet quiet scattered through its plunging fury? They were not alike. Related perhaps, but each one demanded a new climate of heart and mind, tenderness, regret, simple relaxation. Flowers on a flood, no. Warm winter lights in a storm? No. The innocence of an unknowing child in a bombed city? No, not really. Something of all these, but much more too. What of the second movement, the Largo, where, in a way, the pattern was reversed, the midnight introspection interrupted by moments of anger or longing or despair, like that of an angel beating his wings against a prison of glass? It was, throughout, a work in which something of Carr's life and Carr's temperament had to come into you, whether you dared welcome it or not. Otherwise your playing was no more than a bumbling reproduction of notes on a page. Carr's life was not for the contemplation of the timid. The details were superficially well known. The biographies themselves were like musical notation, meaningless without interpretation and insight. Carr had been a drunken roarer, a young devil god, with such a consuming hunger for life that he had choked to death on it. His friends hated him for the way he drained their lives, loving them to distraction, and always loving his work a little more. His enemies must have had times of helplessly adoring him, if only because of an impossible, transparent honesty that made him more and less than human. A rugged Australian, not tall but built like a hero, a face all forehead and jaw and glowing hyperthyroid eyes, he wept only when he was angry, the biographers said. In 1 minute of talk, they said, he might shift from gutter obscenity to some extreme of altruistic tenderness, and from that to a philosophical comment of the coldest intelligence. He passed his childhood on a sheep farm, ran away to sea on a freighter at 13, studied like a slave in London with a single-minded desperation even through the horrors of the pandemic of 1972. He was married twice and twice divorced. He killed a man in an imbecile quarrel on the New Orleans docks and wrote his first symphony while he was in jail for that. And he died of stab wounds in a Cairo jail. It all had relevancy. Relevant or not, if the sonata was in your mind, so was the life. You had to remember also that Andrew Carr was the last of civilization's great composers. No one in the 21st century approached him. They ignored his explorations and carved cherry stones. He belonged to no school, unless you wanted to imagine a school of music beginning with Bach, taking in perhaps a dozen along the way, and ending with Carr himself. His work was a summary, and in the light of the year 27, a completion. Brian was certain he could play the first movement of the sonata acceptably. Technically, it was not revolutionary, but closely loyal to the ancient sonata form. Carr had even written in a conventional double bar for a repeat of the entire opening statement, something that made late 20th century critics sneer with great satisfaction. It never occurred to them that Carr expected a performer to use his head. The bright, sorrowful second movement, unfashionably long, with its strange pauses, unforeseen recapitulations, outbursts of savage change, that was where Brian's troubles began. It did not help him to be old, remembering the inner storms of 25 years ago and more. As the single candle fluttered, Brian realized that he had forgotten to lock the door. That troubled him, but he did not rise from the piano chair. He chided himself instead for the foolish neuroses of aloneness. What could it matter? He shut his eyes. The sonata had long ago been memorized. Printed copies were safe somewhere in the library. He played the opening of the first movement as far as the double bar, opened his eyes to the friendly black and white of clean keys, and played the repetition with new light, new emphasis, better than usual, he thought. Now that soaring modulation into A major that only Carr would have wanted just there, in just that sudden way, like the abrupt happening upon shining fields. On toward the climax. I am playing it, I think, through the intricate revelations of development and recapitulation, and the conclusion lingering, half humorous, not unlike a Beethoven ending, but with a questioning that was all Andrew Carr. After that, "No more tonight," said Brian aloud. "Some night, though. Not competent right now, my friend. Fear's a many-aspect thing. But the project." He replaced the cover on the Steinway and blew out the candle. He had brought no torch, long use having taught his feet every inch of the short journey. It was quite dark. The never opened western windows of the auditorium were dirty, most of the dirt on the outside, crusted wind-blown salt. In this partial darkness, something was wrong. End of The Music Master of Babylon by Edgar Pangborn, Part 1. The Music Master of Babylon by Edgar Pangborn, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Addison. The Music Master of Babylon by Edgar Pangborn, Part 2. At first, Brian could find no source for the faint light, the dim orange with a hint of motion that had no right to be here. He peered into the gloom of the auditorium, fixed his eyes on the oblong of blacker shadow that was the door he meant to use, but it told him nothing. The windows, of course. He had almost forgotten there were any. The light, hardly deserving the name, was coming through them. But sunset was surely well past. He had been here a long time, delaying and brooding before he played. Sunset should not flicker. So there was some kind of fire on the mainland. There had been no thunderstorm. How could fire start, over there, when no one ever came? He stumbled a few times, swearing petulantly, locating the doorway again, and groping through it into the Hall of Music. The windows out here were just as dirty. No use trying to see through them. There must have been a time when he had enjoyed looking through them. He stood shivering in the marble silence, trying to remember. He could not. Time was a gradual, eternal dying. Time was a long growth of dirt and ocean salt, sealing in, covering over forever. He stumbled for his cave, hurrying now, and lit 2 candles. He left one by the cold stove, and used the other to light his way down the stairs to his raft. Once down there, he blew it out, afraid. The room a candle makes in the darkness is a vulnerable room. With no walls, it closes in a blindness. He pulled the raft by the guide rope gently for fear of noise. He found his canoe tied as he had left it. He poked his white head slowly beyond the sill, staring west. Merely a bonfire gleaming, reddening the blackness of the cliff. Brian knew the spot, a ledge almost at water level. At one end of it was the troublesome path he used in climbing up to the forest. Usable driftwood was often there, the supply renewed by the high tides. "No," Brian said. "Oh, no." Unable to accept or believe, or not believe, he drew his head in, resting his forehead on the coldness of the sill, waiting for dizziness to pass, reason to return. Then, rather calm, he once more leaned out over the sill. The fire still shone, and was therefore not a disordered dream of old age, but it was dying to a dull rose of embers. He wondered a little about time. The museum clocks and watches had stopped long ago. Brian had ceased to want them. A sliver of moon was hanging over the water to the east. He ought to be able to remember the phases, deduce the approximate time from that. But his mind was too tired or distraught to give him the necessary data. Maybe it was somewhere around midnight. He climbed on the sill and, with grunting effort, lifted the canoe over it to the motionless water inside. Wasted energy, he decided, as soon as that struggle was over. That fire had been lit before daylight passed. Whoever lit it would have seen the canoe, might even have been watching Brian himself come home from his hunting. The canoe's disappearance in the night would only rouse further curiosity. But Brian was too exhausted to lift it back. Why assume that the maker of the bonfire was necessarily hostile? Might be good company. Might be. Brian pulled his raft through the darkness, secured it at the stairway, and groped back to his cave. He then locked the door. The venison was waiting, the sight and smell of it making him suddenly ravenous. He lit a small fire in the stove, one that he hoped would not be still sending smoke from the ventilator shaft when morning came. He cooked the meat crudely and wolfed it down, all enjoyment gone at the first mouthful. He was shocked then to discover the dirtiness of his white beard. He hadn't given himself a real bath in weeks. He searched for scissors and spent an absent-minded while trimming the beard back to shortness. He ought to take some soap, valuable stuff, down to Moses' room and wash. Clothes, too. People probably still wore them. He had worn none for years, except for sandals and a clout and a carrying satchel for his trips to the mainland. He had enjoyed the freedom at first, and especially the discovery in his rugged fifties that he did not need clothes even for the soft winters, except perhaps a light covering when he slept. Then almost total nakedness had become so natural it required no thought at all. But the owner of that bonfire. He checked his rifles. The .22 automatic, an army model from the 2040s, was the best. The tiny bullets carried a paralytic poison. Graze a man's finger, and he was painlessly dead in 3 minutes. Effective range, with telescopic sights, 3 kilometers. Weight, a scant 5 pounds. He sat a long time, cuddling that triumph of military science, listening for sounds that did not come, wondering often about the unknowable passage of night toward day, Would it be 2 o'clock? He wished he could have seen the satellite, renamed in his mind the Midnight Star, but when he was down there at his port he had not once looked up at the night sky. Delicate and beautiful, bearing its everlasting freight of men who must have been dead now for 25 years, and who would be dead a very long time. Well, it was better than a clock, Brian often thought, if you happened to look at the night sky at the right time of the month, when the man-made star could catch the moonlight. But he had not seen it tonight. 3 o'clock? At some time during the long dark he put the rifle away on the floor. With studied, self-conscious contempt for his own weakness, he strode out noisily into the Hall of Music with a fresh-lit candle. This same bravado, he knew, might dissolve at the first alien noise. While it lasted, though, it was invigorating. The windows were still black with night. As if the candle flame had found its own way, Brian was standing by the ancient marimba in the main hall, the light slanting carelessly away from his thin, high-veined hand. Nearby, on a small table, sat the Stone Age clay image he had brought long ago from the directors' meeting room on the 15th floor. It startled him. He remembered quite clearly how he himself had placed it there, obeying a half-humorous whim. The image and the singing stones were both magnificently older than history, so why shouldn't they live together? Whenever he dusted the marimba, he dusted the image respectfully and its pedestal. It would not have taken much urging from the impulses of a lonely mind, he supposed, to make him place offerings before it and bow down, winking first, of course, to indicate that rituals suitable to two aging gentlemen did not have to be sensible in order to be good. But now the clay face, recapitulating eternity, startled him. Possibly some flicker of the candle had given it a new mimicry of life. Though worn with antiquity, it was not deformed. The chipped places were simple, honorable scars. The two faces stared mildly from the single head. There were plain, stylized lines to represent folded hands, equally artless marks of sex on either side. That was all. The maker might have intended it to be a child's toy, or a god. A wooden hammer of modern make rested on the marimba. Softly, Brian tapped a few of the stones. He struck the shrillest one harder, waking many slow-dying overtones, and laid the hammer down, listening, until the last murmur perished, and a drop of hot wax hurt his thumb. He returned to his cave and blew out the candle, thinking of the door, not caring that he had, in irrational bravado, left it unlocked. Face down, he rolled his head and clenched his fingers into his palate, seeking in pain, and finding at last the relief of stormy, helpless weeping in the total dark. Then he slept. They looked timid. The evidence of it was in their tense, squatting pose, not in what the feeble light allowed Brian to see of their faces, which were as blank as rock. Hunched down just inside the open doorway of the cloakroom cave, a dim morning grayness from the Hall of Music behind them, they were ready for flight. Brian's intelligence warned his body to stay motionless, for readiness for flight could also be readiness for attack. He studied them, lowering his eyelids to a slit. on his pallet well inside the cave. He must be in deep shadow. They were aware of him, though, keenly aware. They were very young, perhaps 16 or 17 years old, firm-muscled, the man slim but heavy in the shoulders, the girl a fully developed woman. They were dressed alike, loincloths of some coarse, dull fabric, and moccasins that might be deer-hide. Their hair grew nearly to the shoulders, and was cut off carelessly there, but they were evidently in the habit of combing it. They appeared to be clean. Their complexion, so far as Brian could guess it in the meagre light, was the brown of a heavy tan. With no immediate awareness of emotion, he decided they were beautiful, and then, within his own poised, perilous silence, Brian reminded himself that the young are always beautiful. Softly, Brian saw no motion of her lips. The woman muttered, "He wake." A twitch of the man's hand was probably meant to warn her to be quiet. His other hand clutched the shaft of a javelin with a metal blade. Brian saw that the blade had once belonged to a bread knife. It was polished and shining, lashed to a peeled stick. The javelin trailed, ready for use at a flick of the young man's arm. Brian opened his eyes plainly. Deliberately he sighed. "Good morning." The youth said, "Good morning, sir." "Where do you come from?" "Millstone." The young man spoke automatically, but then his facial rigidity dissolved into amazement and some kind of distress. He glanced at his companion, who giggled uneasily. "The old man pretends to not know," she said, and smiled, and seemed to be waiting for the young man's permission to go on speaking. He did not give it, but she continued, "Sir, the old ones of Millstone are dead." She thrust her hand out and down, flat, a picture of finality, adding with nervous haste, "As the old man knows. He who told us to call him Jonas, she who told us to call her Abigail, they are dead. They are still without moving for 6 days. Then we do the burial as they told us, as the old man knows." "But I don't know," said Brian, and sat up on his pallet too quickly, startling them. But their motion was backward, readiness for flight, not for aggression. "Millstone? Where is Millstone?" Both looked wholly bewildered, then dismayed. They stood up with splendid animal grace, stepping backward out of the cave, the girl whispering in the man's ear. Brian caught only 2 words. "He's angry." He jumped up. "Don't go, please don't go." He followed them out of the cave, slowly now, aware that he might well be an object of terror in the half dark, aware of his gaunt, graceless age and dirty hacked off beard. Almost involuntarily he adopted something of the flat, stilted quality of their speech. "I will not hurt you. Do not go." They halted. The girl smiled dubiously. The man said, "We need old ones. They die. He who told us to call him Jonas said, many days in the boat. Not with the sun path, he said, across the sun path, he said, keeping land on the left hand. We need old ones to speak to speak. The old man is angry?" "No, I am not angry. I am never angry." Brian's mind groped, certain of nothing. No one had come for 25 years. Only 25? Millstone? There was red gold on the dirty eastern windows of the Hall of Music, a light becoming softness as it slanted down, touching the long rows of cases, the warm brown of an antique spinet, the arrogant clean gold of a 20th century harp, the dull grey of singing stones 5,000 years old, and a clay face much older than that. "Millstone?" Brian pointed southwest in inquiry. The girl nodded, pleased, and not at all surprised that he should know, watching him now with a squirrel's stiff curiosity. Hadn't there once been a Millstone River, in or near Princeton? He thought he remembered that it emptied into the Raritan Canal. There was some moderately high ground around there. Islands now, no doubt. Or, well, perhaps they would tell him. There were old people in Millstone, he said, trying for gentle dignity, and they died. So now you need old ones to take their place. The girl nodded vigorously. A glance at the young man was full of shyness, possessiveness, maybe some amusement. He who told us to call him Jonas said no marriage can be without the words of Abraham. Brian checked himself. If this was religion, it would not do to speak the name Abraham with a rising inflection, at least not until he knew what it stood for. I have been for a long time. He checked himself again. A man, old, ugly, and strange enough to be sacred, should never stoop to explain anything. They were standing by the 7-stone marimba. His hand dropped, his thumbnail clicking by accident against the deepest stone and waking a murmur. The children drew back alarmed. Brian smiled. Don't be afraid. He tapped the other stones lightly. It is only music. It will not hurt you. He was silent a while, and they were patient and respectful, waiting for more light. He asked carefully, He who told you to call him Jonas, he taught you all the things you know? All things, the boy said, and the girl nodded quickly, so that the soft brownness of her hair tumbled about her face, and she pushed it back in a small human motion as old as the clay image. Do you know how old you are? They looked blank. Then the girl said, Oh, Summers. She held up both hands with spread fingers, then one hand. 3 5s, as the old man knows. I am very old, said Brian. I know many things, but sometimes I wish to forget, and sometimes I wish to hear what others know, even though I may know it myself. They looked uncomprehending and greatly impressed. Brian felt a smile on his face and wondered why it should be there. They were nice children, born 10 years after the death of a world, or 20 perhaps. I think I am 26, but did I drop a decade somewhere and never notice the damn thing? He who told you to call him Jonas, he taught you all that you know about Abraham? At sound of the name, both of them made swift circular motions, first at the forehead, then at the breast. He taught us all things, the young man said. He, and she who told us to call her Abigail, the hours to rise, to pray, to wash, to eat, the laws for hunting, and I know the Abraham words for that. Sol Amra, I take this for my need. Brian felt lost again, dismally lost, and looked down to the grave clay faces of the image for counsel and found none. They who told you to call them Jonas and Abigail, they were the only old ones who lived with you. Again that look of bewilderment. The only ones, sir, the young man said, as the old man knows. I could never persuade them that, being old, I know very nearly nothing. Brian straightened to his full gaunt height. The young people were not tall, though stiff and worn with age. Brian knew he was still a bonily overpowering creature. Once among men, he had mildly enjoyed being more than life-size. As a shield for the lonely, frightened thing that was his mind, he put on a phony sternness. I wish to examine you about Millstone and your knowledge of Abraham. How many others are living at Millstone?" "2 5, sir," said the boy promptly. "And I, who may be called Jonah's son, and this one we may call Paula. 2 5 and 2. We are the biggest, we two. The others are only children, but he we call Jimmy has killed his deer. He sees after them now while we go across the sun path." Under Brian's questioning, more of the story came, haltingly, obscured by the young man's conviction that the old man already knew everything. Sometime, probably in the middle 2080s, Jonas and Abigail, whoever they were, had come on a group of 12 wild children who were keeping alive somehow in a ruined town where their elders had all died. Jonas and Abigail had brought them all to an island they called Millstone. Jonas and Abigail had come originally from up across the sun path. The boy seemed to mean north, and they had been very old, which might mean anything between 30 and 90. In teaching the children primitive means of survival, Jonas and Abigail had brought off a brilliant success. Jonason and Paula were well fed, shining with health and cleanliness and the strength of wildness, and their speech had not been learned from the ignorant. Its pronunciation faintly suggested New England, so far as Brian could detect any local accent at all. "Did they teach you reading and writing?" he asked, and made writing motions on the flat of his palm, which the two watched in vague alarm. The boy asked, "What is that?" Never mind, he thought. I could quarrel with some of your theories, Mr. Whom I may call Jonas. Well, tell me now what they taught you of Abraham. Both made again that circular motion at forehead and breast, and the young man said, with the stiffness of recitation, "Abraham was the Son of Heaven, who died that we might live." The girl, her obligations discharged with the religious gesture, tapped the marimba shyly, fascinated, and drew her finger back sharply, smiling up at Brian in apology for her naughtiness. "He taught the laws, the everlasting truth of all time," the boy recited, almost gabbling, "and was slain on the wheel at Nuba by the infidels. Therefore, since he died for us, we look up across the sun path when we pray to Abraham Brown, who will come again." Abraham Brown? But I knew him, Brian thought, stunned. I met him once. Nuba. Newburgh, the temporary capital of the Soviet of... Oh, the hell with that. Met him in 2071. He was 102 years old then. Could still walk, speak clearly, even remember an unimportant concert of mine from years before. I could have picked him up in one hand, but nobody was ever more alive. The wheel? "And when did he die, boy?" Brian asked. Jonas moved fingers, helplessly embarrassed. "Long, long ago." He glanced up hopefully. 1,000 years? I think he who told us to call him Jonas did not ever teach us that. I see, never mind. Oh, my good doctor, after all. Artist, statesman, student of ethics, philosopher. You said that if men knew themselves, they would have the beginning of wisdom. Your best teacher was Socrates. Well, you knew it, and now look what's happened. Jonas and Abigail, some visionary pair, Brian supposed, maybe cracking up under the ghastliness of those years, admirers of Brown perhaps, shocked probably, away from the religions of the 21st century, which had all failed to stop the horrors. Nevertheless, they needed one, or were convinced that the children did, so they created one. There must later have been some dizzying pride of creation in it. possibly wholehearted belief in themselves, too, as they found the children accepting it, building a ritual life around it. It was impossible, Brian thought, that Jonas and Abigail could have met the living Abraham Brown, as anyone must who faces the limitations of human intelligence. Brown had accepted mysteries, but he did not make them. He was wholly without intellectual arrogance. No one could have talked with him 5 minutes without hearing him say tranquilly, "I don't know." The wheel at Nuba? The wheel? Brian realized he could never learn how Brown had actually died, even if he had the strength and courage to go back north. No, at 76, 86, one can hardly make a fresh start in the study of history, not without the patience of Abraham Brown himself, who had probably been doing just that when the wheel. An awed question from the girl pulled Brian from a black pit of abstraction. "What is that?" She was pointing to the clay image in its dusty sunlight. Brian spoke vaguely, almost deaf to his own words, until they were past recovering. "That? It is very old and very sacred." She nodded, round-eyed, and stepped back a pace or two. "And that was all they taught you of Abraham Brown?" Astonished, the boy asked, "Is it not enough?" "There is always the project." "Why, perhaps." "We know all the prayers, old man." "Yes, I'm sure you do." "The old man will come with us?" "Eh?" "There is always the project." "Come with you?" "We look for old ones," said the young man. There was a new note in his voice, and the note was impatience. "We travelled many days up across the sun path. We want you to speak the Abraham words for marriage. The old ones said we must not mate as the animals do without the words. We want—" "Marry, of course," said Brian feebly, rubbing his great long-fingered hand across his face so that the words were blurred and dull. "Naturally, beget, replenish the earth. I'm tired. I don't know any Abraham words for marriage. Go on and marry. Try again. Try." "But the old ones said—" "Wait," Brian cried. "Wait. Let me think. Did he who told you to call him Jonas, did he teach you anything about the world as it was in the old days before you were born?" "Before? The old man makes fun of us." "No, no." And since he now had to fight down physical fear as well as confusion, Brian spoke more harshly than he intended. "Answer my question. What do you know of the old days? I was a young man once, do you understand? As young as you. What do you know about the world I lived in?" Jonason laughed. There was newborn doubt in him as well as anger, stiffening his shoulders, narrowing his innocent grey eyes. "There was always the world," he said, "ever since God made it 1,000 years ago." "Was there? I was a musician. Do you know what a musician is?" The young man shook his head, watching Brian, too alertly, watching his hands, aware of him in a new way, no longer humble. Paula sensed the tension and did not like it. She said worriedly, politely, "We forget some of the things they taught us, sir. They were old ones. Most of the days they were away from us, in places where we were not to go, praying. Old ones are always praying." "I will hear this old man pray," said Jonason. The butt of the javelin rested against Jonason's foot, the blade swaying from side to side. A wrong word, any trifle, Brian knew, could make them decide in an instant that he was evil and not sacred. Their religion would certainly require a devil. He thought also, merely one of the many ways of dying. It would be swift, which is always a consideration. "Certainly you may hear me pray," said Brian abruptly. "Come this way." in a fluctuating despair. He knew that he must not become angry, as a climber stumbling at the edge of a cliff might order himself not to be careless. "Come this way, my prayers. I'll show you. I'll show you what I did when I was a young man in a world you never knew." He stalked across the Hall of Music, not looking behind, but his back sensed every glint of light on that bread-knife javelin. "Come this way!" he shouted. "Come in here!" He flung open the door of the auditorium and strode up on the platform. "Sit down over there and be quiet." They did, he thought. He could not look at them. He knew he was muttering, too, between his noisy outbursts, as he snatched the cover off the Steinway and raised the lid, muttering bits and fragments from old times and from the new times. "They went that away. Oh, Mr. Van Ander, it just simply goes right through me. I can't express it. Madam, such was my intention," or, as Brahms is supposed to have said on a slightly different subject, "any ass knows that." Brio, Roboto, and Schmaltz went to see her. "Jonason, Paula, this is a piano. It will not hurt you. Sit there. Be quiet. Listen." He found calm. Now, if ever, now when I have living proof that human nature, some sort of human nature, is continuing, surely now, if ever, the project. With the sudden authority that was natural to him, Andrew Carr took over. In the stupendous opening chords of the introduction, Brian very nearly forgot his audience. Not quite, though. The youngsters had sat down out there in the dusty region where none but ghosts had lingered for 25 years or more. The piano's first sound brought them to their feet. Brian played through the first 4 bars, piling the chords like mountains, then held the last one with the pedal and waved his right hand at Jonason and Paula in a furious downward motion. He thought they understood. He thought he saw them sit down again, but he could pay them scant attention now, for the sonata was coming alive under his fingers, waking, growing, rejoicing. He did not forget the youngsters again. They were important, terrifying, too important at the fringe of awareness, but he could not look at them any more. He shut his eyes. He had never played like this in the flood of his prime, in the old days before great audiences that loved him. Never. His eyes were still closed, holding him secure in a secret world that was not all darkness, when he ended the first movement, paused very briefly, and moved on with complete assurance to explore the depth and height of the second. This was a true statement at last. This was Andrew Carr. He lived, even if, after this late morning, he might never live again. And now the third, the storm and the wrath, the interludes of calm, the anger, denials, affirmations. Was there anything he didn't know, this heir of 3 centuries who died in jail? Without hesitation, without any awareness of self, of age or pain or danger or loss, Brian was entering on the broad reaches of the last movement when he opened his eyes. The youngsters were gone. Well, he thought, it's too big. It frightened them away. He could visualize them, stealing out with backward looks of panic, incomprehensible thunder, but he could not think much about them now, not while Andrew Carr was with him. He played on with the same assurance, the same joyful sense of victory. Savages, let them go, with leave and goodwill. Some external sound was faintly troubling him, something that must have begun under cover of these rising, pealing octave passages, storm waves, each higher than the last, until it seemed that even a superhuman swimmer must be exhausted. An undefinable alien noise, a kind of humming. Brian shook his head peevishly. shutting it away. It couldn't matter, at least not now. Everything was here, in the beautiful labours his hands still had to do. The waves were growing more quiet, settling, subsiding, and now he must play those curious arpeggios which he had never quite understood, but of course he understood them at last, ripped them out of the piano like showers of sparks, like distant lightnings moving farther off across a world that could never be at rest. The final theme, why, it was a variation, and how was it that he had never realized it? A variation on a theme of Brahms from the German Requiem. Quite plain, quite simple, and Brahms would have approved. Still, it was rather strange, Brian thought, that he had never made the identification before, in spite of all his study. Well, he knew it now. Blessed are the dead. Yes, Brian thought, but something more remained, and he searched for it, proudly certain of discovering it through the mighty unfolding of the finale. No hurrying, no crashing impatience any more, but a moving through time with no fear of time, through radiance and darkness with no fear of either. Andrew Carr was happy, the light of the sun on his shoulders. That they may rest from their labours, and their works do follow after them. Brian stood up, swaying and out of breath. So the music was over, and the young savages were gone, and somewhere a jangling, humming confusion was filling the hall of music, distant, but entering with violence even here, now that the piano was silent. Brian moved stiffly out of the auditorium, more or less knowing what he would find. The noise was immense, the unchecked overtones of the marimba fuming and quivering as the high ceiling of the hall of music caught and twisted them, flung them back against the answering strings of harps and pianos and violins, the sulky membranes of drums, the nervous brass of cymbals. The girl was playing it, really playing it. Brian laughed once softly in the shadows and was not heard. She had hit on a most primeval rhythm, natural for children or savages, and needed nothing else, hammering it out swiftly on one stone and then the next, wanting no rest or variation. The boy was dancing, slapping his feet, pounding his chest, thrusting out his javelin in perfect time to the clamour, edging up to his companion, grimacing, drawing back to return. Neither was laughing, or close to laughter. Their faces were savage, solemn, downright grim with the excitement, the innocent lust, as spontaneous as the drumming of partridges. It was a while before they saw Brian in the shadows. The girl dropped the hammer. The boy froze briefly, the javelin raised, then jerked his head slightly at Paula, who snatched at something. Only moments later did Brian realize that she had taken the clay image before she fled. Jonason covered her retreat, stepping backward, his face blank with fear and readiness, javelin poised. So swiftly, so easily, by grace of a few wrong words and Steinway's best, had a sacred old one become a bad old one, an evil spirit. They were gone down the stairway, leaving the echo of Brian's voice crying, "Don't go, please don't go, I beg you." Brian followed them unwillingly. It was a measure of his unwillingness that moments passed before he was at the bottom of the stairway, looking across the shut-in water to his raft, which they had used and left at the windowsill port. Brian had never been a good swimmer. He was too dizzy now and short of breath to attempt to reach it. He clutched the rope and hitched himself, panting, hand over hand, to the window, collapsing there a while until he found strength to scramble into his canoe and grope for the paddle. The youngster's canoe was already far off, heading up the river, the boy paddling with deep, powerful strokes. Up the river, of course. They had to find the right kind of old ones, up across the sun path. Brian dug his blade in the quiet water. For a time his rugged, ancient muscles were willing. There was sap in them yet. Perhaps he was gaining slightly. He shouted hugely, "Bring back my two-faced god! Bring it back! It's not yours! It's not yours!" They must have heard his voice booming at them. At any rate, the girl looked back once. The boy, intent on his effort, did not. Brian roared, "Bring back my god! I want my little god!" He was not gaining on them. They had a mission, after all. They had to find the right kind of Old Ones. But damn it, Brian thought, my world has some rights, hasn't it? We'll see about this. He lifted the paddle like a spear and flung it, knowing even before his shoulder winced how absurd the gesture was. The youngsters were so far away that even an arrow from a bow might not have reached them. The paddle splashed in the water. Not far away, a small infinity. It swung about to the will of the river, the heavy end pointing obediently downstream. It nuzzled companionably against a grey-faced chunk of driftwood, diverting it, so that presently the driftwood floated into Brian's reach. He caught it and flung it toward the paddle, hoping it might fall on the other side and send the paddle near him. It fell short, and in his oddly painless extremity, Brian was not surprised, but merely watched the grey driftwood floating and bobbing along beside him with an irritation that was part friendliness, for it suggested the face of a music critic he had met in New Boston, was it? Denver? London? He couldn't remember. "Why," he said aloud, detachedly observing the passage of his canoe beyond the broad morning shadow of the Museum of Human History, "I seem to have made sure to die." "Mr. Van Ander has abundantly demonstrated a mastery of the instrument and of the—" "You acid fraud. Go play solfeggio on your linotype. Don't bother me." "And of the literature which could, without exaggeration, be termed beyond technique. He is one of those rare interpreters who, at the last analysis—" "I can't swim it, you know," said Brian. "Have so deeply submerged, dedicated themselves, that they may truly be said to have become one with—" Gaining on the canoe, the grey-faced chip moved tranquilly, placidly approving, toward the open sea, and with a final remnant of strength Brian inched forward to the bow of the canoe and gathered the full force of his lungs to shout up the river, "Go in peace!" They could not have heard him. They were too far away, and a new morning wind was blowing, fresh and sweet, out of the northwest. End of The Music Master of Babylon by Edgar Pangborn.
One Martian Afternoon by Tom Leahy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine Lehman. One Martian Afternoon by Tom Leahy. The clod burst in a cloud of red sand, and the little Martian sand dog ducked quickly into his burrow. Marilou threw another at the aperture in the ground, and then ran over, and with the inside of her foot she scraped sand into it until it was filled to the surface. She started to leave, but stopped. The little fellow might choke to death, she thought. It wasn't his fault she had to live on Mars. Satisfied that the future of something was dependent on her whim, she dug the sand from the hole. His little yellow eyes peered out at her. "Go on and live," she said magnanimously. She got up and brushed the sand from her knees and dress, and walked slowly down the red road. The noon sun was relentless. Nowhere was there relief from it. Mary Lou squinted and shaded her eyes with her hand. She looked in the sky for one of those infrequent Martian rain clouds, but the deep blue was only occasionally spotted by fragile white puffs. Like the sun, they had no regard for her either. They were too concerned with moving toward the distant mountains, there to cling momentarily to the peaks and then continue on their endless route. Marilou dabbed the moisture from her forehead with the hem of her dress. "I know one thing," she mumbled. "When I grow up, I'll get to Earth and never come back to Mars, no matter what." She broke into a defiant, cadenced step. "And I won't care whether you and Mommy like it or not," she declared aloud, sticking out her chin at an imaginary father before her. Before she realized it, a tiny, lime-washed stone house appeared not 100 yards ahead of her. That was the odd thing about the Martian midday. Something small and miles away would suddenly become large and very near as you approached it. The heat waves did it, her father had told her. "Really," she had replied, and "You think you know so doggone much," she had thought. "Aunt Twylee!" She broke into a run. By the Joshua trees, through the stone gateway she ran, and with a leap she lit like a young frog on the porch. "Hi, Aunt Twylee," she said breathlessly. An ancient Martian woman sat in a rocking chair in the shade of the porch. She held a bowl of purple river apples in her lap. Her papyrus-like hands moved quickly as she shaved the skin from one. In a matter of seconds it was peeled. She looked up over her bifocals at the panting Marilou. "Gracious, child, you shouldn't run like that this time of day," she said. "You Earth children aren't used to our Martian heat. It'll make you sick if you run too much." "I don't care. I hate Mars. Sometimes I wish I could just get good and sick, so's I'd get to go home." "Marilou, you are a little tyrant," Aunt Twylee laughed. "What you doin', Aunt Twylee?" Marilou asked, getting up from her frog posture and coming near the old Martian lady's chair. "Oh, peeling apples, dear. I'm going to make a cobbler this afternoon." She dropped the last apple, peeled, into the bowl. "There, done. Would you like a little cool apple juice, Marilou?" "Sure, you betcha. Hey, could I watch you make the cobbler, Aunt Twylee? Could I? Mommy can't make it for anything. It tastes like glue. Maybe if I could see how you do it, maybe I could show her. Do you think?" "Now, Marilou, your mother must be a wonderful cook to have raised such a healthy little girl. I'm sure there's nothing she could learn from me," Aunt Twylee said as she arose. "Let's go inside and have that apple juice." The kitchen was dark and cool, and filled with the odors of the wonderful edibles the old Martian had created on and in the Earth-made stove. She opened the Earth-made refrigerator that stood in the corner and withdrew an Earth-made bottle filled with Martian apple juice. Marilou jumped up on the table and sat cross-legged. "Here, dear." Aunt Twylee handed her a glass of the icy liquid. Thanks," Marilou said, and gulped down half the contents. "That tastes dreamy, Aunt Twylee." The little girl watched the old Martian as she lit the oven and gathered the necessary ingredients for the cobbler. As she bent over to get a bowl from the shelf beneath Marilou's perch, her hair brushed against the child's knee. Her hair was soft, soft and white as a puppy's, soft and white like the down from a dandelion. She smiled at Marilou. She always smiled. Her pencil-thin mouth was a perpetual arc. Marilou drained the glass. "Aunt Twylee, is it true what my daddy says about the Martians?" "True? How can I say, dear? I don't know what he said." "Well, I mean that when us Earth people came, you Martians did infanticide?" Aunt Twylee interrupted, rolling the dough on the board a little flatter, a little faster. "Yes, that's it. Killed babies," Marilou said, and took an apple from the bowl. My daddy says you were real primitive and killed your babies for some silly religious reason. I think that's awful. How could it be religious? God couldn't like to have little babies killed." She took a big bite of the apple. The juice ran from the corners of her mouth. "Your daddy is a very intelligent man, Mary Lou, but he's partially wrong. It is true, but not for religious reasons. It was a necessity. You must remember, dear, Mars is very arid, sterile, unable to sustain many living things. It was awful, but it was the only way we knew to control the population." Marilou looked down her button nose as she picked a brown spot from the apple. I'll tell him he's wrong," she said. "He thinks he knows so damn much." "Marilou!" Aunt Twylee exclaimed as she looked over her glasses. "A sweet child like you shouldn't use such language." Marilou giggled and popped the remaining portion of the apple in her mouth. "Do your parents know where you are, child?" Aunt Twylee asked, as she took the bowl from Marilou's hands. She began dicing the apples into a dough-lined casserole. "No, they don't," Marilou replied. She sprayed the air with little particles of apple as she talked. "Everybody's gone to the hills to look for the boys." "The boys?" Aunt Twylee stopped her work and looked at the little girl. "Yes, Jimmy and Eddie and some of the others disappeared from the settlement this morning. The men are afraid they've run off to the hills and the renegades got 'em." "Gracious!" Aunt Twylee said. Her brow knitted into a crisscross of wrinkles. "Oh, I know those dopes. They're probably down at the canals, fishin' or somethin'." "Just the same, your mother will be frantic, dear. You should have told her where you were going." "I don't care," Marilou said with unadulterated honesty. "She'll be all right when I get home." Aunt Twylee shook her head and clucked her tongue. "Can I have another glass, please?" The old lady poured the glass full again, and then she sprinkled sugar down among the apple cubes in the casserole and covered them with a blanket of dough. She cut an uneven circle of half moons in it and put it in the oven. "There, all ready to bake, Marilou," she sighed. "It looks real yummy, Aunt Twylee." "Well, I certainly hope it turns out good, dear," she said, wiping her forehead with her apron. She looked out the open back door. The landscape was beginning to gray as heavier clouds moved down from the mountains and pressed the afternoon heat closer, more oppressively to the ground. "My, it's getting hot. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if we didn't get a little rain this afternoon, Marilou." She turned back to the little girl. "Tell me some more about your daddy, dear. We Martians certainly owe a lot to men like your father." "That's what he says, too. He says you Martians would have died out in a few years if we hadn't come here. We're so much more civilized? Yeah, he says we were so much more civilized than you that we saved your lives when we came here with all our modern stuff." "Well, that's true enough, dear. Just look at that wonderful earth stove," Aunt Twylee said, and laughed. "We wouldn't be able to bake an apple cobbler like that without it, would we?" A rumble of thunder shouldered through the crowded hot air. "No, he says you Martians are kinda likable, but you can't be trusted. He's nuts. I like you Martians." "Thank you, child, but everyone's entitled to his own opinion. Don't judge your daddy too severely," Aunt Twylee said, as she scraped spilled sugar from the table and put little bits of it on her tongue. "He says that you'd bite the hand that feeds you. He says we brought all these keen things to Mars, and that if you got the chance you'd kill all of us." "Gracious," said Aunt Twylee as she speared scraps of dough with the point of her long paring knife. "He's a dope," Mary Lou said. Aunt Twylee opened the oven and peeked in at the cobbler. The aroma of the simmering apples rushed out and filled the room. "Could I have some cobbler when it's done?" Mary Lou asked, her mouth filling with saliva. "I'm afraid not, child. It's getting rather late." The thunder rumbled again, a little closer, a little louder. The old lady washed the blade of the knife in the sink. "Tell me more of what your father says, dear," she said, as she adjusted the bifocals on her thin nose and ran her thumb along the length of the knife's blade. "Oh, nothing much more. He just says that you'd kill us if you had the chance. That's the way the inferior races always act, he says. They want to kill the people that help 'em, 'cause they resent 'em." "Very interesting. Well, it isn't so, is it, Aunt Twylee?" The room was filled with blinding blue-white light, and the walls quaked at the sound of a monstrous thunderclap. The old Martian glanced nervously at the clock on the wall. "My, it is getting late," she said, as she fondled the knife in her hands. "You Martians wouldn't do anything like that, would you?" "You want the truth, don't you, dear?" Aunt Twylee asked, smiling, as she walked to the table where Marilou sat. "Course I do, Aunt Twylee," she said. Her scream was answered and smothered by the horrendous roar of the thunder and the piercing hiss of the rain that fell in sheets. In great volumes of water it fell, as though the heavens were attempting to wash the sins of man from the universe and into non-existence in the void beyond the void. Marilou lay beside the other children. Aunt Twylee smiled at them, closed the bedroom door, and returned to the kitchen. The storm had moved on. The thunder was the faint grumbling of a pacified old man. What water fell was a monotonous trickle from the eaves of the lime-washed stone house. Aunt Twylee washed the blood from the knife and wiped it dry on her apron. She opened the oven and took out the browned cobbler. Sweet apple juice bubbled to the surface through the half-moons and burst in delights of sugary aroma. The sun broke through the thinning edge of the thunderhead. Aunt Twylee brushed a lock of her feathery white hair from her moist cheek. "Gracious," she said, "I must tidy up a bit before the others come." The End. End of One Martian Afternoon by Tom Leahy. Recording by Christine Lehman, Reseda, California.
One out of 10 by J. Anthony Fairlane. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Darren O'Brien. 1 out of 10 by J. Anthony Fairlane. I watched Don Phillips, the commercial announcer, out of the corner of my eye. The camera in front of me swung around and lined up on my set. "And now, on with the show," Phillips was saying. "And here, ready to test your wits, is your quizzing quizmaster, Smiling Jim Parsons." I smiled into the camera and waited while the audience applauded. The camera tally light went on, and the stage manager brought his arm down and pointed at me. "Good afternoon," I said into the camera. "Here we go again, with another half hour of fun and prizes on television's newest, most exciting game, Parlor Quiz. In a moment, I'll introduce you to our first contestant. But first, here's a special announcement to your mothers." The baby powder commercial appeared on the monitor, and I walked over to the next set. They had the first contestant lined up for me. I smiled and took her card from the floor man. She was a middle-aged woman, with a faded print dress and old-style shoes. I never saw the contestants until we were on the air. They were screened before the show by the staff. They usually tried to pick contestants who would make good show material. An odd name or occupation, or someone with 20 kids, something of that nature. I looked at the card for the tip-off. "Miss Frida Dunny," the card said. "Ask her where she's from." I smiled at the contestant again and took her by the hand. The tally light went on again, and I grinned into the camera. "Well now, we're all set to go. And our first contestant today is this charming little lady right here beside me, Miss Frida Dunny." I looked at the card. "How are you, Miss Dunny?" "Fine, just fine." "All set to answer a few questions and win a lot of prizes?" "Oh, I'll win all right," said Miss Dunny. smiling around at the audience. The audience tittered a bit at the remark. I looked at the card again. "Where are you from, Miss Dunny?" "Mars," said Miss Dunny. "Mars?" I laughed, anticipating the answer. "Mars, Montana? Mars, Peru?" "No, Mars. Up there," she said, pointing up in the air. "The planet Mars. The fourth planet from our sun." My assistant looked unhappy. I smiled again, wondering what the gag was. I decided to play along. "Well, well," I said. "All the way from Mars, huh? And how long have you been here on Earth, Miss Dunny?" "Oh, about 30 or 40 years. I've been here nearly all my life. Came here when I was a wee bit of a girl." "Well," I said, "you're practically an Earth woman by now, aren't you?" The audience laughed. "Do you plan on going back someday? Or have you made up your mind to stay here on Earth for the rest of your days?" "Oh, I'm just here for the invasion," said Miss Dunny. "When it's all over, I'll probably go home again." "The invasion?" "Yes, the invasion of Earth. As soon as enough of us are here, we'll get started." "You mean others are here too?" "Oh, yes. There are several million of us here in the United States already, and more are on the way." "There are only about 170 million people in the United States, Miss Dunny," I said. "If there were several million Martians among us, 1 out of every 100 would have to be a Martian." 1 out of 10, said Miss Dunny. "That's what the boss just said the other day. We're getting pretty close to the number we need to take over Earth." "What do you need?" I asked. 1 to 1? 1 Martian for every Earthman? "Oh, no," said Miss Dunny. 1 Martian is worth 10 Earthmen. The only reason we're waiting is we don't want any trouble." "You don't look different from us Earth people, Miss Dunny. How does one tell the difference between a Martian and an Earthman when one sees one?" "Oh, we don't look different," said Miss Dunny. "Some of the kids don't even know they're Martians. Most mothers don't tell their children until they're all grown up. And there are other children who are never told because they just don't develop their full powers." "What powers?" "Oh, telepathy, thought control, that sort of thing." "You mean Martians can read people's thoughts?" "Sure. It's no trouble at all. It's very easily, really, once you get the hang of it." "Can you read my mind?" I asked, smiling. "Sure," said Miss Dunny, smiling up at me. "That's why I said I'd know all the answers. I'll be able to read the answers from your mind when you look at that sheet of paper." "Now, that's hardly sporting, is it, Miss Dunny?" I said, turning to the camera. The audience laughed. "Everybody else has to do it the hard way, and here you are reading my mind." "All's fair in love and war," said Miss Dunny. "Tell me, Miss Dunny, why are you telling me all about this? Isn't it supposed to be a secret?" "I have my reasons," said Miss Dunny. "Nobody believes me anyhow." "Oh, I believe you, Miss Dunny," I said gravely. "And now, let's see how you do on the questions. Are you ready?" She nodded. "Name the one and only mammal that has the ability to fly," I asked, reading from the script. "A bat," she said. "Right! Did you read that from my mind?" "Oh, yes. You're coming over loud and clear," said Miss Dunny. "Try this one," I said. "A princess is any daughter of a sovereign. What is a princess royal?" "The eldest daughter of a sovereign," she said. "Correct. How about this one? A Kodiak is a kind of simple box camera, a type of double-bowed boat, or a type of Alaskan bear?" "A bear," said Miss Dunny. "Very good. That was a hard one." I asked her 7 more questions, and she got all of them right. None of the other contestants even came close to her score. So I wound up giving her the gas range and a lot of other smaller prizes. After we were off the air, I followed the audience out into the hall. Miss Dunny was walking towards the library with an old paper shopping bag under her arm. An attendant was following her with an armful of prizes. I caught up with her before she reached the door. "Miss Dunny," I asked, and she turned around. "I want to talk to you." "When do I get the gas stove?" she said. "Your local dealer will send it up to you in a few days. Did you give them your address?" "Yes, I gave it to them. My Philadelphia address, that is. I don't even remember my address at home anymore." "Come now, Miss Dunny. You don't have to keep up that Mars business now that we're off air." "It's the truth, and I didn't come here just by accident," said Miss Dunny, looking over her shoulder towards the attendant who was still holding the prizes. "I came here to see you." "Me?" Miss Dunny set the paper bag down on the floor and dug down into her pocketbook. She took out a dog-eared piece of white paper and bent it up in her hand. "Yes," she said finally, "I came to see you. And you didn't follow me out here because you wanted to. I commanded you to come." "Commanded me to come?" I spluttered. "What for?" "To prove something to you. Do you see this piece of paper?" She held out the paper in her hand, with the blank side towards me. "My address is on this paper. I'm reading the address. Concentrate on what I'm reading." I looked at her, concentrated. Suddenly I knew. 251 South 8th Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, I said out loud. "You see? It's very easy once you get the hang of it," she said. I nodded and smiled down at her. Now I understood. I picked up her bag and put my hand on her shoulder. "Let's go," I said. "We have a lot to talk about." End of 1 out of 10 by J. Anthony Fairlane. Recording by Darren O'Brien, Lamont, Illinois.
Song in a Minor Key by C.L. Moore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Song in a Minor Key by C.L. Moore. He had been promising himself this moment for how many lonely months and years on alien worlds. Beneath him, the clovered hill slope was warm in the sun. Northwest Smith moved his shoulders against the earth and closed his eyes, breathing so deeply that the gun, holstered upon his chest, drew tight against its strap as he drank the fragrance of earth and clover warm in the sun. Here, in the hollow of the hills, willow-shaded, pillowed upon clover and the lap of earth, he let his breath run out in a long sigh, and drew one palm across the grass in a caress like a lover's. He had been promising himself this moment for how long, how many months and years on alien worlds. He would not think of it now. He would not remember the dark spaceways, or the red slag of Martian drylands, or the pearl-gray days on Venus when he had dreamed of the earth that had outlawed him. So he lay with his eyes closed and the sunlight drenching him through, no sound in his ears but the passage of a breeze through the grass, and a creaking of some insect near by, the violent, blood-smelling years behind him might never have been. Except for the gun pressed into his ribs between his chest and the clovered earth, he might be a boy again, years upon years ago, long before he had broken his first law, or killed his first man. No one else alive now knew who that boy had been. Not even the all-knowing patrol. Not even Venusian Yarrell, who had been his closest friend for so many riotous years. No one would ever know now. Not his name, which had not always been Smith, or his native land, or the home that had bred him, or the first violent deed that had sent him down the devious paths which led here to the clover hollow in the hills of an earth that had forbidden him ever to set foot again upon her soil. He unclasped the hands behind his head and rolled over to lay a scarred cheek on his arm, smiling to himself. Well, here was earth beneath him, no longer a green star high in alien skies, but warm soil, new clover, so near his face he could see all the little stems and trefoil leaves, moist earth, granular at their roots. An ant ran by with waving antennae close beside his cheek. He closed his eyes and drew another deep breath. Better not even look. Better to lie here like an animal, absorbing the sun and the feel of earth blindly, wordlessly. Now he was not Northwest Smith, scarred outlaw of the spaceways. Now he was a boy again, with all his life before him. There would be a white-columned house just over the hill, with shaded porches and white curtains blowing in the breeze, and the sound of sweet familiar voices indoors. There would be a girl with hair like poured honey, hesitating just inside the door, lifting her eyes to him. Tears in the eyes. He lay very still, remembering. Curious how vividly it all came back, though the house had been ashes for nearly 20 years, and the girl. He rolled over violently, opening his eyes. No use remembering her. There had been that fatal flaw in him from the very first, he knew now. If he were the boy again, knowing all he knew today, still the flaw would be there, and sooner or later the same thing must have happened that had happened 20 years ago. He had been born for a wilder age, when men took what they wanted and hurled what they could, without respect for law. Obedience was not in him, and so, as vividly as on that day it happened, he felt the same old surge of anger and despair, 20 years old now, felt the ray gun bucking hard against his unaccustomed fist, heard the hiss of its deadly charge ravening into a face he hated. He could not be sorry, even now, for that first man he had killed. But in the smoke of that killing had gone up the columned house and the future he might have had, the boy himself, lost as Atlantis now, and the girl with the honey-coloured hair, and much, much else besides. It had to happen, he knew. He being the boy he was, it had to happen. Even if he could go back and start all over, the tale would be the same. And it was all long past now, anyhow, and nobody remembered any more at all, except himself. A man would be a fool to lie here thinking about it any longer. Smith grunted and sat up, shrugging the gun into place against his ribs. End of Song in a Minor Key by C. L. Moore.
The Sound of Silence by Barbara Constant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Scano, Walsall, West Midlands, England. Nobody at Hoskins, Haskell, and Chapman Incorporated knew just why Lucilla Brown, G.G. Hoskins' secretary, came to work half an hour early every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Even G.G. himself had been asked, would have had trouble explaining how his occasional exasperated wish that just once somebody would reach the office ahead of him could have caused his attractive young secretary to start doing so 3 times a week, or kept her at it all the months since that first gloomy March day. Nobody asked Gigi, however, not even Paul Chapman, the very junior partner in the advertising firm, who had displayed more than a little interest in Lucilla all fall and winter, but very little interest in anything all spring and summer. Nobody asked Lucilla why she left early on the days she arrived early. After all, 8 hours is long enough. And certainly nobody knew where Lucilla went at 4:30 on those 3 days. Nor would anybody in the office have believed it had he known. Lucky Brown, seeing a psychiatrist. The typist would have giggled. The office boy would have snorted. And every salesman on the force would have guffawed. Even Paul Chapman might have managed a wry smile. A real laugh had been beyond him for several months, ever since he asked Lucilla confidently, "Will you marry me?" And she answered, "I'm sorry, Paul. Thanks, but no thanks." Not that seeing a psychiatrist was anything to laugh at in itself. After all, the year was 1962, and there were almost as many serious articles about mental health as there were cartoons about psychoanalysts, even in the magazines that specialized in poking fun. In certain cities, including Los Angeles, and certain industries, especially advertising, "I have an appointment with my psychiatrist" was a perfectly acceptable excuse for leaving work early. The idea of a secretary employed by almost the largest advertising firm in one of the best-known suburbs in the sprawling city of Angels doing so should not, therefore, have seemed particularly odd. Not would it have if the person involved had been anyone at all except Lucilla Brown. The idea that she might need aid of any kind, particularly psychiatric, was ridiculous. She had been born 22 years earlier, in undisputed possession of a sizable silver spoon. And she was, in addition, bright, beautiful, and charming, with 20/20 vision, perfect teeth, a father and mother who adored her, friends who did likewise, and the kind of luck you'd have to see to believe. Other people entered contests. Lucilla won them. Other people drove 5 miles over the legal speed limit and got caught doing it. Lucilla outdistanced them, but fortuitously slowed down just before the highway patrol appeared from nowhere. Other people waited in the wrong line at the bank, while the woman ahead of them learned how to roll pennies. Lucilla was always in the line that moved right up to the teller's window. Lucky was not, in other words, just a happenstance abbreviation of Lucilla. It was an exceedingly apt nickname, and Lucky Brown's co-workers would have been quite justified in laughing at the very idea of her being unhappy enough about anything to spend 3 precious hours a week stretched out on a brown leather couch, staring miserably at the pale blue ceiling and fumbling for words that refused to come. There were a good many days when Lucilla felt like laughing at the idea herself. And there were other days when she didn't even feel like smiling. Wednesday, the 25th of July, was one of the days when she didn't feel like smiling, or talking, or moving. It had started out badly when she opened her eyes and found herself staring at the familiar blue ceiling. "I don't know," she said irritably. "I tell you, I simply don't know what happens. I'll start to answer someone, and the words will be right on the tip of my tongue, ready to be spoken. Then I'll say something altogether different. Or I'll start to cross the street, and for no reason at all, be unable to even step off the curb." "For no reason at all?" Dr. Andrews asked. "Are you sure you aren't withholding something you ought to tell me?" She shifted a little, suddenly uncomfortable. And then she was fully awake, and the ceiling was ivory, not blue. She stared at it for a long moment, completely disoriented, before she realized that she was in her own bed, not on Dr. Andrews' brown leather couch, and that the conversation had been another of the interminable imaginary dialogues she found herself carrying on with the psychiatrist, day and night, awake and asleep. "Get out of my dreams," she ordered crossly, summoning up a quick mental picture of Dr. Andrews' expressive face, level gray eyes, and silvering temples, the better to banish him from her thoughts. She was immediately sorry she had done so, for the image remained fixed in her mind. She could almost feel his eyes as she heard his voice ask again, "For no reason at all, Lucilla?" The weatherman had promised a scorcher, and the heat that already lay like a blanket over the room made it seem probable the promise would be fulfilled. She moved listlessly, showering, patting herself dry, lingering over the choice of a dress until her mother called urgently from the kitchen. She was long minutes behind schedule when she left the house. Usually, she rather enjoyed easing her small car into the stream of automobiles pouring down Sepulveda toward the San Diego freeway, jockeying for position, shifting expertly from one lane to another to take advantage of every break in the traffic. This morning, she felt only angry impatience. She choked back on the irritated impulse to drive directly into the side of a car that cut across in front of her, held her horn buttoned down furiously when a slow-starting truck hesitated fractionally after the light turned green. When she finally edged her Renault up on the on-ramp and the freeway stretched straight and unobstructed ahead, she stepped down on the accelerator and watched the needle climb up and past the legal 65-mile limit. The sound of her tires on the smooth concrete was soothing, and the rush of wind outside gave the morning an illusion of coolness. She edged away from the tangle of cars that had pulled onto the freeway with her and momentarily was alone on the road, with the rear view mirror blank, the oncoming lanes bare, and the small rise shutting off the world ahead. That was when it happened.
Get out of the way!
A voice shrieked.
Out of the way! Out of the way! Out of the way!
Her heart lurched, her stomach twisted convulsively, and there was a brassy taste in her mouth. Instinctively, she stamped down on the brake pedal, swerved sharply into the outer lane. By the time she had topped the rise, she was going a cautious 50 miles an hour and hugging the far edge of the freeway. Then, and only then, she heard the squeal of agonized tires and saw the cumbersome semi-trailer coming from the opposite direction rock dangerously, jackknife into the dividing posts that separate north and southbound traffic, crunch ponderously through them, and crash to a stop, several hundred feet ahead of her, and squarely athwart the lane down which she had been speeding only seconds earlier. The highway patrol materialized within minutes. Even so, it was after 8 by the time Lucilla gave them her statement, agreed for the upteenth time with the shaken but uninjured truck driver that it was indeed fortunate she hadn't been in the central lane, and drove slowly the remaining miles to the office. The gray mood of early morning had changed to black. Now there were two voices in her mind, competing for attention.
I knew it was going to happen,
the truck driver said.
I couldn't see over the top of that hill. All I could do was fight the wheel and pray that if anybody was coming, he'd get out of the way.
She could almost hear him repeating the words.
Get out of the way! Out of the way!
And right on the heel of his cry came Dr. Andrews' soft query.
For no reason at all, Lucilla?
She pulled into the company parking lot, jerked the wheel savagely to the left, jammed on the brakes. Shut up, she said. Shut up, both of you. She started into the building, then hesitated. She was already late, but there was something.
Get out of the way! The way! For no reason at all. At all.
She yielded to impulse and walked hurriedly downstairs to the basement library. That stuff I asked you to get together for me by tomorrow, Ruthie, she said to the gray-haired librarian. You wouldn't by any chance have already done it, would you? I should ask. The elderly woman bobbed down behind the counter and popped back with an armload of magazines and newspapers. Just happened to have some free time last thing yesterday. It's already charged out to you, so you just go right ahead and take it, dearie. It was 8:30 when Lucilla reached the office. When I need you, where are you? Gigi asked sourly. Learned last night that the top dog at Carry Carton Corporation is in town today, so they've pushed that conference up from Friday to 10 this morning. If you'd been here early, or even on time, we might at least have gotten some of the information together. Lucilla laid the stack of material on his desk. I haven't had time to flag the pages yet, she said. but they're listed in the library request on top. We did 19 ads for KK last year and 3 of premium offers. I stopped by sales on my way in. Susie's digging out figures for you now. Said Gigi. Well, so that's where you've been. You could at least have let me know. There was grudging approval beneath his gruffness. Say, how'd you know I needed this today anyhow? Didn't, said Lucilla, putting her purse away and whisking the cover off her typewriter. Happenstance, that's all.
Just happened to go down to the library. For no reason at all. Withholding something. Get out of the way.
The telephone's demand for attention overrode her thoughts. She reached for it almost gratefully. Mr. Hoskins' office, she said. Yes. Yes, he knows about the 10 o'clock meeting this morning. Thanks for calling anyway. She hung up and glanced at Gigi, but he was so immersed in one of the magazines that the ringing telephone hadn't even disturbed him. Ringing? The last thing she did before she left the office each night was set the lever in the instrument's base to off, so that the bell would not disturb Gigi if he worked late. So far today, nobody had set it back to on. It's getting worse, she said miserably to the pale blue ceiling. The phone didn't ring this morning. It couldn't have. But I answered it. Dr. Andrews said nothing at all. She let her eyes flicker sidewise, but he was outside her range of vision. I don't like having you sit where I can't see you, she said crossly. Freud may have thought it was a good idea, but I think it's a lousy one. She clenched her hands and stared at nothing. The silence stretched thinner and thinner, like a balloon blown big, until the temptation to rupture it was too great to resist. I didn't see the truck this morning, nor hear it. There was no reason at all for me to slow down and pull over. You might be dead if you hadn't. Would you like that better? The matter-of-fact question was like a hand laid across Lucilla's mouth. I don't want to be dead, she admitted finally. Neither do I want to go on like this, hearing words that aren't spoken and bells that don't ring. When it gets to the point that I pick up a phone just because somebody's thinking. She stopped abruptly. I didn't quite catch the end of that sentence, Dr. Andrews said. I didn't quite finish it. I can't. Can't or won't. Don't hold anything back, Lucilla. You were saying that you picked up the phone just because somebody was thinking. He paused expectantly. Lucilla reread the ornate letters on the framed diploma on the wall, looked critically at the picture of Mrs. Andrews, whom she met, and her impish daughter, whom she hadn't, counted the number of plates in the billowing drapes, ran a tentative finger over the face of her wristwatch, straightened a fold of her skirt, and could stand the silence no longer. All right, she said wearily. The girl at Carrie Carton thought about talking to me, and I heard my phone ring, even though the bell was disconnected. Gigi thought about needing backup material for the conference, and I went to the library. The truck driver thought about warning people, and I got out of his way. So I can read people's minds. Some people's minds. Some of the time, anyway. Only there's no such thing as telepathy. And if I'm not telepathic, then... She caught herself in the brink of time and bit back the final word, fighting for self-control. Then what? The peremptory question toppled Lucilla's defenses. I'm crazy, she said. Speaking the word released all the others dammed up behind it. Ever since I can remember, things like this have happened all at once, in the middle of doing something or saying something. I'd find myself thinking about what somebody else was doing or saying. Not thinking, knowing. I'd be playing hide and seek, and I could see the places where the other kids were hiding, just as plainly as I could see my own surroundings. Or I'd be worrying over the answers to an exam question, and I know what somebody in the back of the room had decided to write down, or what the teacher was expecting us to write. Not always, but it happened often enough so that it bothered me. Just the way it does now when I answer a question before it's been asked, or know what the driver ahead of me is going to do a split second before he does it, or win a bridge game because I can see everybody else's hand through his own eyes. Almost. Has it always bothered you, Lucilla? No. She drew the word out, considering, trying to think when it was that she hadn't felt uneasy about the unexpected moments of perceptiveness. When she was very little, perhaps, she thought of the tiny laughing girl in the faded snaps of the old album. And suddenly, inexplicably, she was that self, moving through remembered rooms, pausing to collect a word from a boyish father, a thought from a pretty young mother. Reluctantly, she closed her eyes against that distant time. Way back, she said, when I didn't know any better, I just took it for granted that sometimes people talk to each other and that sometimes they passed thoughts along without putting them into words. I was about 6, I guess, when I found out it wasn't so. She slipped into her 6-year-old self as easily as she had donned the younger Lucilla. This time, she wasn't in a house, but high on a hillside, walking on springy pine needles instead of prosaic carpet. Talk, Dr. Andrews reminded her, his voice so soft that it could almost have come from inside her own mind. We were picnicking, she said. A whole lot of us. Somehow, I wandered away from the others. One minute, the hill was bright with sun, and the next, it was deep in shadows, and the wind that had been merely cool was downright cold. She shivered and glanced around, expecting her mother to be somewhere near, holding out a sweater or jacket. There was no one at all in sight. Even then, she never thought of being frightened. She turned to retrace her steps. There was a big tree that looked familiar, and a funny rock behind it, half buried in the hillside. She was trudging toward it, humming under her breath, when the worried thoughts began to reach her.
Only a little creek, so I don't think she could have fallen in. Not really any bears around here. But she never gets hurt. Creek. Bear. Twisted ankle. dark, cold.
She had veered from her course and started in the direction of the first thought. But now they were coming from all sides, and she had no idea at all which way to go. She ran wildly then, first one way, then the other, sobbing and calling.
Lucilla!
The voice sliced into the night, and the dark mountainside and the frightened child were gone. She shuddered a little, reminiscently, and put her hand over her eyes. Somebody found me, of course, and then Mother was holding me and crying, and I was crying too, and telling her how all the different thoughts at once frightened me and mixed me up. She scolded me for telling fibs, and said that nobody except crazy people thought they could read each other's minds.
I see,
said Dr. Andrews.
So you tried not to, of course. And any time you did it again, or thought you did, you blamed it on coincidence or luck.
And had that nightmare again.
Yes, that too. Tell me about it.
I already have, over and over.
Tell me again then.
I feel like a fool, repeating myself,
she complained.
Dr. Andrews made no comment. Oh, all right. It always starts with me walking down a crowded street, surrounded by honking cars and yelling newsboys and talking people. The noise bothers me, and I'm tempted to cover my ears to shut it out, but I try to ignore it instead and walk faster and faster. Bit by bit, the buildings I pass are smaller, the people fewer, the noise less. All at once, I discover there's nothing around at all but a spreading carpet of gray-green moss, years deep, and a silence that feels as old as time itself. There's nothing to frighten me, but I'm frightened and lonesome, not so much for people, but for a sound, any sound. I turn to run back toward town, but there's nothing behind me now but the same gray moss and gray sky and dead silence. By the time she reached the last word, her throat had tightened until speaking was difficult. She reached out blindly for something to cling to. Her groping hand met Dr. Andrews, and his warm fingers closed reassuringly around hers. Gradually, the panic drained away, but she could think of nothing to say at all, although she longed to have the silence broken. As if he sensed her longing, Dr. Andrews said, "You started having the dream more often just after you told Paul you wouldn't marry him. Is that right?" No, it was the other way around. I hadn't had it for months, not since I fell in love with him. Then he got assigned to that Which Tomorrow show, and he started calling me lucky, the way everybody does. And the dream came back. She stopped short and turned on the couch to stare at the psychiatrist with startled eyes. "But that can't be how it was," she said. "The lonesomeness must have started after I decided not to marry him, not before."
"I wonder why the dream stopped when you fell in love with him."
"That's easy," Lucilla said promptly, grasping at the chance to evade her own more disturbing question. I felt close to him, whether he was with me or not, the way I used to feel close to people back when I was a little girl, before, well, before that day in the mountains, when Mother said, "That was when you started having the dream, wasn't it?" How'd you know? I didn't. Not until just now. But yes, that's when it started. I'd never minded the dark or being alone. But I was frightened when Mother shut the door that night because the walls seemed so solid. Now that I knew all the thoughts I used to think were with me, they were just pretend. When I finally went to sleep, I dreamed, and I went on having the same dream, night after night after night, until finally they called a doctor, and he gave me something to make me sleep. "I wish they'd called me," Dr. Andrews said. What could you have done? The sleeping pills worked anyway, and after a while, I didn't need them anymore because I'd heard other kids talking about having hunches and lucky streaks, and I stopped feeling different from the rest of them, except once in a while, when I was so lucky, it bothered me.
And after you met Paul, you stopped being too lucky and the dream stopped?
No! Lucilla was startled at her own vehemence. No, it wasn't like that at all. And you'd know it if you'd been listening. With Paul, I felt close to him all the time, no matter how many miles or walls or anything else there were between us. We hardly had to talk at all because we seemed to know just what the other was thinking all the time, listening to music or watching the waves pound in or just working together at the office. Instead of feeling odd when I knew what he was thinking or what he was going to say, I felt good about it because I was so sure it was the same way with him and what I was thinking. We didn't talk about it. There just wasn't any need to. She lapsed into silence again. Dr. Andrews straightened her clenched hand out and stroked the fingers gently. After a moment, she went on. He hadn't asked me to marry him, but I knew he would, and there wasn't any hurry because everything was so perfect anyway. Then, one of the company's clients decided to sponsor a series of fantasy shows on TV and wanted us to tie in the ads for next year with the fantasy theme. Paul was assigned to the account, and Gigi let him borrow me to work on it because it was such a rush project. I'd always liked fairy stories when I was little, and when I discovered there were grown-up ones too, like those in Unknown Worlds and the old weird tales, I'd read them too. But I hadn't any idea how much there was until we started buying copies of everything there was on the newsstands, and then ransacking musty little stores for back issues and ones that had gone out of publication, until Paul's office was just full of teetery piles of gaudy magazines, and everything you looked, there were pictures of strange stars and eight-legged monsters and men in spacesuits. So what do the magazines have to do with you and Paul? The way he felt about them changed everything. He just laughed at the ones about spaceships and other planets and robots and things. But he didn't laugh when he came across stories about, well, mutants and people with talents. Talents, like reading minds, you mean? She nodded, not looking at him. He didn't laugh at those. He acted as if they were, well, indecent. The sort of thing you wouldn't be caught dead reading in public. And he thought that way too, especially about the stories that even mentioned telepathy. At first, when he brought them to my attention in that disapproving way, I thought he was just pretending to sneer, to tease me, because we, knew they could be true. Only his thoughts matched his remarks. He hated the stories, Dr. Andrews, and was just determined to have me hate them too. All at once, I began to feel as if I didn't know him at all, and I began to wonder if I'd just imagined everything all those months I felt so close to him. And then I began to dream again, and to think about that lonesome, silent world even when I was wide awake. "Go on, Lucilla," Dr. Andrews said, as she hesitated. "That's all. Just about. We finished the job and got rid of the magazines, and for a little while it was almost as if those 2 weeks had never been. Except I couldn't forget that he didn't know what I was thinking at all. Even when everything he did almost made it seem as if he did. It began to seem wrong for me to know what he was thinking. Crazy, like Mother had said. And worse, somehow. Not well, not even nice, if you know what I mean." "Then he asked you to marry him?" "And I said no, even when I wanted. Oh, so terribly, to say yes, and yes, and yes." She squeezed her eyes tight shut to hold back a rush of tears. Time folded back on itself. Once again, the hands of her wristwatch pointed to 4:30, and the white-clad receptionist said briskly, "Doctor will see you now." Once again, from some remote vantage point, Lucilla watched herself brush past Dr. Andrews and cross to the familiar couch. Heard herself say, "It's getting worse." Watched herself move through a flickering montage of scenes, from childhood to womanhood, from past to present. She opened her eyes to meet those of the man who sat patiently beside her. "You see," he said, "telling me wasn't so difficult after all." And then, before she decided on response, "What do you know about Darwin's theory of evolution, Lucilla?" His habit of ending a tense moment by making an irrelevant query no longer even startled her. Obediently, she fumbled for an answer. "Not much. Just that he thought all the different kinds of life on Earth today evolved from a few blobs of protoplasm that sprouted wings or grew fur or developed teeth, depending on when they lived and where." She paused hopefully, but met with only silence. "Sometimes what seemed like a step forward wasn't," she said, ransacking her brain for scattered bits of information. "Then the species died out, like the saber-toothed tiger, with those tusks that kept right on growing until they locked his jaws shut, so he starved to death." As she spoke, she remembered the huge beast, as he had been pictured, in one of her college textbooks. The recollection grew more and more vivid until she could see both the picture and the facing page of text. There was an irregularly shaped ink blot in the upper corner and several heavily underlined sentences that stood out so distinctly she could actually read the words. According to Darwin, variations in general are not infinitesimal, but in the nature of specific mutations, thousands of these occur, but only the fittest survive the climate, the times, natural enemies, and their own kind, who strive to perpetuate themselves unchanged. Taken one by one, the words were all familiar. Taken as a whole, they made no sense at all. She let the book slip, unheeded from her mind, and stared at Dr. Andrews in bewilderment.
Try saying it in a different way.
You sound like a school teacher humoring a stupid child. And then, because the habit of obedience was strong, I guess he meant that tails didn't grow an inch at a time, the way the dogs got cut off, but all at once, like a fish being born with legs as well as fins, or a baby saber-tooth showing up among tigers with regular teeth, or one ape in a tribe discovering he could swing down out of the treetops and stand erect and walk alone. He echoed her last words. And walk alone. A premonitory chill traced in its icy way down Lucilla's backbone. For a second, she stood on gray moss, under a gray sky, in the midst of a gray silence.
He not only could walk alone, he had to. Do you remember what your book said?
Only the fittest survive, Lucilla said numbly, because they have to fight the climate, and their natural enemies, and their own kind. She swung her feet to the floor and pushed herself into a sitting position. I'm not a mutation. I'm not. And you can't say I am, because I won't listen.
I didn't say you were.
There was the barest hint of emphasis on the first word. Lucilla was almost certain she heard a whisper of laughter, but he met her gaze blandly, his expression completely serious. Don't you dare laugh, she said, nonetheless. There's nothing funny about
being able to read people's minds,
Dr. Andrews said helpfully.
You'd much rather have me offer some other explanation for the occurrences that bother you, so is that it?
I guess so. Yes, it is. A brain tumor, or schizophrenia, or anything at all that could maybe be cured, so I could marry Paul and have children and be like everybody else, like you. She looked past him to the picture on his desk. It's easy for you to talk.
He ignored the last statement. Why can't you get married anyway?
You've already said why. Because Paul would hate me. Everybody would hate me if they knew I was different.
How would they know?
It doesn't show.
Now, if he had 3 legs, or a long bushy tail, or outsized teeth.
Lucilla smiled involuntarily, and then was furious at herself for doing so, and at Dr. Andrews for provoking her into it. This whole thing is utterly asinine anyhow. Here we are, talking as if I might really be a mutant, and you know perfectly well that I'm not.
Do I? You made the diagnosis, Lucilla. and you've given me some mighty potent reasons for believing it. Can you give me equally good reasons for doubting that you're a telepath?"
The peremptory demand left Lucilla speechless for a moment. She groped blindly for an answer, then almost laughed aloud as she found it. "But of course! I almost missed it, even after you practically drew me a diagram. If I could read minds, just as soon as anybody found it out, he'd be afraid of me, or hate me, like the book said." "And you said too, if you believed it, you'd do something like having me locked up in a hospital, maybe, instead of..."
"Instead of what, Lucilla?"
"Instead of being patient and nice and helping me see how silly I've been." She reached out impulsively to touch his hand, then withdrew her own, feeling somewhat foolish when he made no move to respond. Her relief was too great, however, to be contained in silence. "Way back the first time I came in, you said that before we finished therapy, you'd know me better than I knew myself. I didn't believe you. Maybe I didn't want to, but I begin to think you were right. A lot of times lately, you've answered a question before I even asked it. Sometimes you haven't even bothered to answer. You've just sat there in your big brown chair, and I've lain here on the couch, and we've gone through something together without using words at all." She had started out, almost gaily, the words spilling over each other in their rush to be said, but bit by bit she slowed down, then faltered to a stop. After she had stopped talking altogether, she could still hear her last few phrases, repeated over and over like an echo that refused to die.
"Answered before I even asked, without using words at all. Without using words."
She could almost taste the terror that clogged her throat and dried her lips. "You do believe it? And you could have me locked up? Only... Fragments of thought, splinters of words, and droplets of silence spun into a kaleidoscopic jumble, shifted infinitesimally, and fell into an incredible new pattern. Understanding displaced terror, and was, in turn, displaced by indignation. She stared accusingly at her interrogator. "But you look just like anybody."
"You expected perhaps 3 legs, or a long bushy tail, or teeth like that textbook tiger?"
"And you're a psychiatrist."
"What else? Would you have talked to me like this across a grocery counter, Lucilla? Or listened to me if I'd been driving a bus or filling a prescription? Would I have found the others in a bowling alley or a business office?"
"Then there are others?"
She let out her breath on a long sigh, involuntarily glancing again at the framed picture.
"Only I love Paul, and he isn't. He can't."
"Nor can Carol."
His eyes were steady on hers, yet she felt as if he were looking through and beyond her. For no reason at all, she strained her ears for the sound of footsteps or the summons of a voice.
"Where do you suppose the second little blob of protoplasm with legs come from?"
Dr. Andrews asked.
"And the third? If that ape who found he could stand erect had walked lonesomely
off into the sunset like a second-rate actor on a late-late show. Where do you suppose you'd be today?" He broke off abruptly and watched with Lucilla as the office door edged open. The small girl who inched her way around it wore blue jeans and a ponytail rather than an organdy frock and curls. But her pixie smile matched that of the girl in the photograph Lucilla had glanced at again and again. "You want me, Daddy?" she asked, but she looked toward Lucilla. "I thought you'd like to meet someone with the same nickname as yours," Dr. Andrews said, rising to greet her. "Lucky, meet Lucky." "Hello," the child said, then her smile widened. "Hello." "But I don't have to say it, do I? I can talk to you just the way I talk to Daddy and Uncle Whitney and Big Bill." "Hello yourself," said Lucilla. This time, when the corners of her mouth began to tick upward, she made no attempt to stop them. "Of course you can, darling. And I can answer you the same way, and you'll hear me." Dr. Andrews reached for the open pack of cigarettes on his deck.
Is this strictly a private conversation, girls? Or can I get in on it too?
"It's unpolite to interrupt, Daddy."
He's not exactly interrupting. It was his conversation to begin with.
Dr. Andrews' receptionist paused briefly beside the still open office door. None of them heard either her gentle rap or the soft click of the latch slipping into place when she pushed the door shut. Nor did she hear them. End of The Sound of Silence by Barbara Constant. Read by Mary Escano, Walsall, West Midlands, England.
Spacemen Never Die by Morris Hirschman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clayton Whittle. Spacemen Never Die by Morris Hirschman. Henry Weller stood facing a huge three-dimensional picture on the wall of his dining room. "Can't we get rid of it?" he asked, turning to his wife. "I mean, with all due respect, of course." No man enjoys coming into his dining room and having to sit at meals and look at a full-size picture of his wife's first husband arriving on Venus. Fair is fair, but such a setup is ridiculous. "No," Phoebe shook her head. "Don Manton loved me, and he was famous. I like to be reminded of the days when my picture was in all the telepapers, and my face on so many telescreens." She might as well have just called him a tattered non-entity, though Henry was doing pretty well as a foreman in the local humandroid factory. He was stopped from reminding her by Phoebe saying that she'd leave for a bit of shopping. She left abruptly. Henry watched her take off from the roof of their 2-story fibroid house and went back to the dining room. Now, even his warmest admirers would give in that he had a streak of stubbornness in him a mile wide and 6 miles deep. Henry took the three-dimensional monstrosity off the wall, holding it hard by thumb and forefinger on its Luminex frame, and prepared to say goodbye to the picture of Don Manton. A foreman at one of the humandroid shops has to be able to consider alternatives, and Henry had done this. If he only hid the picture, there'd be a domestic crisis, and the picture would sooner or later be back up on the wall. If he destroyed it, there'd also be a crisis, but one that would eventually blow over. Unluckily for him, these three-dimensional wall pictures were made out of glassine, and when he tried setting fire to it, he nearly burned down the house. Upon feeding it to the old-fashioned fireplace, nothing grew hot except his temper. Ripping the picture to shreds would have been the next step, but you can't rip glaseine. For maybe the 6,000,000th time, he cursed out Don Manton, the well-known explorer in the realm of outer space. Henry understood in a general way that Don Manton had been among the first to chart the cities of Mars and Venus, and had accidentally died on a planet named Imel. But Henry had no intention of living in Don Manton's shadow. The picture, which showed the late explorer talking with 3 Venusians, had been hung up again when Phoebe came through the ceiling door along the extension stairway which flicked up to meet her. "You've been trying to get rid of Don's picture." He'd hung it crookedly, and a diagonal slash of white paper had given him away. "Just this one. You've got cans of telefilm in the cellar, but I don't mind." "This," he said with a flick of his thumbnail, "I do mind." "As long as I stay," Phoebe said quietly, "my darling Don's picture stays." "But what about your darling Henry? Am I just some humandroid who looks and behaves and talks like a human being? Haven't I got feelings?" Henry strode around the room, hitting the fibroid floor like a prehistoric monster on a sandpaper bridge. "Either that picture goes," he said definitely, "or I go." Phoebe shook out her blonde hair, letting it fall about her shoulders. "Too bad." Inside of an hour, he had packed his suitcases. Phoebe cried bitterly, but wouldn't budge about the picture. Henry took the plane. He put up at his club, went to the bar, and was gobbling down something called pressurized scotch when he heard a noise back of him. "Get away from me," said Henry, who was quite a few over the traditional 8 by this time. "I've had enough of Don Manton, let alone his helpers." Speed Roggs, who had taken a couple of trips with Don Manton, was tall and thin as the bar stool, and with a spaceman's ability to think fast when he had to. Loudly, he ordered a Venus whiz, explaining to a disgusted Henry, "After the barkeep mixes the drink, he melts the swizzle stick and pours that in, too." He gulped the stuff down gratefully, then said, "Tell me your troubles, Hank." Henry did. Speed Roggs looked disgusted. "Are you serious?" he asked. And when Henry swore to cut Speed's throat on asking that again, he went on, "Women are space mad." As Henry agreed, Roggs said, "The one thing you don't understand about Don Manton is that he was maladjusted. He couldn't stay still. He always wanted what he couldn't have. That goes for his feelings for women, too." Henry looked up with bloodshot eyes, nearly popping out of his head. Roggs kept going. "Don and Phoebe never got along once they got married. It was Manton's fault. Like all explorers, he was unhappy over his lot and looked beyond the rainbow. In fact, he told me once that the only reason he went in for exploring space was to get away from his wife." Henry Weller suddenly rocked with laughter. He got to his feet, took Roggs, and went to his room, still laughing. He lay on the bed for half an hour. At the end of that time, he sat up. "Tell the manager I won't be here for supper," he said to Speed. "I've got a little trip to make." "Where are you going?" "Home. To give good tidings to my wife." Henry's fibroid house looked about the same. He parked the plane and let himself in by the roof door and down the extension staircase. He found Phoebe in the kitchen bent over a pot, and at sound of him she turned. A near smile flickered in her blue eyes. "Phoebe, Henry." They laughed together. Henry wanted to tell her that he knew, as bitterly and as maliciously as possible. But he simply opened his mouth a few times. He couldn't say it. Everyone is entitled to an illusion, and this was Phoebe, his blonde wench, his wife, his woman. He looked a bit sick. She smiled. "Come into the dining room." The 3-dimensional picture had been rolled up into the corner. Henry promised to put it away in the cellar and clean up the cellar as soon as he could. Phoebe said that her first husband had never liked to stay home. He'd always been afraid to live normally. "I was wrong about the picture," she told him. and I didn't know it till I saw you leave the house. It goes without saying that Henry and Phoebe lived happily ever after. But it is, perhaps, not so well known that Phoebe was left with a little disposal problem, too. She had a rough time finding a buyer, in secret, of course, for her brand new humandroid, who looked and behaved and talked so exactly like that well-known flyer, Speed Roggs. Spacemen Never Die by Morris Hirschman. Recording by Clayton Whittle. Cheonan, Chungnam-do, Republic of Korea.
Time Enough at Last by Lynn Venable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Addison. Time Enough at Last by Lynn Venable. The atomic bomb meant, to most people, the end. To Henry Bemis, it meant something far different, a thing to appreciate and enjoy. For a long time, Henry Bemis had had an ambition: to read a book. Not just the title or the preface or a page somewhere in the middle. He wanted to read the whole thing, all the way through, from beginning to end. A simple ambition, perhaps, but in the cluttered life of Henry Bemis, an impossibility. Henry had no time of his own. There was his wife, Agnes, who owned that part of it that his employer, Mr. Carsville, did not buy. Henry was allowed enough to get to and from work, that in itself being quite a concession on Agnes' part. Also, nature had conspired against Henry by handing him a pair of hopelessly myopic eyes. Poor Henry literally couldn't see his hand in front of his face. For a while, when he was very young, his parents had thought him an idiot. When they realized it was his eyes, they got glasses for him. He was never quite able to catch up. There was never enough time. It looked as though Henry's ambition would never be realized. Then something happened which changed all that. Henry was down in the vault of the East Side Bank and Trust when it happened. He had stolen a few moments from the duties of his teller's cage to try to read a few pages of the magazine he had bought that morning. He'd made an excuse to Mr. Carsville about needing bills in large denominations for a certain customer, and then, safe inside the dim recesses of the vault, he had pulled from inside his coat the pocket-size magazine. He had just started a picture article cheerfully entitled "The New Weapons and What They'll Do to You," when all the noise in the world crashed in upon his eardrums. It seemed to be inside of him and outside of him all at once. Then the concrete floor was rising up at him, and the ceiling came slamming down towards him, and for a fleeting second Henry thought of a story he had started to read once, called The Pit and the Pendulum. He regretted in that insane moment that he had never had time to finish that story, to see how it came out. Then all was darkness and quiet and unconsciousness. When Henry came to, he knew that something was desperately wrong with the East Side Bank and Trust. The heavy steel door of the vault was buckled and twisted, and the floor tilted up at a dizzy angle, while the ceiling dipped crazily toward it. Henry gingerly got to his feet moving arms and legs experimentally. Assured that nothing was broken, he tenderly raised a hand to his eyes. His precious glasses were intact, thank God. He would never have been able to find his way out of the shattered vault without them. He made a mental note to write to Dr. Torrance to have a spare pair made and mailed to him. Blasted nuisance, not having his prescription on file locally, but Henry trusted no one but Dr. Torrance to grind those thick lenses into his own complicated prescription. Henry removed the heavy glasses from his face. Instantly the room dissolved into a neutral blur. Henry saw a pink splash that he knew was his hand, and a white blob come up to meet the pink as he withdrew his pocket handkerchief and carefully dusted the lenses. As he replaced the glasses, they slipped down on the bridge of his nose a little. He had been meaning to have them tightened for some time. He suddenly realized, without the realization actually entering his conscious thoughts, that something momentous had happened, something worse than the boiler blowing up, something worse than a gas main exploding, something worse than anything that had ever happened before. He felt that way because it was so quiet. There was no whine of sirens, no shouting, no running. Just an ominous and all-pervading silence. Henry walked across the slanting floor. Slipping and stumbling on the uneven surface, he made his way to the elevator. The car lay crumpled at the foot of the shaft, like a discarded accordion. There was something inside of it that Henry could not look at. Something that had once been a person, or perhaps several people. It was impossible to tell now. Feeling sick, Henry staggered toward the stairway. The steps were still there, but so jumbled and piled back upon one another that it was more like climbing the side of a mountain than mounting a stairway. It was quiet in the huge chamber that had been the lobby of the bank. It looked strangely cheerful, with the sunlight shining through the girders where the ceiling had fallen. The dappled sunlight glinted across the silent lobby, and everywhere there were huddled lumps of unpleasantness that made Henry sick as he tried not to look at them. "Mr. Carsville," he called. It was very quiet. Something had to be done, of course. This was terrible, right in the middle of a Monday, too. Mr. Carsville would know what to do. He called again, more loudly, and his voice cracked hoarsely. "Mr. Carsville!" And then he saw an arm and shoulder extending out from under a huge fallen block of marble ceiling. In the buttonhole was the white carnation Mr. Carsville had worn to work that morning, and on the third finger of that hand was a massive signet ring, also belonging to Mr. Carsville. Numbly, Henry realized that the rest of Mr. Carsville was under that block of marble. Henry felt a pang of real sorrow. Mr. Carsville was gone, and so was the rest of the staff. Mr. Wilkinson, and Mr. Emery, and Mr. Pritchard, and the same with Pete and Ralph and Jenkins and Hunter and Pat the guard and Willie the doorman. There was no one to say what was to be done about the East Side Bank and Trust except Henry Bemis, and Henry wasn't worried about the bank. There was something he wanted to do. He climbed carefully over piles of fallen masonry. Once he stepped down into something that crunched and squashed beneath his feet, and he set his teeth on edge to keep from retching. The street was not much different from the inside, bright sunlight and so much concrete to crawl over, but the unpleasantness was much, much worse. Everywhere there were strange motionless lumps that Henry could not look at. Suddenly he remembered Agnes. He should be trying to get to Agnes, shouldn't he? He remembered a poster he had seen that said, "In event of emergency, do not use the telephone. Your loved ones are as safe as you." He wondered about Agnes. He looked at the smashed automobiles, some with their four wheels pointing skyward like the stiffened legs of dead animals. He couldn't get to Agnes now anyway. If she was safe, then she was safe. Otherwise, of course, Henry knew Agnes wasn't safe. He had a feeling that there wasn't anyone safe for a long, long way. Maybe not in the whole state, or the whole country, or the whole world. No, that was a thought Henry didn't want to think. He forced it from his mind and turned his thoughts back to Agnes. She had been a pretty good wife, now that it was all said and done. It wasn't exactly her fault if people didn't have time to read nowadays. It was just that there was the house, and the bank, and the yard. There were the Joneses for bridge, and the Graysons for canasta and charades with the Bryants, and the television Agnes loved to watch, but would never watch alone. He never had time to read even a newspaper. He started thinking about last night, that business about the newspaper. Henry had settled into his chair quietly, afraid that a creaking spring might call to Agnes' attention the fact that he was momentarily unoccupied. He had unfolded the newspaper slowly and carefully. The sharp crackle of the paper would have been a clarion call to Agnes. He had glanced at the headlines of the first page. Collapse of conference imminent. He didn't have time to read the article. He turned to the second page. Solon predicts war only days away. He flipped through the pages faster, reading brief snatches here and there, afraid to spend too much time on any one item. On a back page was a brief article entitled "Prehistoric Artifacts Unearthed in Yucatan." Henry smiled to himself and carefully folded the sheet of paper into fourths. That would be interesting. He would read all of it. Then it came, Agnes' voice. "Henry!" And then she was upon him. She lightly flicked the paper out of his hands and into the fireplace. He saw the flames lick up and curl possessively around the unread article. Agnes continued. "Henry, tonight is the Jones Bridge night. They'll be here in 30 minutes, and I'm not dressed yet, and here you are reading." She had emphasized the last word as though it were an unclean act. "Hurry and shave. You know how smooth Jasper Jones' chin always looks. And then straighten up this room." She glanced regretfully toward the fireplace. Oh dear, that paper, the television schedule. Oh, well, after the Jones leave, there won't be time for anything but the Late Late movie, and don't just sit there, Henry. Hurry! Henry was hurrying now, but hurrying too much. He cut his leg on a twisted piece of metal that had once been an automobile fender. He thought about things like lockjaw and gangrene, and his hand trembled as he tied his pocket handkerchief around the wound. In his mind he saw the fire again, licking across the face of last night's newspaper. He thought that now he would have time to read all the newspapers he wanted to, only now there wouldn't be any more. That heap of rubble across the street had been the Gazette building. It was terrible to think there would never be another up-to-date newspaper. Agnes would have been very upset. No television schedule. But then, of course, no television. He wanted to laugh, but he didn't. That wouldn't have been fitting, not at all. He could see the building he was looking for now, but the silhouette was strangely changed. The great circular dome was now a ragged semicircle, half of it gone, and one of the great wings of the building had fallen in upon itself. A sudden panic gripped Henry Bemis. What if they were all ruined, destroyed, every one of them? What if there wasn't a single one left? Tears of helplessness welled in his eyes as he painfully fought his way over and through the twisted fragments of the city. He thought of the building when it had been whole. He remembered the many nights he had paused outside its wide and welcoming doors. He thought of the warm nights when the doors had been thrown open and he could see the people inside, see them sitting at the plain wooden tables with the stacks of books beside them. He used to think then what a wonderful thing a public library was, a place where anybody at all, could go in and read. He had been tempted to enter many times. He had watched the people through the open doors, the man in greasy work clothes who sat near the door, night after night, laboriously studying a technical journal, perhaps difficult for him, but promising a brighter future. There had been an aged, scholarly gentleman who sat on the other side of the door, leisurely paging, moving his lips a little as he did so, a man having little time left, but rich in time, because he could do with it as he chose. Henry had never gone in. He had started up the steps once, got almost to the door, but then he remembered Agnes, her questions and shouting, and he had turned away. He was going in now, though, almost crawling, his breath coming in stabbing gasps, his hands torn and bleeding. His trouser leg was sticky red where the wound in his leg had soaked through the handkerchief. It was throbbing badly, but Henry didn't care. He had reached his destination. Part of the inscription was still there over the now doorless entrance. Public Library. The rest had been torn away. The place was in shambles. The shelves were overturned, broken, smashed, tilted, their precious contents spilled in disorder upon the floor. A lot of the books, Henry noted gleefully, were still intact, still whole, still readable. He was literally knee-deep in them. He wallowed in books. He picked one up. The title was Collected Works of William Shakespeare. Yes, he must read that sometime. He laid it aside carefully. He picked up another, Spinoza. He tossed it away, seized another, and another, and still another. Which to read first? There were so many. He had been conducting himself a little like a starving man in a delicatessen, grabbing a little of this and a little of that in a frenzy of enjoyment. But now he steadied away. From the pile about him he selected one volume, sat comfortably down on an overturned shelf, and opened the book. Henry Bemis smiled. There was the rumble of complaining stone, minute in comparison with the epic complaints following the fall of the bomb. This one occurred under one corner of the shelf upon which Henry sat. The shelf moved, threw him off balance. The glasses slipped from his nose and fell with a tinkle. He bent down, clawing blindly, and found finally their smashed remains, a minor, indirect destruction stemming from the sudden, wholesale smashing of a city, but the only one that greatly interested Henry Bemis. He stared down at the blurred page before him. He began to cry. End of Time Enough at Last by Lynn Venable.